Rolling through here.
Yeah.
Hi, folks.
Hey.
Welcome to welcome to day 3 of the NFL Draft Watch Show. I got Jason Smith and Ken McCusick here. Looking forward to a great day of interaction. A lot of fun watching this. We've already got somebody logging in from Hawaii here. That's terrific. It is early in the morning there, correct? Yes, early in the morning.
Like 5 hours from East Coast, Ken?
Isaiah, appreciate you that you're up there. Shrimp Trawler back again. He's already got things to say. That's cool. 4 picks for New England in this first round here. But I thought, Jason, just you and me, we have some people joining us later today, and we want to certainly interact with the comments as much as possible. But let's talk a little bit about who's kind of left out there right now that might make sense for the Ravens. You do it by your big board, by positional group, whatever you like.
Hey, well, let's just take a look at some of the positions, I would say. We'll kind of focus on guard. We haven't talked much about that. And someone I like is Jalen Duncan out of Maryland, who's a tackle. Profile's better as a guard. I'm interested to see where he goes in this draft. I think a lot of people would like him better at guard as well. Then you have major school, Emil Ekiyor from Alabama, right guard. I think the pass protection is really in his favor as far as like the advanced stats. I saw the same thing, a right guard. You have big guards, you have maulers, you have some smaller guards, and you have some guard tackle prospects all down the board. So that was a position, Ken, that I figured the Ravens would wait maybe until today to address, and there's still plenty on the board.
Yeah, I agree. Good chance of that happening. A couple names that get mentioned fairly frequently. Chandler Zavala of NC State as being one of the decent remaining players there. Andrew Voorhees of USC. What do you think about him?
Loved him until he tore his ACL at the combine. He probably would have been somebody that may have gotten picked yesterday. So maybe today. I thought that he was a really good player out there, one of the headliners of that group when they all lined up at the combine. And so if you're looking for somebody that can sit out maybe a year and start the year on injured reserve and come back next year, he's definitely somebody you could stash for next year.
Yeah, I think there are possibilities with that. The bigger one is maybe at tackle, where Carter Warren, I don't know that the injury's ever been disclosed at this point, but he's a guy who could be, a sit and wait for a year guy anyway in this tackle room. Certainly has the length and not perfect, but I don't think any of the tackle prospects at this point are perfect.
No, they wouldn't be here if they were, for sure. So, some hit and miss types, definitely a tackle. Look at my board. Yeah, Blake Freeland is another person that I think could stick at left tackle. Now, he was higher on a lot of boards lists than mine. I didn't like the way he exposed his chest, Ken. We talked about like where lanes
plays high.
Yeah, he plays high, and he just gets hit with the same thing over and over again. So, for some people, he was a day 2 type guy. He's a day 3 guy for me all the way. But really, Ken, anybody with some kind of upside now at tackle, you figure it's just going to take the right team.
And the good thing about the Ravens is, they can't afford any injuries at tackle, obviously, and that's been a death knell for this team the last couple of years in terms of the things that have happened. They did pretty well getting through the season this last year. But Ronnie Stanley still missed a little time. It's a position where they honestly can wait this year, and a developmental tackle is okay. Freeland will have a totally different body type if he makes it at left tackle in the NFL. I think left tackle is his only position. I think it's there or nothing. I don't see him on the right side. He's an interesting gamble. 6th round guy, I would say. Don't know if he'll last that long for everybody, but that's where I'd put him. He's not an exceptional lengthy guy, just under 34 inches, but that's probably in the you take a chance level. There's another guy that's been mentioned a fair amount, and that's Joey Fisher of Shepherd, who I really don't like for his length. He's at 32 inches and is he won't make it in the NFL at that length. And I know there'll be context questions about anything he's done to date, but in terms of the measurables, I don't think he's going to be okay.
Yeah, it's somebody I couldn't find tape on, Ken. So didn't make my board. And, there's going to be guys coming off the board today, Ken, that I'm not going to have a strong opinion on. So it'll be a little bit different than the first 2 days. Like, I can look at the measurables and stuff like that, but I generally make my board with people that seem to fit with the Ravens. So if we draft a tackle I've never heard of, I'm gonna be cool with that. I'm gonna reserve judgment until I can find stuff on them, and that's the beauty of today. I wish we had more picks. I was thinking about this, Ken. We've been on air for about 8.5 hours and have 2 picks.
Mhm.
2 picks. Like, as exciting as Thursday was with signing Lamar and everything, the draft itself is always a good time. Hanging out with you guys is a good time. But, it wasn't a trade up, trade back, had everybody in there. And yeah, great to see Shrimp Trawler, see Dave Rakoff in, Jeremiah W. Love you guys. Cosmonaut, I saw him up there long time. And Hex, all the way from Russia. 7 p.m. in Russia. He is cooking. Yes, sir.
There you go.
Yes, sir.
So Hex, you're in, I guess, Western Russia. You're in St. Petersburg, probably. He'll answer me on that, I'm sure. But
Hex is in Siberia. That's what I heard. No, I didn't.
No.
I didn't hear that. No.
Yeah.
It's cold up there.
Yeah. It sounds like if he's a +7, he's probably in Western Russia. He's
Okay.
He's somewhere close to the border. All right, outstanding. Let's talk about some other positions here. The Ravens don't really need another wide receiver. I have kind of looked at my top guys left on the board. Kayshon Boutte still not drafted. Don't also know how significant the injury is so far. Tyler Scott, a really cheap lid lifter, still available. A.T. Perry, a lot of guys, big man, is still out there. And a guy I maybe still would love for the Ravens to pick up as a UDFA, but he'll probably go in the 6th round or something. Rakim Jarrett.
You know what, Ken? I was thinking about him. I reward the Maryland today because I have a feeling this is my Jalen Duncan, Rock Jarrett, Lucky, maybe even Dante
Jacorian Bennett.
So I went to Maryland. Not a fan of Maryland football, by the way, which is kind of weird. I'm a Terps, Gary Williams guy, but yeah, I think a lot of those guys would fit. Rock Jarrett, he doesn't just fit the mold of receiver. He's a scat back too. Maryland seemed to use him, maybe even hold him back in my evaluation, Ken, because I wanted to see him try to do more, and they just kind of used him in a gadget role. But I think Rakim Jarrett, high upside guy, Ken. So I like him. Same thing with Jacorian Bennett. I really did not like how grabby he was.
Mm-hmm.
And it showed in the games. Kaluga, okay. He's from close to the Capitol then, I guess. The Senior Bowl practices, Ken, when I watched Jackrabbit Bennett, I was disappointed because he was getting called for a penalty almost every other play. And the Senior Bowl is important to me, by the way, guys, because they put on the helmet and pads, and they go one-on-one against each other. So it's none of this like doing drills on air stuff that you get at the combine. And he was grabbing when he didn't need to. He was right there. Like, it looked habitual. It was just like, I need to grab. He was getting flags from the back. So, 4-3 flat guy, obviously, Bennett's going to get drafted, but I had him a little bit lower on my board than others because that's kind of penalties that can cost you the game.
Absolutely. Now, we're not going to do the every pick method. Maybe we will for the first few picks of round 4, but we're not going to generally do it. The reason is the picks come too fast this round. And particularly if we have more panelists, which we should have later today, we're going to be starting off with just the 2 of us. But as we get more panelists, we want to make sure we're not cutting people off and calling out picks and whatnot. That just is not what we want on day 3. We're looking to get these 3 or 4 at a time and talk about some of the general trends in this draft so far. So been a great one. Yeah.
I got one for you. And I think this is something we can root for early here in day 3. Noticing the quarterbacks, it's been those top 5 guys that the draft revolved around, and then none since. So when's somebody going to take a shot on Jaron Hall? That's Sarah Ellison's guy from BYU, Jake Hayner, Max Duggan, Stetson Bennett. I'm wondering when it's going to become worth it for some teams to draft another quarterback, Ken.
I agree. There should be some of that. I'm good to wait as long as it goes. The guy I'd like for the Ravens, not obviously, is DTR, and I think if they could get him with a round 5 or 6 pick, I'd probably be okay with it. And it's just a matter of figuring out where you are in this process with Tyler Huntley, whether or not he's going to be a guy you want to sign for 3 years. I don't think the Ravens want to spend any cap dollars they don't have to on quarterback. So, having Tyler Huntley after this year is cheap. The next 3 years, it might be 3 years for $12 million or something. And I don't think the Ravens are going to want to do that. I think they're going to want to have a new draft guy. So they'll usher in a new era. They can do it this year. They can do it next year. But one or the other, I think they really have to move on.
And I mean, the Ravens have the kind of roster where if Lamar misses a few games, let's take the last couple of years out for a second, but he misses a few weeks with a strained hamstring or something, and he's not running the ball in Roman's offense like he was in Roman's offense. That backup quarterback can be the difference between getting a home game in the playoffs and not getting a home game in the playoffs.
And not making the playoffs.
Not making the playoffs, yes. So, I'm shooting higher, Ken. I'm shooting higher. But no, in seriousness, I don't see any problem with spending some kind of asset, especially a day 3 pick, in a quarterback that could give Huntley some competition at the very least. I mean, Huntley was up for grabs as far as I was informed, and nobody really bid on him for a minimum price. So maybe all of a sudden we think more highly of Huntley than the league does. I've talked about Ravens fans, and we can kind of upgrade that position.
Okay, this is an interesting comment I want to address from David Rakoff here before the Saints pick. Said EDC said they didn't trade last night because the added draft picks offered would not be equal to a top 125 pick on their board. Now, here's what I'll say about each of the Ravens' first 2 picks. The clock was completely exhausted both times. What that tells you is the Ravens are at worst indifferent to making a trade. And they were working the phones. They were trying to decide, can we trade? No secret, the Ravens wanted more draft capital. That chance is largely gone now. With their top 2 picks representing, well over 80% of the total value they had in this draft. There just isn't enough to trade anymore that they can pick up meaningful picks additionally. So anyway, they pretty much are where they are probably in terms of their 5 picks. They might pick up, a 4th for a 5th and a 6th kind of deal, or a 4th for 2 5ths kind of deal, but it won't be anything really exciting in terms of additional picks.
No, it'll be more about getting an extra pick. And I think DeCosta said last night, caught my eye. It's pretty easy to trade back, actually, is what he said when he's talking about what David Rakoff's David's talking about. In that answer, he said it's pretty easy to trade back. So if they trade back, it won't be, or it's not going to be for a superstar or anything like that at this point in the draft. It would just be like, hey, we want to take another shot at the lottery. And we got our first pick of the day off, Ken. It's kind of a smaller school guy. It's one that I liked. I had him on the board.
Yeah, I know. And he definitely got mentioned last night, but you go ahead, announce it.
Yeah, Nick Salvadere, ODU, I believe, is where he's from. But he showed up in the Senior Bowl, and I like the way he played inside, Ken. He competed with some of the big guys in there and showed that he had the quickness to stick at guard. So people that have questions about whether he could stay at tackle, that's always going to be hard to project coming from a smaller school. But good for him, man. Worked his butt off, got invited to the Senior Bowl and capitalized, made the best of it. You'd love to see stuff like that during the draft.
So 33 and a quarter inch arms would tell me he's probably not, but his overall athleticism is pretty darn good. For a lineman. 24 bench reps. He's probably not quite there in terms of having the grown man strength you'd like to see. With shorter arms like that, I'd expect better. But it's still an interesting pick and one that I think you're probably right. He ends up at guard.
Yeah, he competed well. He kept his pad square. He took on some of the bigger guys and showed he could anchor down. And those were the things that I was looking at, because I don't think he's the heaviest player either. I have to check my notes. I want to say he's just over 300, something like that. But yeah, good for him, man. Good player. He's would be a possible target for the Ravens. A guard going off the board here. But I like the success stories too there, Ken.
Got him at 318 here at 6'6", 318. So definitely the decent height. Doesn't quite have the matching length to go with it.
Right. And 6'6", 318, of course, is different than 6'3", 318. Yep. That's a stockier fellow. And that's why I was talking about, I thought he held up well against some of the bigger bodies.
We got the BYU guy is 6'8" and 306 or something. So
300 nothing. Yeah. and he leaves his chest like this. It's just so frustrating. It's like, come on, man, get your arms out. Get your arms out. That remind me of Tyron Smith from last year, Ken, if you remember. Best athlete, worst form at tackle. The Cowboys took him in the first round. He actually played well. Ken.
Oh, Jacorian Bennett is off the board. So that's a Maryland guy and one of the cornerback hopes. We obviously hope it doesn't start a run at cornerback, but he goes to the Raiders. Good luck, Jacorian. Sorry you didn't make it to the Ravens here, but hopefully you have a good career.
So what was your scouting report on Bennett, Ken?
Let me open it up here. Give me a moment.
Problem. He ran a 4.3 flat, decent size. Might have profiled in the slot instead of outside, but that's pretty much how I saw him.
Okay, so Bennett has an interesting history. First of all, he played in the Kansas Jayhawk League, the Last Chance U League, and he's a graduate of that before he came to Maryland. He actually played against the Independence team, if you remember that show, in the first of their 8 consecutive losses as the coach is kind of drinking his way out of the job. It's a great show. Have you seen it?
No.
Oh, okay.
This is pretty
really worth watching. I tell you, it's really worth watching. All the interaction between the people who are trying to get these kids through their classes and everything. It's a great show if you hadn't seen it. Okay, but to talk about Bennett a little bit smaller frame, not typical on the outside at 5'11", 188. So there's going to be some talk of him moving to slot corner probably, but it's on the outside where he belongs, in my opinion. He has that great vertical jump, that great speed. You want that matchup speed, that makeup speed to be able to take effect. In the slot, it's going to take less effect. Doesn't have the super long arms to reach across the body of the player he's covering, but it'll be a great contested catch guy on the outside. When he's going to have more of those type routes down the sideline. I will say still has a little bit of difficulty at the top of the route mirroring. And how are you on that?
Yeah, I saw the same thing at the Senior Bowl, and it was grabbed by default, and that's what bothered the heck out of me. Like he just needs to trust his speed, and I didn't see really tight hips or anything. Trust your speed, trust your quickness, and go ahead and get it. But astute point there, Ken. Something that if I disagreed, I'd tell you. But his speed plays on the outside, and it's not just that in the middle of the field is shorter routes generally. It's that there's a lot of traffic in there. There's a lot of weaving, less direct routes. So you can't really turn it loose like you can on the outside and just, maybe it's a deep post, deep post or a deep flag route or something like that. Bang 8 where you can really use your speed.
Yeah. Wanted to just make one more point about Bennett here is that he is the kind of player who has the measurables now, and we're in the 4th round now. It's not a terrible thing to take a gamble on the measurables and hope his play improves. I mean, you've mentioned the grabbiness, the mirroring at the top of the route is a problem, but it's also something a good defensive backs coach might be able to get better. If he's going to Seattle, I think he'd be a superstar.
There you go, Ken. And to me, there's 2 approaches here. You can take a safe player without the measurables too, for a non-premium position. If you want to take a nice solid guard like Ekiyor, I mentioned earlier, it doesn't specialize in any one thing, but a solid lineman. I think he had the highest grading pass blocking of any interior lineman in SEC, and I saw it to match. He just doesn't stick out as like, oh man, this guy's extra powerful or this guy's extra quick. Take a guy either with the high upside. Go ahead, Ken.
So Keely Ringo's off the board. Now, one of the guys we were talking about the entire day yesterday, pretty much. Not sure of exactly what the injury problem is. There's, in my opinion, no way he should have dropped this far. My number 5 cornerback overall. I really liked him. We did have a Georgia guy on, Jake Vogel's on, telling us about his tight hips. That I should, I have to take that very seriously. But in terms of the size you want at outside cornerback, he's a big guy, plays the underthrow very well, I thought. A lot of times out there in cover 3 and whatnot, he's in space making a play, finds the football very well, punishes college quarterbacks for underthrowing it. I thought that he's a guy I would have really loved for the Ravens, and I know there are some injury issues that we don't know about, so it would be a question obviously about when he'd be able to get on the field.
Yeah, I mean, anytime a player like that drops this far, there's got to be something else that we don't know about. So, Yeah, I'm kind of upset too, Thor. I'm kind of upset too. It would have just been nice to have him as an option, whether he was a black dot guy on our board or not. Would have been nice to have him fall and let us learn for ourselves. But yeah, I mean, okay, he's got tight hips, and that did catch my attention, by the way, because Jake, I like to give him a hard time, Ken, about being biased towards his Georgia guys. He's usually high on all of them. N'Kobe Dean last year, he thought was a first round guy, and I would argue with him, and no, I'm not biased. To hear him say, yeah, he's got hip tightness and he gave up some big ones I took it serious too. You know what I mean?
One of the other things about Ringo, and this is not necessarily going to fix physical limitations, obviously, but he won't turn 21 until June 27th. He's 20 years old. I mean, just one of the youngest players in the entire draft. Would have been very exciting, and I would project more growth on a player like that. Obviously, starting with an injury is not ideal. He's already had some big moments where he shined, including that pick six in the national championship game. Does not really seem to have a favorite shoulder to me. He can go right corner, left corner, play either side. There are corners who really either they like one shoulder better, and they tend to have better ball skills to one shoulder more than anything is what you see. And that's something I really ascribe to Marcus Peters. A lot of Marcus Peters' trouble with the Rams that got him traded to the Ravens was at right cornerback and not at left cornerback. With the Ravens, he's been pretty much exclusively a left cornerback.
Yeah, that happens, I think, at all positions. There's receivers. Tylan Wallace comes to mind, always on the right boundaries. Had to learn that here in the NFL to move to slot. But you do see that on tape where even if the strong side, because the strong side will change. Sometimes most of the time, it's strong side right. Sometimes it's strong side left. Mm-hmm. You see the defensive lineman. That's a good way for fans to tell. Defensive linemen switch spots on the line. They switch the strong side, but the corners are often stay the same because it's too far away.
Well, the Colts have picked another guy we've already been talking about, Blake Freeland out of BYU. I'm sure that'll make Sarah very happy, being a BYU alum herself. And interesting player, definitely a weight to play kind of player. He needs a lot of time in NFL weight room, but also a lot of time with NFL technique. And he's a left tackle only guy, so he won't be playing until he's ready to play that position.
Yeah, light guy, light feet though. Easy mover at 6'6", 6'7", whatever I said before. He's really tall. Technique things to clean up, but you can't teach 6'7", Ken. So there's only so many people built on planet Earth with the experience that Blake Freeland has. So yeah, he's going to get drafted. I'm hoping we go maybe back-to-back BYU for Sarah. We can go with her quarterback coming up because she's got a special marking on my board, Ken.
All right.
I moved him up ahead of DTR, and I'm a DTR fan, but I made the bold move on her and Bobby's show. I'm like, you know what? You're getting some action here, Sarah. Getting some live board action. So yeah, you know how we feel about Sarah. Well, that was a fun time with her and Bobby.
All right. So the Patriots pick is in. They waited out the clock here on this. We'll see where they end up going.
I like Wieters' comment though. Old Matt W. Love Matt Wieters, by the way. Monken definitely went against Ringo a lot. Could tell a lot of info on how they would attack them and some of the frustrations that Georgia fans like Jake may have had with them. But again, you're talking about stuff you can't teach, Ken. It's his size and his speed and his physicality. Rare player. Even if you did have to move him to safety, that's a DB. You could man him up on bigger tight ends. All kinds of stuff you could do with him. So PQ and Duvernay, Ken.
Yep.
Odds one of them. Let's put a percentage on one of them guys getting traded today. Either one.
Duvernay is the guy that makes a lot of sense with regard to getting rid of that cap number. And so I don't even think it would take a whole lot. It could be we're planning to go until the last Ravens pick today, folks. So that'll be in the 6th round. And I wouldn't even be shocked if Duvernay were traded for a late 6 or a 7 after we go off air. And, it could be something like that. If the Ravens were to get back into it, that's probably the most likely way. It wouldn't be another trade of next year's capital. That said, they have a really good kick returner. It's just $4 million is a lot to pay. And I think also they probably want the depth in the wide receiver room with some of the age they have in the wide receiver room. And Aguilar and Odell Beckham are guys you can't trust to stay on the field for 17 games. So I think they do want some extra bodies there.
So Tylan Wallace, though, Ken, if I had to pick actually one special teams guy, I feel like Tylan Wallace is the cover guy. Like, we have other guys that can return kicks, like, Justice Hill is signed up. Zay Flowers has return experience, but gunners are pretty important in Harbaugh's system and very valued. So that's what makes me think that Duvernay could be moved. I'd say 55%. I'll go a little bit over that either PQ or Duvernay is traded today. PQ makes less sense. The only way I think that he would be traded is if he's demanding out of town and is ready to throw a fit. But Duvernay, I think that he may have some value to a team. Of course, it's going to be a 6 or, something like that. But punt returner and kick returner and gadget guy and spare receiver with some experience, maybe he does have some value.
Yeah. They have Justice Hill as a gunner. I think that the Ravens have proven themselves to be very good at figuring out who the next gunner is. I just wouldn't say that's important enough skill. I think Tylan Wallace is going to have a lot of trouble making this team, for starters, because he's now a third-year player, correct? He was drafted. Yeah. I mean, you're starting to be on the bubble because your option value is running out then. So what they have with Wallace is an option on 2 years of play that are cheap, but they don't have a great player there as yet, and they don't have a guy who's contributing in the receiver room.
So I would like to hear from some of my guys. Baltimore get-ups in here. I saw Raven 76. Salute to you, buddy. Jim Katz is in here. More valuable special teams player. You can keep one. Do you take Tylan Wallace as your gunner? For 2 years, you would have him, or do you take Duvernay, who obviously is the returner extraordinaire, all-pro returner, for just this 1 year? And keep in mind, Duvernay is making $4.5 million.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big difference in price.
Big difference in price. Yeah. So if you can keep one, who would it be? Living legend. Good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. Haven't seen you the first couple of days. Love my fans. Love my football family. I'm glad y'all are here hanging out with us. Big pleasure to me to stream with Ken. This has been great, Ken.
Yeah, and Shrimp Trawler makes a good point here about how many dedicated special teams guys the Ravens already have. And, Phillips is a guy who played one defensive snap and almost got a roughing the passer penalty this last year. Fell on top of the quarterback very late. Just had Jake Andrews of Troy go out. There's a fairly unknown player, not unexpected that the Patriots would be out on that fairly early. Welch, I don't think his spot on the roster is secure, but if he's there for primarily special teams. He won't see much action. Ross, I think, has a chance to get some snaps, or did before the Simpson pick. Probably a lot less likely now, but he could have definitely been part of a rotation or platoon at weak side linebacker. They do have a lot of inside linebacker talent, and they are, Malik Harrison, his job may be in jeopardy, even though he's a core special teamer and one of the guys who's really important to the team. I think he probably stays over Welch for what he gives the defense in terms of edge snap eating on early downs. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to be a role anymore. I think that's going to depend a lot on today, to be honest with you, because that edge group is deep. There are guys that could take Malik Harrison's role as an edge and a core special teamer. But I would have to actually look at the contracts for Phillips, Welch, and Harrison in particular, because I feel like one of those guys is definitely in jeopardy with the addition of Trenton Simpson if he's going to play special teams for us. They're all three of them are core special teamers. They're all going to play in the middle, your 4 and 5 spots in those same units. So wondering what happens with them. Bad man went off the board there. Anthony Bradford at LSU.
There you go.
Yeah, I don't like to see him go because he played with a nasty attitude, a mauler, maybe a future right guard. So he definitely made the board. So we've had a mixed bag, some good picks and some not so good picks from a Ravens perspective.
So Malik Harrison in his fourth year, the Ravens would save $1.1 million, which basically means they save nothing because they've got to replace somebody on the 53 with them. But it might save $200,000 to $400,000 on a true rookie UDFA. So they won't cut him for that reason, but they might cut him because he's just not good enough to make the team. And if they do, they do.
Yeah, that's a lot of special team spot. But I mean, one of my pet peeves, and I know your pet peeves, Ken, is we've been keeping these guys for just special teams.
Right.
And we got a kicker that can kick the ball through the end zone. So kind of like with Duvernay, I feel like the returning part, punt returning is still important, but kickoffs get less and less important every year. It seems like as they change the rules and people kick it out of bounds. The days that Devin Hester breaking a record might be over, so shoot, they might try to take kickoffs out the game, change the rules like the XFL soon. So having that many guys to cover kickoffs, I don't know, just has always seemed like overkill to me.
I think you're right in today's game. The more that punters have great hang time and that kickers have the pooch option, that becomes most of the returns. So they're all like highly challenged returns when you get them. And when you want a low variance outcome, you just kick it in the end zone. Almost every kicker in the NFL now can do it. You go back and watch the Stover era even, and guys couldn't make the end zone consistently.
Yeah. Hey, one of those big edge guys you were talking about just came off the board, Dylan Horton of TCU, inside, outside kind of linebacker. He kind of fits the Malik role. So, coming off the board to Indianapolis. And if I missed any picks, guys, I would appreciate you keeping me straight on the big board. So I'm going to try to keep my head split. It's just Ken and I right now. So, I don't want to miss a pick and mess up the big board for people who are following the big board elsewhere.
Yeah, Horton and Harbaugh both mentioned Simpson's special teams play as being said, he's really excited to get here and play special teams. I don't think they're completely representing what he wants to do. I think he said he'll take every opportunity, and they want to interpret it as that. But I think Trent Simpson wants to be on the field as a inside linebacker or as another position on that defense ASAP.
So, Ken, do you have a feel for, Patrick Queen can't go anywhere. Ravens decide to keep him. What happens? What happens to the defense? What happens to playing time?
Just for a second here, we had your guy go off the board to the Colts. So I think he's a lot of people's guy at this point, but amazing he lasted at pick number 110. But Adebawore off the board and going to Indianapolis. Great value there for Indy.
Yeah. Hey, I had him high. Sometimes you don't get him right, Ken. Sometimes you miss. Turns out he's a fourth round guy, the highest guy on my board. So now I can't even root for him now. He went to one of my least favorite teams. But yeah, Hattie Tommy, Adebawore. I really think he can provide pressure from the inside. I think people wrote him off as a tweener and a big edge. I think he's a defensive tackle. So we'll have to see. That's okay, David. I appreciate your condolences. He must have been watching. Yeah, great pick. Great pick. But Ken, what happens if PQ isn't traded? We got PQ and Trenton Simpson on the team. Like how do we balance that? Because I really don't have an idea. In that scenario, to me, I think Trenton Simpson does play special teams, and one of those special teams linebackers is gone.
Well, I think you'd start with that just because you need the roster spot, period. But, beyond that, I think injuries have a way of taking care of all of your depth eventually. And that's what seems to keep happening. The Ravens and their unbelievable depth at corner the last couple of years, it has run out during the season. And, linebackers don't get hurt probably quite as much. But I don't think that the Ravens overflow of depth is so great that it won't be challenged. And you know what? At safety, when they had the overflow last year, they had a problem at slot corner, and they solved it with that overflow of talent. They had an overflow of talent, and Marcus Williams went down, and Geno Stone stepped right in and kept that ship afloat in an unbelievable way, and honestly has earned defensive playing time this year.
And Kyle Hamilton took over the slot.
Oh, yeah.
By the way,
people call Kyle Hamilton a matchup guy. Kyle Hamilton is not a matchup guy. He's a slot corner. They have put him into a role there where he's opposite whoever shows up there. He does the best he can. You use him in different ways out of that slot position, but basically, short zone defender. He's a pass rusher. He occasionally has to cover somebody in man. Usually a tight end when that occurs, but he's not a matchup guy. It's not like the Ravens have some choice to move him somewhere else because somebody else lines up in the slot. They didn't try and do that. So very impressed with how he handled that new responsibility right away like that.
Me too. We saw it with both quarters coverage again. There's that 4 across.
Yeah.
Where he used his length in zone and clogged things up. Yeah, man, them long arms. And then we saw him in the Tampa Bay game. That was the one that I saw the great, and then maybe he is out of position. Maybe we should let him Chuck Clark it and make a lot of plays, because he was also matched up with Chris Godwin in that game, and that was a little bit scary at times. So when he was matched up with K. Dotton against Tampa Bay, he locked him down like nobody's business. Put him against the other team's number 1 type receiver in the slot, he struggled. So I don't think it hurts to have options. That's one thing that's bugging me about our secondary right now.
Yeah. They definitely, I mean, you start by having options when you have big guys on the outside. You usually, your slot corner, you do have different ways to attack that position. I think the Ravens have kind of proved it with Hamilton's success there this last season, that you can use a small guy there, you can use a big guy there. Sometimes you can use a safety there, depending on who you have on the field. But boy, I want to get to Skip Van Meter's comment here, because it's a really legitimate one. So, I think everyone is kind of pointing to the overlap between Simpson and Queen. But, could Simpson provide some value at maybe slot corner, be an underneath coverage guy? And he has played there some. I really appreciate Dan kind of correcting me on that and looking it up. It's a guy who, depending on where you are on down and distance, you probably wouldn't have any problem sliding him out in the slot against 12, say.
Yeah, a lot of his is DeJuan Jones comes off the board, big old tackle. And he goes to Cleveland, by the way. If you notice, Ken, when I was talking to Dan about that yesterday, if you look at 2022, they made a dramatic shift in where Trenton Simpson was lined up. So that highlight tape that he was talking about and looking at from the, all the DB coverage, I'm going to guess that was from 2020 or 2021. This year, 2022, they made a concerted effort where Trenton Simpson have over 400 plus snaps in the box, somewhere in the box, either at edge or at linebacker. So I think they realized it was best for his career to not put him out there in slot corner for the betterment of the team, and to let him do what he was going to be drafted to do, which is control the action around the box. Not saying he can't play in the short zone. I think definitely that's a strength of his. I think there is some overlap to Skip's point, that you can use him in some zone defense. But again, there are some teams with quicker receivers that we're not going to want to do all that mess if we want to go to man, or maybe we're just going to be forced into zone. So, but yeah, there's some overlap. Positionless defense, Ken.
Yeah, let's get back to John for just a second. I appreciate that, John. One of the things that here we go. Here's Garnett joining us. Garnett,
hey,
how you doing, my friend?
Hey, how you doing, fellas? Can't complain about nothing right now, man.
Great to have you. Great to have you as always. So we're just interacting with some great people here who've got things to say, and a lot of stuff about Simpson so far. Overlap between Queen and Simpson going on. These first few picks. We had another kicker, Chad Ryland from Maryland, goes at number 112. Big disappointment so far. Well, a couple. Jacorian Bennett gone. Maybe not a complete surprise. Maybe a little bit earlier than either of us would have gone on him. But Jason's guy, Adebore, is off the board.
Yeah, double A. Yeah, man. I think all of us wanted that guy.
And then the big guy, DeJuan Jones, just went, G.
Yeah, to the Browns. Yeah, I saw that, man. It's I feel like a lot of things that we were hoping, that a lot of players that could fall a little either further later rounds or people are going to grab what they want. See a couple trade ups. Am I right about that? Like with I think somebody did they trade up to get a double A? Did they? They moved up to get them, right?
Yeah, I want to say the first pick, right? The first pick the Saints traded up to take, and I can't remember who that was, but I think that there was a trade before the draft started for that 103rd pick or whatever it was.
Yeah. So yeah, people are going to get what they need because they know they're probably going to be a run on the freak athletes. This is where basically those RAS players, as I call them, this is where they're going to get hit hard, I should say.
So, G,
okay, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say Clark Phillips came off the board. I don't know if my guy G saw any of the Utah corner, but like next to Forbes, maybe the best eyes and instincts in this draft.
Yeah, solid. I know like a lot of people should give him heck for his style, but he's a solid. I mean, it's crazy. Figuratively and literally, he's a solid player. Like a strong tackler for his size. All was it like 5'9", right? He's just everything about him is solid. So I'm good corner to me. I feel like he's going to be more of an inside guy more than an outside guy on this level. But you're going to get a solid guy.
Garnett, we're getting a fair amount of background noise there from you. I assume it's family and nothing you can really shut the door on, right?
All right, I'm going to be playing with the mute button a lot because this is, hey, man, got 3 kids, wife, dogs. Sorry, man. This is the middle of the day. If it was nighttime, I have a chance to be successful in life. But I got to battle the circumstances.
My guy Troy, good to see you, Troy. Bears traded it to the Saints, that first pick. Yes.
Yep.
So, Duan Chandler Zavala off the board to the Panthers. That's another potential guard. Duan, we had a lot of difficulty understanding why he had dropped. One of the things that was brought up yesterday was some absolutely awful interviews where he apparently had said some things. Obviously, other teams are taking this seriously too, but is it a little surprising that he would go this late? It seems like great value for the Browns if they can straighten it out.
In my opinion, I don't want to say that. I think the interviews is almost like a smoke screen because if we remember correctly around this, it's funny how time flies by the fast. There was some highly projections for Faalele being a damn near a second round type of guy or whatever, and then next thing you know, he just slowly started falling all the way back for us to grab him. So I don't know. It's crazy. Same is this. We see things like this every year where certain players we go, this is definitely a back end first round pick or early second, and then next thing you know, they're picking on day 3. They're getting picked on day 3. So maybe they just see the prototypical right tackle from him, and they just think, oh well, I can get that later on, and obviously they, I guess, can maybe. Oh no, maybe the interviews. You might be right, Ken, but it's just we see this every year with this type of 6 to 8 behemoth guys, where I won't say slew footed or whatever, but hey, I'll take a chance on them. Go ahead.
Yeah, you know what? I'll speak to that too. There's kind of like a bias for like the oversized guys where they think they can't handle the speed rush. And the funny thing is, most of these oversized guys are long and they're hard to get around. Like DeJuan Jones, if you want to get him, you're going to have to get him with a counter to the inside because going around him is like going around a house. Orlando Brown had some of the same strengths at right tackle. Faalele, with them easy feet. He gets called off balance and out of position. It's really not speed that seems to bother him too much. But, it's funny. Yeah, maybe, a combination of the both, rather. Maybe he didn't have the best of interviews and they're worried about his nutrition and stuff like that. I mean, at this level, everything matters. Ken, that you're one of your favorite backs. Like if you had to star one, just coming off.
He's not one of my favorites, but if you've got him starred, that's fine. Rashawn Johnson of Texas is off the board. Where did you had him higher?
No, I had him at 137. He looks more like a fullback to me. I think other people had him higher. Maybe G was high on him. I know a lot of people were. Big banger between the tackles. But I was kind of looking for a speed complement, especially with JK and Gus looking a little hobbled last year. I wanted a little juice in the backfield.
Number 17 on my list. I've got guys I like a lot more that are still out there. Abanikanda is still out there, right? He hasn't been drafted.
That's my guy. That's my number one guy.
That's your number one guy.
Yeah, between him, just knowing like we like going hearing from your guys' podcast episodes all the time with you, Ken, and all this, like all the guys that I like are Ravens, compatibility, basically, just speed wise. And I knew that what we were missing. And obviously, when we were signed Justice Hill, that somewhat went out the window for us getting him back almost damn near. So, yeah, Abikenda, him, Deuce Vaughn, of that nature, those guys, that's the guys I wanted, because it's just the home run hitting element that we were lacking.
I had some problems with Deuce Vaughn, but he's still 15th on my list. Rashawn Johnson is 17th. I'd be happy to get either of these guys. A dark horse guy that I don't think a lot of people are talking about is Keaton Mitchell, Anthony Mitchell's son. Absolutely tremendous speed, and he'd be, I think, a good pick. If they got him in round 6, I'd really be happy. And I still have Chase Brown and Evan Hull ahead of him even. And Dwayne McBride is still, I believe, untaken, unless I missed it today.
Ken, I'm surprised. We have a lot of crossover on our list there. A lot of crossover. I think the only one I didn't have listed was Evan Hall. Also wanted to see, Ken, if you could bring up Raven C comment. I want to give him a shout out. Tell people to go check Raven C out on his YouTube. Big supporter of mine, Ken. I don't know if you see Raven C on Twitter. He's got the little headphones and the cartoon face, which, by the way, Raven C, I still got to get mine.
Okay.
He's asking us about what kind of cornerbacks we should be rooting for here as well. What are we, not too far away now?
Darius Rush is my guy. I've been screaming, banging the table, putting up banners everywhere around this world for this guy. Like ever since EDC in that press conference, we're saying, we want a Chris McAllister type of build, 6'1.5", basically damn near 6'2", about 192, I believe, or 188. It's 192 or 190, or it's real close to somewhere around there. The only thing that he didn't have great numbers on in the combine was the broad jump. And the what else he had? It was something that was it was still 35-inch vertically. Other than that, everything were 4.36, long arms. So the knocks he can't come out of you on that one, Ken. He got long arms for as a corner. He has everything, man. And also he has that the ball hawking element. Yet there's been times where he'll be a little bit too, he'll pull the trigger a little bit too fast, but I like a guy that's willing to take a chance. He's a gambler. If you like Marcus Peters, you cannot hate on, Rush.
I was going to say, G, I don't love Rush's change of direction, but he makes up for it with his route anticipation and man. I don't know if you noticed that, bro, but somebody's leveraging him and they got the elbow in him. He is just waiting for that push off to go to the other side. Like he is a professional route reader. And with his speed, I think that, Ken mentioned it earlier, but if you want to follow up at this stage of the draft, nobody's perfect.
There you go.
We can even poke holes in the first round picks. So, Darius Rush will be a great pick, Raven C. There's a couple other cornerbacks I like. A lot of people talk about Corey Trice. He's a bigger corner, a little slow-footed, heavy-footed for me. I kind of like Eli Ricks out of Alabama. Also like Terrell Smith out of Minnesota. So chances are coming up here soon, we're going to have a chance at another corner again. It just depends if, I don't know, guys. I feel like Eric DeCosta's got other plans to address corner that doesn't have anything to do with this draft.
Baskin Robbins coming up, and I agree with you. They probably got some deals in the work, whether it's Rock Ya-Sin to get the outside guy they want. The smaller corner that I really like is Trey Hodges-Tomlinson. And the problem is that he's going to play in the slot. And that obviously means he's not the ideal pick for the Ravens. And yet I don't think they have a guy who's a backup slot right now that obviously fits the bill. They probably hope Pepe, comes back. They may still hope Ardarius Washington will be a guy who can help them, but I don't think they obviously have that guy.
Yeah, I think he's LaDainian Tomlinson's nephew, and he's a 4.41 guy. Ken just looked it up, and he's as quick as he is fast. You got the quickness. I saw Hodges Tomlinson matched up against some of these bigger receivers, those big TCU games. It was like you couldn't get any closer to him. Yeah, he'd be stepping on their foot. Like Hodges Tomlinson's all over all these receivers in college.
29-inch arms, and he really does contest extremely well, and very good ball skills to go with it, because you really can't contest without having the finding the football in the air, but he does an excellent job of it. I like that about him. Very ball aware. Not a great gambler, but obviously if he's going to go to the slot, that's going to minimize his opportunities anyway. Hopefully he'll be a vulture who picks up the tipped ball, and I would trust him to do that.
Yeah, me too. He's got some natural ball player in him, like his uncle, Ladanian, the original or the second LT. I grew up on the original LT. They beat up on the team in DC every week when the Colts left Ken. So kind of became a Bill Parcells, Mark Bavaro, Lawrence Taylor, Carl Banks, Pepper Johnson, Phil McConkey. Trying to think of Amani Toomer. No, that was later. Just trying to think of all the old Giants there. Give them a shout out. Bill Sims and Joe Morris and Anderson. Yeah, man, good teams back then. They were on TV every week.
Carson was
Harry Carson. Harry Carson. Yep. Memory lane.
So I was in Syracuse at the time. The Giants games were typically on the NFC network at the time, which I don't even remember if that was CBS at the time or NBC or what it was, but they were on the TV. And I tell you what, it made it a lot easier to slip from being a Colts fan into being a Redskins fan to being around all those Giants fans.
Okay. See, I was going the other way. I was going to school with people who were repping the burgundy and yellow right after they were took the blue and white off.
Perfect. You understand.
I was like, all right, whatever. That to me, Ken, that was like rooting for the rival school. Yeah. That's like I'm a Dundalk High School and Patapsco schools down the street. We love beat Patapsco's on everything. It'd be like if Dundalk burned down and I go root for Patapsco. It just don't feel right. Didn't feel right to me. So I enjoyed watching them getting their butts kicked. And then, of course, they won 2 Super Bowls. Doug Williams and Jay Schrader, who kind of looks like me, or I kind of look like him.
Jay Schrader?
I got those
That's
jokes.
not my recollection.
I got those jokes in school, mate. I mean, he didn't know me when I was 11, 12, 13, so he might have.
All right, we're bringing up a Jay Schrader picture here, and
by the way, guys, a guy just went that I was kind of high on, and that's Braden Daniels out of Utah. What I liked about Braden Daniels is he had guard and tackle experience. And I remember telling Alec Polianis on the show that he looked great. He looked great at all of them. Like, it was nice, boring tape. I liked his position versatility. He had double-digit games at each. So he was a sleeper guy on my list, Braden Daniels. I had him all the way up at 105, which is pretty good considering that he didn't have a lot of buzz. They're putting it up here, like 14 at left guard, 11 at right tackle. I think 18 at left guard, 14 at left tackle, 11 at right tackle. And like I said, guys, he looked pretty good at all of them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so glad that you said that. Speaking of the being able to be adaptive and play in other positions, never really asked you guys this question yet, but if we don't go get a guard in this draft, do you guys see that we're just going to lean on maybe a competitive battle between Macari and Cleveland? If that's a possibility of that.
I don't like that idea. I mean, if they want McCary to be their sixth man, kind of the James Worthy who comes in wherever they need him, then I that's not a good example, obviously, from basketball. But it's still, McCary needs to be the trump card who plugs their line when something goes wrong. And I really want them to either go with Cleveland, Fa'alele, or another guard that they're having a competition with. I think it would be a bad idea for McCary to be in that guard. He also doesn't fit the profile exactly for the ideal guy to be next to Linderbaum. If you're going to have a guy like Linderbaum who's quick, I want another mountain in there at left guard. And Cleveland really is the guy in-house who makes the most sense. But if they're stuck on him for some reason, and they might be now, then find him otherwise. Find another guy who's up there at 335 and can really push people around.
Right. And I do understand the whole size part of it with Macari and Linderbaum. I'm just saying due to the fact that, well, he's locked in for $5 million a year, right? So I'm just thinking probably try to just get the cost out of them, or get what you can instead of just holding them just for what if circumstances. That's all.
I'm looking at replacing Tristan Colon some kind of way too. Like, we lost a lineman, we lost a IOL, so we should have a spot up for grabs. I know they brought in John Simpson to take a look, but I would like somebody in there, young guys. Douglas ain't getting any younger. Who knows what he's thinking? So I would like to get a young, talented guard. I mean, it's only the 4th round. You can get this isn't so far away from where Phillips and Cleveland were drafted.
Right, and like you're saying, we really depends on these next 3 picks, obviously. Corner, and then also probably have to get another pass rush inside 3 technique, or that can play a little 5 as well. So that's what I was just trying to figure out, like how we're going to go about these next 3 picks that we currently have, I should say.
Okay, good. I'm going to swap over the defensive line. Let's talk about that for a minute, because that's definitely a place where the Ravens really need to consider how they're going to strategically move forward here. Adibari is the last guy on my top 10 available. A couple of names that we haven't heard yet called are Moro Ojamo of Texas. He's my number 1 honorable mention. So maybe Jalen Redmond of Oklahoma and Keandre Coburn of Texas. So you got 2 for 1 if you're watching Texas tape there.
Yeah, Keandre Coburn, big dude, was the easiest valuation in the draft. Like 40 pounds heavier than Ojamo, I want to say.
Mm-hmm.
Just a huge man. He's a nose tackle with no range.
Sure,
If that's what you want, Keandre Coburn is your guy. Jabo is more of your 3 tech. Yeah, I really liked him a lot. And the other guy that hasn't gone is Cameron Young from Mississippi State. He had number 10 guy, Ken, if you remember. I also have Mike Morris in my honorable mentions and Jacqueline Roy in my honorable mentions. So only 4 guys left on my D-line list, Ken.
Wow, that is getting tight. And this may be a year where the Ravens go to a UDFA. Maybe they even have a small school guy figured out that they really like on the defensive line. And that's the kind of place that, boy, we're just not going to know exactly who's out there, I think.
Well, there is a guy, Ken, and my buddy Baltimore Get Up, Carl Brooks. I believe he's out of Bowling Green State. And I could only find 2 games on him. I think he played Toledo and somewhere else. But he's an edge D-line hybrid. Give me just 1 second here, because I want to talk about him. I should have studied up before we came back on. I was a little bit tired. Yeah, Carl Brooks, Bowling Green State, wasn't invited to the combine, so no official measurements. Impressive Senior Bowl, proved he belongs. Initial quicks, big time production. You're talking about 10 sacks, 27.5 career sacks at Bowling Green State, where he was listed as 6'4", 280. And I watched this Toledo and Akron game, both of those games, and put him on the list. So he's not. Maybe he doesn't have the physical stockiness to play 3 tech, but one of those movable pieces maybe that can play 4 or 5 for you, or edge.
Probably a 5 tech at that size. Obviously, you don't want to putting somebody in the 5 tech category. By the way, they've got him listed at 303. I don't know whether there was a pro day measurement or whatever it was here, but I'm just noticing that that's larger than I thought.
280, yeah, larger than 280 for sure. Yeah. I wanted to bring something up to you guys too, other than D-line. Is there's a number 1 guy on my board that's hanging out there. He's the only person left with a 2nd round grade. If the Ravens are going to pass on corner and they have other options there, Ken, one of the guys we had an extensive conversation about on the safety show was Antonio Johnson out of A&M. He worries me that he's going to hurt himself or somebody else. But it's all this at the point of contact, collision point. It's this every time. It's not even this. You know what I mean? It's this. And it's just scary. But I gave him a 2nd round grade because he does a little bit of everything well. And with Adrian Amos and all the buzz around him, I'm wondering if, fans ain't thinking we're going to bring in a safety, but if he's one of them BPAs like Simpson was yesterday, if he's a possibility.
Now, Antonio Johnson, I got to be careful because Anthony Johnson and Antonio Johnson are both on my honorable mention list. Antonio Johnson is 11. Anthony Johnson is 13. So was Anthony Johnson was taken yesterday, the Iowa State guy?
It was Antonio. It was the guy that looks for the knockout shots and was used in man versus big targets.
So he was already taken. That's what I thought it was. That means Anthony Johnson is the guy we got left here. Let me just go down to my notes on him for a second.
Antonio was gone?
I thought Antonio was gone, but I might have called it wrong because I was reading the picks off and I thought it was the Texas A&M guy, but let's take a look. If I'm wrong, and I very well could be, let's get that right first.
Yeah, I want to get my board right too here. So sorry about that, guys.
No, let's make sure. So we're looking at I think it was in round 3 he came off the board, right? Whichever Johnson it was.
Yeah, Antonio is who I'm wondering here. And there was 2 Anthony Johnsons too.
Okay, so might have been at the end of round 2 because I don't see him in round 3 here. Let's take a look again. No. Okay, I'm losing my mind here. Clearly, I'm going back looking at round 3 one more time. Is it possible?
Yeah, I don't see him taking either.
Okay, so both of them are available as far as we know, right?
Yeah, I think there's another.
All
There's
3.
Anthony Johnson too. Yeah. But he's the best player on my board. Me and Ken split on him. Did you take a look at Antonio Johnson by any chance? Or
No, negative. I really didn't try to look at safety whatsoever this year. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah.
So my problem at safety was largely related to his missed tackle rate and a regression in missed tackle rate over the course of his career. And I thought he had a bad habit of not really using his arms when he was tackling. That may be correctable. So, he does some other things well, but he looks a little bit like Patrick Queen as a tackler coming in, or Marcus Peters. Some people would say, in terms of really looking to lay into somebody with his shoulder as opposed to making a good form tackle.
Yeah, knockout shots, man, and that's what kept bugging me on the show. Ken, it wasn't just the shoulder; it was the ducking of the head, and that's dangerous. Ken, it was like this. It's like this all the time, and that bothers me. It's one thing to throw a shoulder like Patrick Queen. Yeah, there's one of your developmental guys.
Yeah, no, I liked him. Carter Warren off the board from Pittsburgh goes to the Jets. Yeah, that's a shame.
Ravens roster, we are up. We are up in one pick. In fact, number 121 is in. We're on the clock here at 122. So, we're going to have corners available if we want them. We're going to have running backs. Another guy I really like is Isaiah McGuire. I believe his first name is Isaiah McGuire. Yeah. He was kind of misused as in that 3-3-5 defense we see a lot, where these edge rushers are just stuck getting double teamed by guards and tackles all the time. But I like Isaiah McGuire out of Missouri. He's got some juice to him.
Yeah. I'm with you. Garnett, what do you have to say about him?
Isaiah McGuire, I don't know much. I'm going to have to take your word on it. What's his measurements, if you don't mind me asking?
Let me get to him here, the edge.
He is 6'4", 268. He's got the arm length to him, too. Flashes array of moves, swipe, dip, rip, inside counter, bull rush. But he's actually leaving some opportunities on the table. I don't see him finish. His run defense and his gap discipline is a major issue. But he has the upside to be a complete player. But I think some of that issues I was talking about, he's playing in that 3-3-5, that weird spot where they got edge rushers in the middle. So, yeah, he's shooting gaps and leaving wide open lanes, but I can't really blame him too much. And Ravens are now on the clock.
Okay, Ventrell Miller goes off to the Jaguars at 121. Are you Ravens are on the clock and we're just getting 121 announced here? They got to pick in for the Cardinals.
I thought we were 124.
We are. Are you, what are you watching? Yeah.
No, my fault. I'm watching 9+ hours on YouTube. That's what happened there.
We take just a real quick run back to the Missouri guy. He's number 15 on my list overall, Isaiah McGuire. And let me just go see what I had to say about him here. It's bad that I'm not remembering as much of this as I did. Little bend, little explosiveness. One thing to like is that he's in the SEC and he's had good productivity despite a fairly limited toolkit. Definitely doesn't have the full set of pass rush moves there, I didn't think. I thought he's a guy you can bump inside even at 268, which is maybe a little bit on the smaller side to bump inside. Good long arm player. good containment on the backside of runs. I probably made that comment about 4 guys. No way in hell is he a Sam. So I don't like him. I moved him down because of that on the list. He might have otherwise been higher.
Me too. Me too. I had him at 14. So we were on the same page. But he has that pass rush upside. I rattled off the moves that I saw in just 3 or 4 games, and that's kind of rare. He's usually, oh, this is a long arm guy. This is a bully. He's got a speed rush and an inside counter. I mean, it was dip, right, swipe, cross chop, everything you would imagine you saw from this guy. So I like this upside.
We definitely got a difference of opinion there. I saw less in the way of a toolkit. That's fantastic, though. Of course, it probably makes him less developable at the NFL level if he's got the toolkit already done. But he had good production in the SEC. You can't be too upset about that. I do not have a birth date on him. Do you happen to have that for Isaiah McGuire?
Not on anywhere close. I am disappointed by the pick right before ours, though, Ken.
Yeah, Cameron Young goes to Seattle. Talk about him.
Yeah, SEC, Mississippi State, I believe, defensive tackle, and he was the guy that I thought got his hands on people quick. That's how I'll remember him, and plays long. So he's not just the 34-plus inch arm guy. He uses it. He gets your hands on real quick, extends them. There's not a lot of variety in his approach. That's pretty much what he does. Sometimes I question his range, Ken. He should make more plays with that kind of technique. But again,
so the Ravens have made the pick.
Pick is in. Okay. We don't need to trade guys.
Yeah.
There you go. Guy is putting in Isaiah McGuire. That's his get. Puts in 7. He's a 2001 kid. Thank you, Thigh.
Very good. So that's good. 2001 is the year you want. You want guys who are turning 22 this year.
That's the year G was born, I think. Young man over there.
Shit. I mean, excuse my language. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Oh, man. Please, is it going to be a corner? I hope it's a corner, man. Just be a corner. I'm relying on you guys. I'm trying to avoid
Arnett, I can't get my hopes up no more, man, for the corner. I've been on corner like every single round.
Brandon, I think Zavala was already taken, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, there we go. Somebody already had that. Thank you, Alex.
Yeah, the top player on my board is a safety in Antonio Johnson. Then, of course, I got Tyler Scott. Don't think we're going back to the receiver well. And then corners, Rush, Ricks, Jalen Duncan out of Maryland, I'd be real happy with. Again, maybe he sticks at tackle, probably doesn't have the length to do it, but I think he'd be a perfect left guard coming up next year, a mobile guy with the run defense. And, yes, Carl Brooks still available. Alec joining us from Amsterdam. It's actually a decent hour for him now, Ken, I guess, right?
There you go. Is he joining us? I can't see him on the board. Can you see him somewhere?
Yeah, he's right there. He's 3 comments up. Says, "Give me Rush." Alec wants Rush.
Okay.
A lot of calls for Rush. I don't know if you're talking about Darius Rush or Pass Rush. I guess Darius Rush. Let's go with Rush, man. That would be. Plus, Alec's favorite band, Ken, is Rush, so he wants to buy a Rush jersey. Fun fact.
All right. I'm going to remind people, don't tip the pick, please, if you know it. I didn't see anybody do it, but want to make sure that I'm sure it may have already been disclosed by some of the reporters who know in advance.
And then Alec types in Darius. Yeah, I know what you meant, fool. Now I made you type another message while you're walking in Amsterdam. How's that feel? Love Alec. Love Alec.
And then, of course, we get this.
Hang in there, J-Dub. PQ's still on the team, by the way, J-Dub. So we're in good shape for you. Tavius Robinson, that's another interesting edge guy.
Yeah. You want another edge guy? Nick Herbig, who I actually had on my inside linebacker list, but he's a Sam guy, would be somebody I think could back up Bowser at the Sam.
Explosive. explosive. There's a couple of guys on that inside linebacker list that could play Sam. Ivan Pace is another one. And here we go, Flock Nation up on the stage, Ken. Here we go. Come on, Katie, give me good news. It is Tavius Robinson out of Ole Miss. So, yeah, a project edge rusher. I think he could play Sam, Ken. I think he could play Sam.
He is admittedly a guy I have not looked at yet. I need to spend some time today.
Let me give you some full notes. Give you my full notes. Edge defensive end type. Hang on for 1 second. I'm just taking them off my board.
Boy, we have had a ton of edges drafted.
Yeah, Ken, you like his measurables. He's 6'6", 257, ran a 4.66, so physical freak. That's what makes me think he could play Sam. He was a hand in the dirt player in college. I think he'll be able to stand. He is a little bit of a linear athlete, so that's going to be a key. Does his hips flip? Or maybe he just drops in that short zone and we can use him like that. He has pass rush potential, but I didn't like the way he got stuck in the middle of his reps, Ken. He kind of stopped working, and his height worked against him in run defense. So you got like an interesting blend of physical tools there from this guy. Very, very raw. I even forget what school he came through. I want to say he was from Florida State.
So really projected as a 4.3 end, it looks like, by multiple scouting reports that I'm reading here.
There you go. I could see it, but you know what? A guy as mobile as he is, again, 4.66, I think, guy. I had him as a strong enough to play D line. Maybe you could stand him up and drop him in the zone and set the edge on the strong side. He's a Mississippi guy, not Florida State. I apologize.
Yeah.
All right. Really looking forward to watching tape of him. And unfortunately, that is a guy I have not looked at yet.
Yeah, I want to see too, because if he's saying you're a linear athlete, I just see him as, I don't know, it just seems like a more, like you said, a project guy, probably just a effort, just a high energy effort guy. It just seems more like what I'm hearing in my eyes at this point. 6'6" is cool, but man,
6'6", 257 too, G.
57,
So
yeah.
He's an athlete. Yeah, he's an athlete. The Woods can say, big house needs furnishing. What is it? Big toolbox, but no tools in it yet. That kind of thing. Yeah, he would get stalled in his rush too much for me. And that was my big problem with him. It was like, if you're that big and that's all with those long arms, you shouldn't be stuck on blocks.
I mean, we got Charles Smith or wherever the past, Dr. Rush, whatever. So hey, if we can fix that, right? We're cooking with grease, right?
So to add salt in the wounds now, the Browns took a guy that we all had higher on our board.
Ooh, Isaiah McGuire going, yeah.
Man.
The pass rusher was addressed, though. So, again, they pass on corners like Darius Rush.
I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
Well, I don't hate it, Alex, either, in terms of allowing J.D., Pepe, Washington, Stevens, but you got 2 second-year players and 2 third-year players there. The clock is running out rapidly on Washington and Stevens. So Stevens played some decent ball for a very limited set of games at the end of the year. Wasn't great, but he played the best he has so far. They finally seem to have his position nailed down. If he's the Ravens' fourth outside corner, I'm okay with it. If he's the Ravens' third outside corner, I'm really not. So I hope the Ravens have something up their sleeves to get maybe even both of Rock Ya-Sin and Peters on the team.
I guess that's the unanimous plan, or what we're figuring the plan is we just, none of these corners were our taste, and we're just going to go the veteran route. mix in with the rookies and stick with our rookies or last year's rookies.
Still a chance, I guess, that they could take somebody in round 5. We're down pretty far in terms of the weeds of. It's a bad way to put it, maybe with regard to this, but of people who would be exciting to have at corner. Does Trice last until round 5?
I find it funny that Rush and Ricks and even Trice Terrell Smith, those are all corners. Rajon Wright out of Oregon State's another guy I liked. All draftable players. For all the hype with this cornerback class, I remember Harbaugh saying he expected 10 to go in the first 2 rounds. Kind of been underwhelming. Like the teams just didn't agree.
Right. To say you watched over 40 backs in a week's time span, and you don't find one that's up to your caliber. That's insane to me to say that.
Yeah, very good point. I think it would really help to have young competition for the 4 guys we just mentioned.
Right. And Matthew saying, just for your pod listeners, cornerback really feels wide receiver of last year. Also feels like offensive line of the year before. And what other position am I missing, Ken? Cornerback from a few years ago, again, where we were left kind of short. Left tackle in 2021 with the AV thing. Feels like we missed a little depth.
Don't think we mentioned John Gaines getting taken at 122. That's obviously before the Ravens picked.
Yeah, he was a draftable guard on my board. Definitely could have worked too. His short shuttle, 4.47. Short shuttle, 4.45.
Nice for a big man.
4.45 official. So I actually had to update that. 4.45 short shuttle. 33 and 5/8 inch arms. So you talk about a guard with some upside. Like, hey, perfect round 4 guy, Ken.
Jake Haener finally off the board. The Fresno State QB goes at number 127 to the Saints.
So, yeah, I had him as number 6 on my board. So my quarterbacks have gone in order. But, yeah, I would sure like to see Hall, DTR, Toon, Stetson Bennett, maybe. If we're not looking at any of these guys, I would like to see him go. I'm not so keen with now the need at guard. I don't know. Maybe even add another running back. Antonio Johnson still sitting there. Like, I don't know if I want to add a 3rd quarterback. Maybe we should ask Garnett because we went over this yesterday. Carrying 3 quarterbacks is my fear, having to carry 3 all year.
Yeah, I would say I wouldn't mind carrying 3, but get the 3rd guy that won't get posts from your practice squad. I obviously we still got Huntley, we got Snoop back, so we're good. But knock on wood, worst come to worst, you always gotta have something ready just for worse circumstances. But Dorian Thompson's cool, but I feel like the situation we're at hand for us, Rocky Ascend needs to happen soon if we're not going to get more in a draft. Getting a competitive guard for camp, that can go against what we was talking about from Cleveland. That has to happen. And then, if you go get that, these things have to happen if we want to go get a quarterback in the, say, 5th or 6th round. Like,
right.
So many things have to happen before we get a 3rd guy for me.
Haener, on my list, I thought he was kind of a little bit of a stare down guy. That he got away with it maybe in the Mountain West. 68 touchdowns, 18 interceptions career. Not a run threat. Very difficult to project from the Mountain West to the NFL. That's one of the real context questions that comes up a lot. It's obviously a big passing league. It's SEC. And then if you really want a difficult passing protection, look at the Big 12. A lot of quarterbacks obviously from there don't work out. But the Mountain West has a bunch of guys who are boom or bust in terms of how they end up, and very difficult projection there. But I will say Haener had a big win over UCLA at the Rose Bowl in 21, and not a Terrible guy in terms of the switch, even though he's not a run threat himself, of what you would do if you had Hayner replace Jackson during a game. But again, I agree with you and Garnett. If I understand what you're saying correctly, I really would put off the quarterback decision a little bit. If DTR is available in probably round 6, then I'll take him. Otherwise, I'm not really all that excited about it.
Right, and worse kind of worse. Free agency pool is still deep when it comes to having guys. You can literally go get a Teddy Bridgewater, or somebody just for worse. Or heck, if you wanted to, you can bring back Josh Johnson since he has familiar. Obviously, he ain't gonna have to be familiar. Well,
he's old.
He would not be familiar with Todd Monken. I'm trying to think. He's been a journeyman. You can put him on game fast, and he'll pick up pretty quick. So I'm not even worried about it.
So Rams, interesting move. Speaking of Todd Monken, they drafted Stenson Bennett. They drafted Will Levis and Bennett in the same draft. Wow. Talk about a contrast of personalities in there. Will Levis, Garnett, more disgusting, eating the banana peel or mayonnaise in your coffee was an important discussion of yesterday.
Or eating an orange peel. Yeah.
Or eating orange peel also came up.
Probably the mayo with all black coffee. That just you can sell mentally yourself as creamer, but at the end of the day, man, that texture, I don't know if I'm done. Yeah, I'm good.
You try to overanalyze it.
Yeah. If I'm hungry enough, I feel like I'd eat a banana peel, but the mayonnaise in the coffee, that's a wild man right there.
Yeah.
Not real. I wouldn't really real excited about the Stetson Bennett pick for LA.
Did Levis go to the Titans?
Yeah, he went to the Titans second round.
My bad, fellas. My bad.
No, you're good. We knew what you meant.
And then we got two comments of the same way. Dre Mason and Adeep Muhammad, both putting in a message here. DeAndre Swift, Philadelphia Eagle.
So he got traded? I'm assuming?
Yes.
Yeah, I knew that was going to happen. You know what? We're going to call Philadelphia. We're going to call the Philadelphia Bulldogs for now, okay? Is that safe to say that now?
Yeah.
Yeah. They got everybody. They did get Ringo. Every Georgia guy you can think of is on that roster by now. Man.
It really doesn't matter who the Ravens would have in their backup quarterback. It's going to totally change how quickly the ball needs to be schemed out.
Right.
It's just we saw that with Huntley and Huntley. He's not awful, but just no pocket awareness to deal with the ball not being schemed out quickly.
Yeah, I kind of want more emphasis made for backup quarterback as somebody who can throw the ball.
Right.
I mean, I don't get this we got to match Lamar's style. Well, yeah, we're going to need to throw the ball too. Greg Roman isn't here anymore. Obviously, maybe the read option is going away from the offense. I mean, I'm sure we'll use it some. I think we'll use it some with Lamar still for his strengths. But push down, come to it. You give me an athletic quarterback who can't throw or a statue who can throw. I kind of lean towards, spread them out, use your weapons, get an athletic or get a non-athletic quarterback who can sling the ball a little bit.
Right.
Pete, how you doing, buddy? Thanks for joining us.
My pleasure. How's everybody doing today?
I'm good, sir. How about yourself?
Life's good. We're just moaning the picks that the Ravens didn't have available in these early, which is what the draft day is all about. How you feeling today? I know you're recovering from surgery.
I bent my toe and it sent shockwaves through my whole body. So I'm like, oh, I'm not all the way back yet. But that's okay. We're getting there. We're getting there about almost 3 weeks out of surgery now. So back to work before too long.
All right. Might have to wait on basketball.
Yeah, a little bit.
All right. So, interesting point here made by Anand that the faith in Willis is not completely visible with the pick of Levis.
Yeah, it's a tricky situation for Willis. I feel like they even the times that they threw him out in the field, they didn't even really give him an opportunity to be successful. They, didn't do play action. They just did, maybe a little read option for him, and that's it. It was unfair. So we'll see. Hopefully it'll be a better camp for him and a better off season where he has opportunity to, grow and be better with that in that situation.
Pete, I don't know that you know everybody here, but in the upper right, as I see the screen, is Jason Smith of Huddle It Up Films. He's handling the big board for us. This is Garnett West, former Marine Corps sergeant, and there's a lot of sergeant ranks. I don't want to catch you on that particularly, but former Marine Corps sergeant and still works with the military.
Thank you, sir. Great to be with you guys. I'm thinking this is kind of. After you go back to Thursday and you have, 4:30 Lamar signs, and then later that evening you get Zay Flowers, who I am utterly thrilled about. From there, it's just kind of like this, I like Eric DaCosta, I think is almost just, and he's not making any trades, it's almost like, is he just like walking around still on a high from what is going on from after getting that unbelievable anchor, wrestled away from the franchise of the contract. And I mean, jokingly, but it's weird that it's, to only have 5 picks, to not then do things to try and take advantage more of them. I guess it tells you what they think of the depth of this draft. And also that, they feel they have good plans outside of the draft to go ahead and supplement this roster. When you certainly look at cornerback and, the having not taken one thus far, you got to feel they got to, at least 1 or 2 guys they feel really good they're going to be able to bring in. And whether that's Marcus Peters is one of them coming back, Rocky Sin is out there as a possibility. We'll see. They're looking at it maybe a little more the non-traditional ways to build a roster when they so focus traditionally heavily on building through the draft.
Yeah, I mean, and I guess we made this point a couple of times, is that you have to build through the draft today because the CBA has overslanted the money that goes to veteran contracts. And so if you're going to beat the cap, and the cap is the ultimate master, then you have to do it with first contract players. I think the other point you made is about not really being able to trade down, and they tried like hell. It's clear they didn't run up the card on either of those first 2 picks. They were in the last 30 seconds on both of them. So it's clear, as much as they might have liked Simpson, as much as they might have liked the first round pick, Zay Flowers, right? Then they didn't love them to the point that they ran up that card early. They were looking to trade down.
I can't disagree with that. Go ahead.
I was going to say, certainly something we were watching. I think that the 3rd round pick, it was like they almost ran out of time. We were kind of watching it tick down to 0. So came really, really close. That was the one I thought we might be trading back maybe a handful of spots, because at the time, and even still now, there were cornerbacks on the board that a lot of us on the panel liked.
And of course, I'm sure you guys have talked plenty about Patrick Queen and his future there. But what struck me thinking about him, you go back to a year ago, and after the draft, Chuck Clark is the one who is really frustrated with that situation, but there was no market to move him. And then to Clark's credit, he came in and played, and then kind of created a market that he could be traded a little bit more maybe, and certainly had a valuable season. Was a good player again. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, still the green dot.
Yeah, right. And to be able to keep that leadership mantle while in that contractual situation speaks to his character. I get the sense. I mean, Queen seems to have been upset for a while, though, and I think that's been building. And now he also has a much greater market, I think, to make a trade. So I would be surprised if we see a similar route than what we saw with Clark last year.
Now, this actually, the Queen thing, and this is something I got from Kyle Barber. I don't want to take it as my own information, but he has some notification thing for Twitter, and Queen apparently, after the selection of Hamilton last year at 1:04 a.m., took all the Ravens stuff off his Twitter profile, which is something that I didn't even know you could do this. Kids today, what are you going to do? But it was still kind of neat to know. And he obviously had a reaction to the Simpson pick as well. Sheesh.
Yeah, what about 30 seconds later? Again, he's been frustrated by it for a while. Obviously, I think Simpson, with his flexibility, his tools, you could do a lot of different things. You can do very well to have him with Queen and Roquan as off-ball linebackers, and you can have him almost play a Chuck Clark-ish role, right? I mean, with that level of speed, you could have him certainly back farther away from the line of scrimmage if he develops the real technique and skill to be able to cover more. But he's so versatile. And again, that's what you do. I do really like to see that the guys they bring in not being one trick ponies, to be able to really, be flexible. It just gives, lets Mike McDonald be as creative as he wants to be. And we've seen them when the Ravens are creative, they are at their best.
Yeah,
Jason, who we got off the board?
It was somebody that was not on my board. I forgot that quickly. The Bengals are up though now. My only concern with Trenton Simpson, I was listening to Pete. Pete, big fan of yours, man. It's really nice to meet you, by the way.
Hey, thanks. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm worried that they're going to give him too much. Like Isaiah Simmons, get lost in Arizona, not really have an identity, not really have a role. I like the idea of sticking him at will and leaving him there and then moving him to the edge, and Malik, like we saw Malik do last year, and have, we saw Queen lined up on the edge, have him do like a few different things, Pete, but I'm worried about overloading him and having him get lost and not ever finding a home.
Yeah, I guess some of it will depend on whether Queen's here or not, and I really suspect he won't be. Yeah. So if he's not, I think they've decided they're going to have to rely on him to be that guy. I just Malik is not. He's not an asset in coverage in any way, shape, or form. So you wouldn't have him there. Josh Ross is still there, who I think has some potential, but they're going to look at this guy and he's going to come in and just physically dazzle relative to his competition. So they're going to have, and you just wonder, through their talks and through their meetings, or they believe he would be able to handle that. And but yeah, you worry that with any of them, right? Or if you get too much, do you get lost? But I worry less about that because I'm like, it's the NFL, sink or swim. Come there and show, rise to the challenge. And if you can't rise to it, well then, you'll be replaced.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah. Go ahead, Ken. Sorry.
I'm just going to say I do agree. I think Queen will probably be moved before the season starts, and they have quite a bit. I'm surprised, honestly, given how few avenues the Ravens have for additional draft capital, that Queen hasn't been moved yet. But the thing that struck me, Lions drafted Campbell really early, number 18, I think. Yeah, Jahmyr Gibbs at number 12, and then Campbell at number 18. And the Lions weren't starting an immediate run on inside linebackers, but there are very few in this draft. And so I thought maybe somebody would then put a value on Queen. We've seen some past drafts with some tremendous reaches at inside linebacker. You got a player's already developed. You want to pay him a little bit of money. Maybe you get a third or fourth round pick for him. I thought that might have happened already. And I'm kind of sad that it hasn't.
I'm shocked that he's still here, honestly. I mean, they clearly have decided that they're not picking up the 5th-year option. You would have done that already. And you're just, he has he's a good player and he's gotten better. And he's, the mistakes that we saw early on, a lot of them have been cleaned up. But, it came down, you're not going to pay 2 inside linebackers. And if you're going to pick one, you pick Roquan over Patrick Queen. But that doesn't mean he can't go be, a starter or maybe a Pro Bowl player elsewhere. So, and given you had 5 picks, again, even if it's a draft that they, you don't necessarily view as that deep, I mean, they so value and covet and love taking a part and having big roles in it that you're right. It's just really odd that he's still there when that was a way to really address your lack of draft capital. But, I also think maybe too, the last couple of years, they've had such huge draft classes. You can only have so many. Mm-hmm. You can't have 12 new guys every year. It doesn't work. So maybe that's part of the thinking too. Like, well, we had big classes last couple of years. And so now this will be a small one. And the next year we'll get back up and have, get another double-digit number of draft picks.
Yeah. Yeah. I was going to say, with Queen, I don't want to give them away for nothing if they can work it out with personality wise. I understand they're not robots, maybe Patrick Queen's unhappy. I mean, he's not afraid to take his his Twitter stuff down. Who knows all the yapping in the building? Maybe Pete knows some of that, but you're going to get a 4th or 5th round comp pick probably in return for him. 4th or 5th round pick, is a crapshoot as we sit here on day 3. So, I mean, let's not discount the way Patrick Queen played with Roquan last year together. To expect Trenton Simpson to replicate the same thing, I mean, you're asking a lot. So, I mean, if you ask me the choice, okay, you can have Queen happy in the building trying to play for a contract this year, or we can get on the clock right now. I'd actually take Patrick Queen for one more year.
Oh, I don't disagree at all. I'm not sure that he is of that mind. I could see a holdout. I could see him not being in camp and the conversations that I've had with him on and off camera, there's a chip there. There's a real a frustration that he's had. He felt almost from the day he was drafted, because everyone's talking about, well, he only had 8 starts at LSU, and you just felt, and then he felt everyone got on him way too harshly as a rookie, and it's just never let away. He just hasn't. And then you add them trading for Roquan. He has felt disrespected, which again, you hear that all the time. It's for the respect of, I don't know if it's disrespect, but he certainly has felt that, they didn't buy into me despite the fact they took me in the 1st round. And I think I wouldn't be surprised he would do everything he could to not be here going forward.
He needs to be his own man in that, and I respect whatever judgment he has about where he needs to play. What I really saw in his 2nd year at camp was Rob Ryan and him did not mix. It was not a functioning relationship. And, they have that special teams section at the beginning of the session every day of camp. And that's 20 minutes where Patrick Queen doesn't play special teams. So he's over and he has time to do all sorts of interesting inside linebacker stuff with Rob Ryan. Instead, he's like leaning on a donut over there, and Rob Ryan is standing off to the side. First couple of days, it looked like it was working, and Rob Ryan was moving a towel around with his foot because he doesn't really bend over very well to get all the way to the ground. It was a bad choice of a coach. Maybe also some of it's on Queen, but I think it was a really bad choice of a position coach. Much shows up the value of a relatable coach to the players, and I think they have that with Zach Orr now. So hopefully.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt the players like Zach Orr a lot better than they did Rob. Rob's a guy who is funny for a day or two, and then you feel like it's just all shtick and it's old, and it's hard to even pay attention to the knowledge, the real credible knowledge that he does possess. It's even hard to hear it coming. When you just don't buy the guy, and but he's one of those guys that Harbaugh has a relationship with, and John will be loyal to a fault at times when it comes to his staff. And I think he would even admit that, he's like, and he views that as a positive, a net positive versus a net negative. And, look, the guy's been the most successful coach in franchise history. So I'm not going to sit here and say he's wrong, but I think you could definitely be willing to move on faster.
Yeah. We saw with Nick Boyle and Mark Ingram and Matt Skura. He will stick with the guy too long, for better or worse. But yeah, I mean, players respect that. I guess the vets respect that. But I figured, like, especially with Mark Ingram, Pete, don't put me in the game to give me one carry and pull me out. Don't give me that token carry.
Yeah, don't give me a power run and just call it a day. You know what I mean?
Let him play. If I'm not good enough, let him play.
Yeah.
But hey, Harbaugh. It's like. It kind of like reminds me of like your wife or your spouse, significant other at this point. Like, you've been together so long, their faults, the same stuff gets on your nerves over and over again. But in the end,
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm pure bliss. I'm confused.
That's probably how your foot got broke, sir.
Pressing down too hard on that foot, thinking about her faults. Yeah, there you go. A point is being made by several people. Let's move on from the Patrick Queen thing for a moment here. Is that the Steelers are really having a great draft, and the 2nd round bothered the hell out of me in terms of all the talent they picked up. Ravens definitely have lost some ground to them. I still don't think they have the quarterback situation figured out necessarily, but they lost a lot of ground in terms of the other players.
got a really good tackle, obviously, and that's been the offensive line has been an issue for them for the last several years. And it was obvious that was really detrimental when you had Roethlisberger, who could no longer move. A little less so maybe with Pickett, but still the run game is not what certainly what Mike Tomlin would like to see. But then you add Joey Porter Jr., who, if he wasn't going to be a Raven, and I would like to have seen him become a Raven, I'm kind of like that he's a Steeler just for the rivalry sense of it. I think that's a neat piece. I think that's, kind of it's the 2.0 version of that. I think that will add more to a rivalry that has lost a little bit of that, I think, meaning last couple of years, because the guys who took part in for so long aren't there. When you don't have Ray and Ed and then Roethlisberger, Suggs, and those guys aren't a part of it. It hasn't felt like quite as much, as particularly with the ascension of the Bengals. So seeing, Pittsburgh get Joey Porter Jr., I'm like, is Ray gonna, wait outside of the bus for him at some point, and go say hi? I mean, I'm kind of down with that. But there's no doubt that Pittsburgh was in real need of a good draft, and it certainly looks like on paper that they've been doing it. Maybe not quite to the Eagles level, but they're doing it. Those Philly teams, those Pennsylvania teams, geez.
Yeah, right.
So Zay Flowers versus Joey Porter, Pete. Who wins that matchup? Who you got?
Well, it's, Joey's definitely, if Zay's in the slot and I like him be able to maneuver the traffic better in there. If you get him outside there, Porter's probably got an advantage on him on the size for sure. But, with Zay, what struck me in just watching him, his change of direction speed is mind-blowing. And I know there was a lot of Steve Smith Sr. comps, largely because Steve Smith Sr. made the comp.
Yeah.
But, I watched the change of direction is more Tyreek Hill-like. Maybe not quite, but just that the explosion out of that and the reversal is unbelievable. And then combined with the physical nature in which he goes and attacks a ball, whether he's a contested catch, even at his size, not going to bother him, and he's got that 40-inch vertical, and he'll go get it. I'm a big fan of that. Porter's really good. Porter's he's extra handsy, so I'll be curious to see how that translates into whoever knows who's officiating today, how that'll play for you. But that will be fun to watch first round and almost first rounders go head to head on that.
Yeah, it's one of the interesting things that we've heard so far. A lot of comparisons to Zay Flowers and Marquise Brown, but Zay Flowers, to me, lots of differences. Zay Flowers, first of all, they both can take the top off of defense, and that's really what the Ravens needed out of a wide receiver in this draft, was a guy who could maximize the value of their slower underneath guys, Odell and all three of those tight ends, and that really helped their slot receivers. But I think the Ravens will be staying with a bigger slot group, and even if Odell ends up being the Z, I think that helps them what Flowers can do. But the other thing is Flowers goes over the middle, and you watch his BC tape. It's a lot of catches between level 2 and level 3 he's running horizontally on the field. So it's deep crosses and plays that might have gone to a tight end in the past had just much more explosive characteristics with Flowers. So I'm really looking forward to him and what he can do after the catch, not just before.
Somebody said it, Ken, and I was thinking of right when somebody put in Jeremiah W. said Waddle the comparison is like perfect. Like just shiftiness. He might not have the super top end speed like a Waddle, but he has the explosiveness in and out of cuts, like Mr. Pete was talking about. Just everything about him is just well rounded. Like that's what I like about it. It's like the one thing I love about our receiving core currently is jacks of all trades. Basically, you can literally put all three of these guys anywhere and be comfortable with it.
Yeah, and I think Zay Flowers has some room to grow in this route running, because right now, much like Hollywood, he's doing it with pure speed and quickness. The urgency to get into his breaks, the urgency to get out of his breaks. Sometimes he'll round these routes, and then you mentioned the way he attacks the ball, Pete. That kind of makes up for his lack of size and length, where he'll just go get it. He's excellent at tracking the ball no matter where it is. So I see some upside in his game. If he can get a little bit of salesmanship in his route, sharpen up those cuts a little bit, maybe mix his speeds up a little bit, because right now he's urgent everywhere, urgent in, urgent out, or tuck the ball away urgently, urgent yak. Wow, man. But the upside, the lateral movement, yes, change of direction, a completely different player than Hollywood.
What's up, Cordell?
What's going on, fellas? How y'all doing?
Hey, Cordell, how you doing? Thanks for joining us. I'll do the
Sure.
quick around introducing people. Up in the top middle here is Jason Smith, who's got the big board going for us. Done a tremendous amount of work on the draft. I pod with him very frequently. Same thing with Garnett, ex-Marine, tremendous fan of the Ravens. We always love to have him on. Pete Gilbert in the lower right. I'm sure you know from around the building. And Cordell, appreciate all the time you've had me on air recently. It's always a lot of fun to come on and spend time with you.
For sure, man. Appreciate you guys having me today.
Cordell, I'm missing out there. What's the vibe like, and how's the food?
The food is good as always. Well, we had some quesadillas the other night. Today we had some turkey burgers and some salads and stuff. So they've taken care of us. Still got the snacks out here on the table, out in the middle of the media room. Everything's been cool. We just got off the zone with Tavius Robinson, the 4th round pick for the Ravens this year. Seems like a really good kid. Definitely has his head on his shoulders. Smart kid. You look at his bio, he lives on the honor roll. And you watch his film. He's a guy that's, number one, knows how to go after the football, as he was second in FBS and forced fumbles. And he's a guy that has an insane motor. And we asked him about who's the guy he models his game after. Max Crosby, who's probably has one of the highest motors in the NFL. That's kind of the guy he compared himself to, which is really good company.
I hope he's right.
Yeah, I think a lot. I think a lot of people.
That's a good thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people are hoping he's right.
This is a good question. Maybe you guys who are at the Castle fairly regularly could tell us this. Anybody know where Kyle Fuller is in his rehab?
It's funny. We actually, a couple of the media members today, we brought Kyle Fuller's name up, and that's probably something that maybe we'll get an answer to today, considering the draft is continuing to go on. The Ravens have not added a cornerback yet in this draft, so I mean, I think the veteran route for the cornerback position was always in play, but now probably a little more than before. And I think we were already talking about names like Rock Ya-Sin and whether or not they were going to bring Marcus Peters back. But now I think, considering they haven't drafted a corner to this point, you do wonder if Kyle Fuller is in their plan. So I don't know anything about his rehab to this point, but that's something that I do plan to ask about today if nobody else does.
Bunch of year two, and go ahead, Pete.
I was gonna say, last year was so rough for Kyle, and that he was really frustrated as a free agent, not getting what he thought he would be able to get anywhere, and ultimately signs a deal here in Baltimore, but it wasn't the deal that he wanted, and so really wanted to come in and then show, he was that guy who was a 1st round pick, and then gets hurt in the first game, and it's over. And be really curious to see where he is mentally coming back, now after that ACL, and physically that's a lot to come back from. And that's mentally a really hard year to come back from, when you're like, this is the year, all right, I'm going to go show everyone. And then week 1, you're done. That will be a real test for him, for no doubt.
There were things that we liked. In terms of the preseason was good, and I thought his play in week 1 was fine. The problem was he was coming off a year where he had absolutely face planted and been benched twice at Denver by Fangio. They used him twice in emergency situations, and both times, they had to sit him. So I don't know where he is. I don't know if he's even planning to play in the NFL again, or if the Ravens have said anything to him or made a plan, but. There's only so many total people, and the 4 guys they have who are year 2 and year 3 players. We mentioned just half an hour ago or so, really need competition. Those guys, none of them should be secure in their job.
And I'll say this about Kyle Fuller. Like you mentioned, Ken, he didn't have the year he wanted to, 2 years ago in Denver. And even honestly, I didn't think he looked that good in training camp last year with the Ravens. I really couldn't see him sticking with any of the receivers that they lined him up against. But to his credit, he did perform in the preseason games. He looked good in the regular season game as well. So maybe he's just a gamer. But I wasn't feeling good about him going into the season. But I will admit he played a lot better in game than he did at practice. And it was a blow for him getting hurt early in the season because he was a big part of their plan. So you look at the cornerback room right now as it currently stands, it's still a ton of question marks. And Jalen Armour-Davis is the one guy that I think right now, if best case scenario, if he was to be that guy on the field to kind of get to his max potential, that would be great for them because he would really be fit from the measurable standpoint and from him at his best. He's exactly what they're looking for right now, but I just don't think that they feel like they can rely on him from an injury standpoint and just consistently on the field production wise.
I was going to say, I feel like the Ravens have to have more confidence in either or both Brandon Stephens and Jalen Armour-Davis than the fans think in general. Like, do you get a sense, Cordell, that the Ravens, heart of hearts, the Ravens are confident in these guys to be able to play, even if they sign a vet and injuries come, that Brandon Stephens plug them in, Jalen Armour-Davis plug them in?
Well, I think that they're probably more confident in Stephens than Davis right now. I do think they really like Stephens. They like the fact that he's a big physical corner. They like the fact that he can get up there and play some press man coverage. I'm sure they'd like him to be a little better when the ball's in the air, actually making plays on the ball. But he is exactly the type of corner that the Ravens love. He's big, physical, he can run. And he's versatile. He came in as a safety, and they've moved him around at the cornerback position. I am curious to see if he plays a little more safety this year because Kyle Hamilton is also that hybrid, and he was their best nickel corner last year, and as it stands right now, he still is. So they need Brandon Stephens to kind of play all over the field again. Jalen Armour-Davis, again, I think that they do like what he can be, but he's got to show it at the end of the day. He's got to, be available. And when he is available, he's got to show that he can play at this level. And to be honest, to this point, I don't think he's shown either.
And I saw him at the stadium practice, and I was a little taken back. Cordell and Pete he looked overwhelmed out there. Like I like the way Pepe looked. Pepe looked at home, people, but Jalen Armour-Davis kind of all over the place with his movements. Just didn't look very fluid, and he hasn't been on the field.
Just had Darius Rush go off the board to the Colts. And KJ Henry went off the board. So it was down to obviously another layer in terms of players available. KJ Henry, I guess they're done at edge at this point right now. One question I have about JAD in general, but this is a broader set of questions, is do you think the Ravens have soured a little bit on getting unproven or players who've played relatively little at college? And Pete, you made the point about Queen not playing a lot at college. He was young. That's a big positive, but he played very little at college at the position. Obviously, JAD had played very few total games at Alabama before the Ravens drafted him. Do you think they're going to be more careful or biased towards players who have a little more college experience at this point after those two experiences? I would
suspect so. I mean, I think that you with Armour-Davis in particular, I mean, they put him in early last year. He played roles, they're like first 2 weeks. And then you're like, oh my God, you really are not ready to play at all. And then generally throughout the year, you see a guy like that, and through practices have an opportunity to win back the trust. And then if you practice well, they will give you that opportunity, particularly when they needed guys to play corner last year. And that told me all I needed to know when he was not, when not getting the opportunities, when they needed him. I said, oh, they really don't think much of him right now. That's not to say, an off season going forward, but yeah, I think it certainly may sour a view of when the timeline for a player. They may still love a guy and say, like, all right, he hasn't played enough, but we think we can develop him, but we're not going to look at him for this year. We're looking 2 years down the road. If they're looking to get a guy now, then they're going to come in and play. I definitely think reps at the collegiate level are going to, have to weigh more after what you've gone through recently on the defensive side of the ball.
You pay that draft capital to get production for 4 years only. So giving up on a year, giving up on 2 years, boy, that's a tough pill to swallow for me.
Yeah, and with that, just somebody can really just help me out with my memory with this. He didn't play a lot due to injury. What I mean by that, preseason wise, because of injuries, right?
that up.
I remember. Go
Say it
ahead.
again.
I thought he did play in the preseason, JAD. I thought he was actually pretty decent in the preseason, but I may be wrong.
He was hurt off and on throughout training camp last year. Off the top of my head, I really can't recall, but he was definitely there at the start of the regular season. So maybe on the back end of preseason, but he definitely was hurt during training camp, and he did miss some practices. So I don't think he played every preseason game.
Right. And then we're talking about last week, you guys, we just went around robin room with this discussion. It seems like every snap counts. And then him being thrown out against that New England game, I think that's where it really exposed a lot of him. So I just feel like this offseason, he has to hit the ground running. He can't miss nothing. Like, and if we're going to the situation like you guys already discussed, like where we're already hurting for corner, and we're depending on him along with Brandon Stevens and then the rest of the guys, Pepe or whatever, all the rest of them. You know, somebody's gonna have to be consistent, like model consistency out there somehow, some way.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm gonna be holding my breath because other than Marcus Peters coming back, it's going to be a lot of studying and a lot of just question marks for me. Like, I feel confident in Marcus Peters. I feel like he loses a step, he's still very, very good. His instincts are that good. His experience, he runs the routes for the receivers. You put him in defense like McDonald's instead of Winks out on an island all the time. Marcus Peters is going to show up and show out. Trayvon Mullen, I'm not as confident in. Rocky Sin, I just don't know too much about. I haven't seen these guys. They have a comfort level with them. But Brandon Stevens, I thought, looked really good the last 3 or 4 games. Jalen Armour-Davis, man, I remember it was the last play of the Dolphins game. The play before the last game, I think Pepe broke up pass in the back of the end zone and got hurt. They put Armour-Davis in the slot, touchdown, the game was over. Yeah, it was tough. It was a really tough year for Armour-Davis.
But by the way, to answer Matthew's question, I looked it up too. JAD did not play any defensive snaps in the preseason, so you're right on the money there, Garnett.
Yeah, it's tough, man. For a guy like that, when you're already on and off at camp due to injuries and you're not playing those snaps, so for players, I know if we talk, it's all about having experience and just having a natural feel for a game. So you get thrown out there against, Devontae Parker. You're not really. A veteran's about to have fun with you at all times when you're in that situation. Yeah, and how do you guys feel about Anthony Avery? He's still a free agent out there. Like, would y'all even kick the tires on him, or how would y'all go about that?
I mean, to be honest with you right now, if they were to go, because I think they're going to get 2 veteran corners, at least. I think right now it's looking like they're going to get at least 2. Rocky Sin and Marcus Peters would be the ideal pairing in my mind, because I actually do like Rocky Sin, and I know a lot of fans had a lot of things to say when it was originally reported that the Ravens were meeting with him. I think just at that time period where it's the beginning of free agency kind of, and you're seeing all the other big name players get signed, nobody wants to hear about Rocky Sin, especially when everybody was still waiting on a Lamar deal to happen. Nobody wanted to hear anything about Rocky Sin. Whereas you fast forward to where today, April 29th, you're a little more accepting of a Rocky Sin coming to the team. And I think he would really fit them really well. He's actually a young guy in his mid-20s. He hasn't played a ton of football himself at the NFL level, but I do like his speed. I do like the fact of what he can do in Winks. I mean, I'm sorry, not Winks, and Mike McDonald's defensive system. And you add him with Peters, it allows them to do what they want to do, which is keep Kyle Hamilton at a traditional safety spot. John Harbaugh said at the end of the year that he wants to put Kyle Hamilton back at safety. Right now, it's the way his roster is constructed, it's forcing him to kind of make him more of a hybrid player than they probably would like. But you get Peters and you get Rocky Sin. Now you're a little more comfortable, and I would still throw Pepe out there. You can still sprinkle in Pepe. You can still sprinkle in Jalen Armour-Davis. It's not a ton of pressure on these young guys that you really don't want to have to play right now more than you have to. You get the 2 veteran guys to come in, and it kind of fills your need a little bit. I'm not saying that it'll be great but you feel good about having those two guys join the defense.
One thing that cures a lot of needs is if they have some big leads to work with, you can get some guys in relief that would be nice. I'm still not convinced about moving Hamilton off slot corner. I just love him there. Underneath
I agree.
is
I
an
do too.
enormous force in zone, and I maybe it is less value to him. I mean, not getting the maximum value out of Kyle Hamilton, but boy, they don't move Humphrey the slot. That's a real big bonus too. So,
right. For me, I just want Kyle Hamilton to I wanted to see what I saw at Notre Dame so bad. Like that's why the Rockets saying. I'll tell you a crazy story. So my cousin, he's older than me, a little bit older than me. I'm 36, and he's about 45 now, somewhere around there. But anyway, he's a college
young fella,
a college wrestling coach. But back then he was a high school wrestling coach in the Atlanta area. And if anybody knows about Rocky Sin background, he from Georgia, Marietta, Georgia area, high school wrestler. And man, I know you love him. Yeah, I see you shaking your head.
Yeah,
and so in the
my
back
people right there. That's my people.
Yeah, man. Every time he saw him at the tournament, he used to tell his kid that was in the same weight class, "Hey, man, I just to let you know, whatever happens, you did good." That's all it was, man.
My kind of guy, man. I used to tell him where on the mat I was going to pin him and what move. And that would just scare the daylights out of him. But yeah, you wrestle. You've been humbled. There's no doubt about it. There's always somebody bigger, stronger, better than you. Maybe not Rock You Sin, but for me, definitely. But yeah, different. I liked him coming out, man. I thought he was. I don't know what happened in Indy, but I thought he was, like a surefire, starting level corner. I mean, would he get drafted in around the second round or something? I want to say. Early second.
Yeah, second round. Him and Trayvon Mullen, which is the craziest thing in the world, were both picked in the same round. So it's just that'd be cool to have him. He had a good year in Oakland, so I wouldn't mind having him.
Now, and also somebody put a comment in there about Daryl Worley. I like Daryl Worley as a veteran guy. I mean, I don't know how much they really want to have to depend on Daryl Worley. But I do like him as being, a veteran presence. He is kind of that forgotten man in that cornerback room that nobody really mentions. But he came on for them last year. I do like him as an option for them as well.
And
Seymour, good one too, who got hurt last year. We'll see how he bounces back this year. But Seymour, he was one of the training camp standouts for them at DB last year. I mean, he, to be honest with you, next to Marlon, he was probably their best cover corner throughout the duration of training camp last year. He really impressed me. So if he can find a way, they got some guys, but it's the problem is when you're in the AFC North and you're going up against the Bengals and you're going up against Amari Cooper and the receivers that the Steelers have right now, you gotta make sure whoever you're throwing out there is not over their head, and B, they're ready to be physical, because all of these division games are going to be super physical. If you're going to be a cornerback, you have to be ready to tackle these running backs on the outside of the numbers. You got to be ready to take on some of these pulling guards. So it's not as I've always said, I think cornerback is kind of the toughest position to just come in and start right away in the NFL. But for the Ravens right now, they're looking for a starter. They're not going to find a starter day one right now in the draft. Anybody they get that they put over there, that's why I'm thinking one of these veteran guys, because you have to have somebody that you can trust to make a tackle in open field and run with these elite wide receivers in this division.
I was going to say quickly on Pepe, I feel like he has a real chance to take a step forward, largely because of his confidence and his ability to have the memory of a goldfish. I mean, whatever moves he made last year, he did them wholeheartedly. He made plenty of mistakes, but he never was hesitant about it. And he didn't, if he screwed up, he wasn't hesitant the next time. And I think that's such a vital, critical component to being a good corner. And despite his diminutive size, he plays physically. He is not. He will put his whatever he's got in that mix and give it all these guys. So I think coming from a smaller program and where he was doing a lot of different things, I think he's got a real chance now. He knows what it is, and he's got if he puts in the work and the studying to really understand a lot of the nuance, he could be a guy that could step up and maybe be that slot guy to help allow Kyle to get back out there, or you could see him be what you wanted at Notre Dame.
He's also got the attitude of a Marcus Peters as well. Like he is attitude-wise, he's like Marcus Peters Jr., to be honest with you.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
And,
he had a
Seamus
tackle.
wants to say hi here too. There, hey buddy.
Oh, that's all.
Hey, Seamus,
He had a tackle last year right before
What
the
are you
stick. I
doing?
want to say Cincinnati game, and it was just beautiful. Like Pepe plays with heart. I thought he kind of, my eyes, I thought that he deserved a shot. He deserved another shot because when he missed, he was right there.
Yeah.
And then the game was never too big for him. And Cordell, my like consternation. All right, so I get a little anxious over here. It's like I loved what Worley did against the Bengals. It was a heroic type performance. I was a proponent of Seymour because I thought that in the rough 2021, he stood out amongst the rest as all right. Seymour can kind of play. Pepe can kind of play. Rocky Sin can kind of play. Brandon Stevens can kind of play. Trayvon Mullen can kind of play. This is a whole hodgepodge of people, and not yet one studs above the rest. And like we went through this last year where each of them got a dash of playing time, and we ended up saying the heck with it and stuck Kyle Hamilton in the slot. Like I want a guy. I want a guy to go opposite to Marlowe. So that's where the struggle comes from. Like I know the Ravens have a plan. I just can't see it, and it's driving me crazy.
I mean, I definitely feel that. I feel like Kyle Hamilton was drafted to kind of be a high player. I don't think that they drafted him just to solely put him at the safety spot and just have him be a quote unquote traditional safety. Like I think they do love his range. They love the fact that he's kind of an extra center fielder and he's a physical guy when he's at his best. But I like the fact that, I mean, this dude, like Ken said, he turned out to be one of their best corners last year. Really, once he started to use his lane without getting flagged, and then once he got comfortable with that, then you started to see some of those open field tackles that you saw from him at Notre Dame. Like, I just want Kyle Hamilton on the field. I love him as a blitzer. I think he is one of their best blitzers, and it took them a little too long, in my opinion, to start really utilizing him as a blitzer. But I think the more ways they can use him, the better. It'd be ideal if they could get some actual corners to play that nickel corner spot and that outside spot. But I think with all these guys that they're racking up now that can play multiple positions, it'll allow them to kind of mask it a little bit. Hopefully the pass rush is there, because with as many question marks as they have in this, is amazing. Last year, we thought they may have the best secondary in the league. And right now, I mean, they have you look at their defense, secondary and pass rush is probably their biggest question marks right now. So hopefully that pass rush takes a step forward, because that'll take some of the pressure off the secondary as well.
Very good. So, yeah. Too many hands in the pot, though, Cordell. That's what it's just making me nervous, bro. I
got you. I definitely agree.
We have to put Hamilton in the slot, so be it. Like maybe that is the best option. But I don't want to be starting Stevens a week, then starting Armour Davis a week, then starting Worley a week, and then nobody really gets in a groove with this defense.
Lots of roster moves to be made, though, between now and September, whatever it is this year. But so yeah, I wouldn't worry about starting Daryl Worley just yet. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Like you said, I think Rocky Sand will probably be on his way. Somebody's going to be on his way. We know it ain't over. As soon as this draft is over, something's going to happen, or shoot, maybe in the 5th or 6th round. We'll see, man.
So, hey guys, my wife's just home with the groceries. I'm going to help out with that. Thank you so much for having me on. Enjoyed chopping it up. It was great to actually do something. I haven't done anything in a couple of weeks, so nice. But thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Great to see you, Pete.
Good to see you, Pete.
Nice meeting you, man. Nice meeting you, Pete.
Take care, boys.
Oh, we just had another one. Abanikanda went to the Jets.
Oh,
yeah.
I know my boy Connor Rogers happy as heck right now. Jesus Christ.
So, I wanted to ask you this. Abanikanda had problems with Abanikanda because I couldn't tell if his vision was poor or that offensive line was poor. But it was either big run or a boo-boo. Things happen so fast for him. I would get frustrated watching him sometimes. But half of me thought it was the blocking. Half of me thought he was running himself into trouble. What did you see with him?
I feel like it was it's crazy, like you said, it's half and half. But I want to say I'll give him the benefit of the doubt and say it's the line more than anything. Because here's my thing. They put it when they had him in space, we saw magic, right?
Yes.
When there was nothing but clutter, we didn't see nothing. It was almost darn near a boom or bust type of activity with them. So I feel like the Pittsburgh, they didn't really have that many options of how they wanted to facilitate him in the offense due to just a lack of big playmaker on the outside after, Addison left or whoever. So everything shrinked in the box. So they tried to find ways to get him the ball in space, and it worked. But like when it came to just, the typical, hey, first down, we're going to try to power or we're going to just go downhill type of philosophy, it wasn't going to work, because they just couldn't generate enough push. So a lot of things were built off of counters or just, swing passes and a couple of screen passes more than anything. So I feel like maybe him going to the Jets and then him, obviously when Breece Hall gets back from injury, it's going to be a nice 1-2 punch with them completely.
Yeah.
And then, I forgot Aaron Rodgers is there. It's a lot of things that's going to help him be better. You know what I mean? So,
Jason, take us through some comments on him too. I got some too after you're done on Abanikanda.
Abanikanda, that was my main thing was the big plays were so great that I wanted to love him right away. The breakaway speed, he's an angle changer. In the NFL, he's going to be an angle changer. Guys are going to think they have him lined up and they don't. And he's got size to him too. You can't arm tackle him. So, my main problem was, Ken, I thought he ran himself into trouble. And other guys were better freestylers than him. The hole breaks down. They can still squeeze through and get something or bounce it out to another. I didn't see the lateral movement, and I didn't see the patience from Abanikanda. And, I wonder if that's going to come out and bite him if he's putting his team in second 12, second 13s, what kind of role he's going to have, where Breece Hall is just a great overall back.
He just to echo what you said there, he's a very natural bouncer to the outside, gets bubbled a fair amount, gets himself in trouble when he doesn't take an early cutback lane for a couple of yards as opposed to taking a minus play. But he won't turn 21 until October. He might be the youngest player in the draft because there's some other guys in that are turning it in June are going to turn 21. But he's only got 390 college rushers. That's light treadwear, medium light, and I'm happy with that. But my big problem is that he's really not a tackle shedder. And when he gets to level 2, he tries to do it all with speed. Not a great guy, even though he's got the size for it to have great contact balance to run through and create a lot of large Yakko opportunities there. So I like him. He's my number 5 back overall. There were limitations that I saw, and I probably would have loved him more even for his age and treadwear considerations if I saw more out of him as a runner after contact.
Yeah, I didn't see a ton of wiggle, especially at level 2 against the linebackers. But once he got in the open field, yeah, buddy, it was just angle changing, good luck safeties. And if they he said he's got some bulk to him too. So there wasn't any sweeping at the legs, sweeping at the shoulders. Once he got going, he was a runaway train. As I said, I love the explosiveness. I'm a sucker for speed sometimes from any position. There's nothing like a 70-yard run to change the game. But I really struggled with his evaluation. I saw Garnett tweeting out some stuff. So I had to ask G, because that offensive line wasn't doing him any favors a lot of times.
None. And like I said, like the whole thing, there was one where I think I forgot what it was. He was a dive or it might have been a count where he took it right off the middle. And the fact that he was able to break the linebacker, and once he broke the linebacker, you already knew it was over. He didn't have to go zigzag. It was right down the middle. And that's just pure speed with just being able to have that contact balance after breaking that linebacker. Yep.
All right. We are how many picks away from the Ravens here? The Ravens are at 157. We're at 146. So we got 11 picks to go.
Yeah. One of my favorite guys of the draft went off the board, Jamie Robinson of Florida State. I just loved him. And Cordell, what I loved about him is he was a smaller slot / safety.
Mm-hmm.
I guess maybe you're a little familiar with him, but that's the kind of guy. Like matching up with Kyle perfectly. Like, hey, they got a bigger guy in the slot. Let's put Hamilton there, put Jamie Robinson as safety, and then vice versa for a smaller guy in the slot. Really mix those guys up on whatever targets the other team had. So I kind of prioritize those slot safeties on my draft board. Like if we're going after a safety, I want one that can cover man to man in the slot. Do we ever get like what were we doing with Adrian Amos and like what are we what do you have a feel for like what the Ravens were thinking with another safety?
If they drafted another one this year?
Well, yeah, I figured, look, we got Kyle. Maybe we're leaving Kyle in the slot because we got Kyle, we got Gino, we got Marcus. Why would we make another splash in free agency at safety of all positions? So that kind of confused me that the interest we had in Adrian Amos.
Yeah, I think that they just want to prepare for contingency plans in case Kyle isn't able to be that full-time background safety. I don't know how much they really want to have to play Geno Stone. Not that they don't like him, but I think that they don't want to have him play many snaps unless they really have to. So even a guy like Jamie Robinson, I don't mind Jamie either. Smaller stature, but he's one of those guys that plays bigger than his size. Like you said, he is one of those slot safeties that can go in the slot as well. I think they're looking for as much versatility as possible, to be honest with you. That's really what they want. I mean, Mike McDonald kind of talked about it a little bit last year, and Joe Ortiz did after the draft, in terms of just getting guys that they can put all over the field. The offensive players are only getting faster. Offensive formations are getting so wacky now. In defense, they have to match that personnel. So you want to get as many speed and quickness guys out there, but as also you want to get guys that can be physical. So I think that's really what they're trying to do. They're just trying to be able to put together the best players to be able to match up against whoever it is they're going against, because the NFL is so weird now.
Yeah. So I'm kind of glad I heard you say that, because Ken and I split on this one. I like Geno Stone, like what you're thinking, as a super sub. Like, I don't want him to get hurt because he can plug right in for Marcus Williams. He can plug right in for Kyle Hamilton at the strong safety, and kind of like McCary, keep him available. Mm-hmm. And when somebody goes down, you just plug them in, and you don't have to move two guys to fill one spot. So I kind of like him, but Ken's point's a great one too. Like, Geno Stone can play ball, and we might be best defense. Our best defense with all three of them on the field.
Yeah, if you get your best 11 on, you're probably going to include Geno Stone in that group if with the current safety setup and corners they have. I think that certainly includes Hamilton in the slot right now, I believe, and I think Stone on the back end and is split is good. And you know what? I mean, sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'll be right back. I just
sure thing.
Sorry about that.
Comment came up here interesting, and we'll get his thought when he returns. But Marcus Peters moving to safety, I honestly, there are a lot of corners who do it. I don't really see it, honestly. It's he's not a good enough tackler, I don't believe, for it. Although, boy, is he a good enough gambler for it.
And that's the thing. I mean, gambling at that position is different when you're gambling at the cornerback position compared to gambling at that safety position. You better be right if you're gambling as a safety, because obviously there's nobody else behind you. That's probably the biggest thing that would worry me. Like you said, he's an aggressive corner. Marcus Peters can make tackles. Now, he did make a couple of business decisions this year, but I don't know. I think Peters is an aggressive enough corner. I don't know if I trust him to be my last line of defense right now. He's too big of a gambler, and it's just not something I feel comfortable with if he's the last guy on my defense.
Let's hear from you, Garnett. Oh, he froze up on us here.
I think he froze. Oh, he's back.
Marcus Peters is a safety.
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Am I good to go? Okay, yeah. So for me, it's too late in his career for me to do it. Like I'll say, I would love for him to try it, but I was looking at it like this. If we were talking about like 28, 29-year-old Marcus Peters, and say, I'll be willing to try it, but as of right now, his eyes, and Cordell hit it on perfect. Like, let's think about the eyes of Brandon Stevens. Brandon Stevens' eyes got him in trouble a lot when he was at safety. So, because the fact that he was so used to playing corner and try to jump on things, and then he'll be like, "Oh crap, I messed up," right? So, for Marcus Peters, I feel like he's so locked in, mentally to what he sees, that I feel like maybe that double move is literally
Mhm.
one double move away from with a pump fake, and then that's 6 like Cordell was talking about. It's just I'll give it. I wouldn't mind giving it a chance, but I better have a solid number 2 corner willing to be able to take that gamble before I do that.
Like if he's going to play kind of like that hook zone or something like that, okay. But I can't trust him in the deep thirds, to play quarters or anything like that, because he'll see something that maybe he feel like he saw on film, like you said, and I mean he'll go jump it looking to make that home run play, and I mean then you're SOL because you literally have a wide receiver probably streaking from the other side of the field on a deep post. It's just
and then you got Marcus Williams doing this the whole
yeah.
I tell you what, Marcus Peters though, probably the best gambler at cornerback the NFL's ever seen, and we had a gambling safety. And people would get on him about the gambling. They get him on him at the laddering of the football. When their offense couldn't move it at all, they get him on the taking too many chances with coverage. But basically, he was a very patient defender, and I think that's what Peters would be on the back end. The thing I wouldn't be able to tolerate is the tackling. If he's the last line of defense and he can't tackle a running back, which is really the situation is going to stress him, then that's a problem. But I think he'll be a great back of bracket interceptor, a guy who knows exactly when to undercut for the interception. Mm-hmm. I think you'll see, with Deshaun Elliott, we saw always a guy who wanted to go to the midsection of the receiver no matter what. And, I love his hard-hitting attitude, but it's a strong safety mentality. It's not the guy you want at free safety. With Peters, I see a loose bracket guy, more like Geno Stone, a guy who wants to, or Ed Reed, who wants to play enough off ball that he's playing for the overthrow or playing for the tip ball.
As long as Marcus Peters communicates with the safety, hey, I'm pulling the trigger, I'm cool with. But we've seen so many times where the
goes rogue.
Yeah, exactly. Rogue. Yeah.
You're on mute.
Thank you very much. That was my first one of the day, and I think I only had one yesterday. You made me think of when number 29 was playing safety for us for 1 year, and Ed Reed came to the game, and I think we were playing the Patriots on Monday night. Lamar beats Tom Brady, and Ed told Earl, take a step back, man. Just take a step back. Take a step back. And sure enough, Earl Thomas was the deepest of the deep, little overthrow there, and Earl got his interception. But yeah, if we were talking about Marcus Peters playing safety, I don't see it, man. I don't see it. Because I was saying before, if Julius Brents runs a 4.53 and he's getting drafted in the second round, Marcus Peters doesn't even have to look at his guy half the time to know what route he's defending, because he's looking at the guys next to him's route and reading the combination by himself. Like masters, like when I heard him talk about that, it was one of the most educational things that I've heard. I can't believe he did that. Like most guys can't figure out what route their guy's going to run in the middle of the route. He's looking at the route next to him, being like, well, if this is a slant, mine's going to be some kind of post or go route.
Mm-hmm.
Or if the other guys streaking up the stream, my guy's going to run some kind of stop or comeback route. Like this is genius stuff from Marcus Peters. So he's like a comfort food for me, man. Soup for the soul. Like he's brought back. I trust him to work in with the guys, and he'll tackle when he has to. I think Keith showed that. When he has to stick his nose in there, he'll do it. When he has to force the action back inside, he'll do it. So yeah, but switch to safety. Nah, man, we got Marcus Williams, bro. There's no reason for that. He's not a strong safety.
You're right. He's free safety exclusively.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Fellas, it's been great. I might be able to jump back on with you guys probably sometime after this pick. Definitely will try to, but appreciate y'all having me, man. And yeah, hopefully I'll be able to talk to y'all later on today.
Thanks for joining us, Cordell.
Cordell,
Yes,
man,
sir.
it's really nice meeting you finally. Hopefully, yeah.
Hey, I just want to say, man, thank you for always asking the uncomfortable questions, man.
You know what?
Appreciate it.
Thank you, G. Cordell, I wanted to say this. I went to College Park, got the thing on. Journalism major, all right?
Yeah.
I get real snobbish about the questions, okay? It's you. I'd mentioned this to you on Twitter. It's you and it's Jeff Z. There's an art form to this. You can't just go balls to the wall and ask a question.
Right.
You got to ask it the right way. You got to say the right words. You got to leave them room to say something. Cordell wouldn't.
Oh, yeah.
That's my guy,
Oh
man.
yeah, man.
That is my
I
guy.
try, man. It's all in the wording. I learned that early in my career. It's all in the wording. They don't. It's not necessarily about getting them to solely answer your question. It's really just trying to get them to talk, and you never really
Right.
know what they're going to give you once they start opening up. So I just
Don't
try to
put
put
words
the
in their
question.
mouth. That's the worst thing you can do.
Right,
Put words in their
right,
mouth.
right.
Would you say it's
Yeah,
a great
try to
thing
make
that
it
this
opened up.
happened? Oh, yeah, yeah. So I thank you, G. You reminded me to ask Cordell to say that to Cordell. I'm a big fan of yours in the press conferences, for real, bro, and I appreciate that.
Appreciate y'all, man. Thank y'all again for having me, for sure.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. CG came right on time. I'm a snob with those questions. I have reporters that I really like when I hear their voices, and I have reporters that I know they're just gonna waste a question.
Right.
You know, and I want to know stuff, G.
Exactly. Give me a fully detailed question, but yeah, just break it up the right way. You're good, man. That's
Right.
all it is. Yep.
What is it? Comparison questions or off the menu?
Right.
There are relatively few people who actually ask football questions at the podium. It's not something that's generally encouraged, by the way. But if you want to ask, you know, we've seen a great reduction in dime this year. Can you talk a little bit about that? That's not a question they want to talk about.
Right.
Right.
Right. Yeah, but Cordell's questions, Ken, I thought Jeff Z, my favorite, like the GOAT. Cordell, man, he climbs up there and he actually will ask some questions that other people won't. And like, I kind of miss that. But like, you know, a lot of people, Jerry Coleman, go back and forth with him, and you know, don't care for Jerry Coleman would ask whatever question he wanted to at any time, and take it from Harbaugh if you know Harbaugh didn't like it. So
Right.
I like it.
Coleman asked too many injury questions for what it was, and I used to stand right next to him at camp, and I would feel like vitriol was being directed at me. One really uncomfortable moment with Harbaugh where Coleman asked an injury question, and then I followed it up and I said, okay, not concerning injuries. What about, you know, Alex Lewis and his potential opportunity to play left guard only through this? And Harbaugh had a curt and immediate answer, not enough information at this time. And it was one of these things I knew I had stepped on another injury. Exactly that moment for him to do that. And he walked away from the podium. He's actually apologizing to me. He said, it's just a piece of information you don't know, kind of thing he's saying to me. So, oh no.
I'm
Sorry,
going
Ken.
to use the bathroom break. I'll be right back. That's why I dropped the camera.
Well, we didn't need to know. We didn't need to know.
My bad. Hey, I just, you know, my bad. Jesus.
Yeah.
Hey, I agree, Jeremiah. Coleman's a very nice guy. And I've always appreciated whenever I could work with him on anything. But yeah, he's had me on his show a little bit. I think he did one pod with me as well. But he's got something going on with AJ now, doesn't he?
I think so. Yes,
Yeah.
the captain. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what they have. I have to check that out because, you know, quite frankly, Adam Jones is another one. Say whatever he wants to say, just like Coleman. Yeah. So I missed some picks. Panay Sewell's brother went, Noah Sewell, and Josh Weil, the tight end out of Cincinnati, went. Ken, both of us liked him. I remember. I think we did, right? Weil out of Cincinnati.
I've honestly been not paying attention to the picks as they roll off the board, but we've got 7 picks left before the Ravens. I'm going to take a look and see if I could get the draft tracker going, because that's also having a problem just getting it to show up on my machine here.
So guys, if you're in here, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button for both Ken and I. That would really help get it in the algorithm, let people see it. Subscribe to our channel. You turn the notification bell on if you want to get notified whenever I drop a video. Summertime's a good time for that because I'm not dropping them every day. So that would definitely help to support the channel. Really appreciate you guys.
Comments have been terrific again today, guys. We appreciate it so much, and love having you guys watching the draft with the folks here in this relaxed manner on day 3, as is all that much more enjoyable than even day 1 and day 2. Day 1, day 2 are high tension kind of moments, and we're announcing every pick, and it really matters. I mean, obviously, particularly on day 1, but just this relaxed, you know, talking about where are the Ravens right now on day 3. A lot of fun with you guys.
Yeah, for real. The comments and it just feels good.
Going to ask for no tips on the Oriole game here. I'm recording that. I do appreciate it, Alex, and I hope that whatever Jorge has done today is a game winner for the Ravens. Probably we don't, or for the Orioles, we probably don't know yet. But the Orioles, boy, playing some great baseball right now. This is a great time for Baltimore sports with the Jackson contract being signed and with Zay in the first round to have an Oriole streak also going on.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, the Orioles won 3-1 today, Ken. So I was just going to tell you that.
You better not. You better be lying to me. I'm about to.
Yeah, I'm lying.
Yeah.
Football's on my screen, sir. Football's on my screen. Yeah. Watch, we won 3-1. Ken's going to think I wasn't lying. Mike Morris went off the board, Ken, 4-3 edge. Looks like to Seattle. So, again, we, Ravens fans, when Seattle picks defense, we genuinely like it because they play a totally different scheme than we do. So,
Completely different game.
Yeah, so
Morris was one of my pothole players. I was a little bit concerned the Ravens would take him. It'd be a Michigan connection thing, and we wouldn't really know. The guys who will really excite me in terms of a pick late in this draft are going to be small school guys that I've never heard of. If I've never heard of him, and also if it's not a position of obvious need and they take him anyway, boy, that's the intersection of it's the highest probability of value out of the pick.
There you go. Yeah, the only defensive lineman I have, left is Moro Ojomo, unless I missed him and he was taken. Kind of surprising because I thought he'd be off the board.
Got a large trust fund you're working on there, Jason?
No, what's that? Oh no. No, it is not. It is not. It's called a sugar mama, Jim. Now, Mr. Katz, let me tell you about my wife. No, it's a team effort, man. It's a team effort. You got to have mom and dad working these days, man. Got to have mom and dad working. Garnett knows.
Yes, big time. My partner in crime over there, she basically about to go off in not too long and go run a restaurant, and I'm able to chill on the weekends being a manager. I'm true.
You want to bring her over and introduce her because we hear a lot about her, but
hold on.
If she's got that.
Let's see if this works.
As we're waiting for this, I just want a shout out to Maureen, and she's not going to come up and say this, but could not do what I do without her. She spends so much time every week working on this with me, and it's her responsibility. It's like on her checklist of things she has to accomplish for the week. It's not like I have to drag her to do it. It's like we have offensive line scoring tonight. When do you want us to get started on that? We're doing the offensive line scoring. She's doing the recording. I'm just calling it out play by play. She's like, I need a pass rush. Can't move on yet. Kind of thing. She's directing traffic in a way that is unbelievably valuable. We go to the games. She scores who's on in the defensive backfield while we're there because that could be hard to get off the TV broadcast as opposed to waiting for the all 22. So what she does for me and the fact that hi there. What's her name? She's running away now.
They would say that's your name. Yeah.
I don't blame her, bro. I don't blame her.
Yeah, but and I heard a kid that was talking. I just want to say I've witnessed the organized chaos that him and his wife do. It's like the most insane, awesome thing all at once to go to a game and immediately have to hey, we got to go back. We got to.
And we run.
Run. Literally, they're booking it out the stadium. Get back home, rewatch the game. Basically, the chart they already had, they're gonna go over it. Ken does this, his I forget is it a 0.03 that you click every time to see
if I'm timing something, sure, yeah, but that doesn't happen.
Basically, this is all happening around 1 o'clock in the morning. This is still insane to me. I was like, dude, you're a fucking animal. Excuse my language, but I have to say that. It's both of them, not just Ken. They're both doing this. So, dude, if you can find a woman like that, man, I'm salute. Seriously, man, I'm jealous. I'm sorry, not jealous. But yeah.
My wife's too critical. My wife is way too critical. I don't know. I told her one time, I was like, honey, Ken said something about what was it? The heater or something, whatever. My stuff wasn't right, Ken,
Yeah.
whatever it was. All right. And she was like, tell him I heard his damn dogs barking on the podcast. All right, I'm like, you know what? I'm going to let you tell Ken. So that'll give you a hint into the life of the woman of my life, man. Yes, she's a tough girl, and I love it, man. The work she does. She works at a hospital. She works delivering babies. She sees some things and goes through some things nobody should ever want to go through. Stuff I can't even barely hear about sometimes. Saving lives every day. Yeah. So my wife, definitely a hero, holds it down for me while I mess around with football too. For real. Yeah. Yeah. Very lucky.
So that's crazy. A.T. Perry is still on the board.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Xavier Hutchinson, another guy people like. Yoshevitz, I wasn't too hot on him, but I still met him on the board. And Garnett, did you see Matt Landers from Arkansas? Big, tall, fast, slant go, sluggo, done.
Wait, he's still on the board?
Yeah, as far as I know, man. I admit it's been harder to keep up today than normal, especially Cordell and Pete, and I was listening to them, but I think my board's up to date.
Man, it's like this. All right, okay. All right, I'll keep it real. I understand the whole Roquan for the second, and that really affected a lot of what we can't do today. And we can live. We're living with it, obviously, but this would have been a great year to retool a lot of things for us right here, like just certain positions, I should say, certain groups. And receiver, obviously, we did that with the first pick, but you got guys like Landers, A.T. Perry, Corey Trice Jr. Well, you had the dude from Purdue. I like he was good, solid. Tomlinson, like, and here we are. We're just we're sitting with our hands, just playing it by the board for once. This is new to a lot of Ravens fans for the new group. They're used to having like 7 or up picks. Or I'll say about 8 or up picks. I should say.
The thing that strikes me, Garnett, and I don't know, Ken, maybe you can comment on this, is there's more guys than usual. I knew this was going to be kind of a crazy draft, but there's more guys than usual. You talk about a corner like Eli Ricks or A.T. Perry at the positions of value. Even a slot corner at this point, as we're sitting in round 5, and they're still available. I mean, it's different if a guard slipped or there's character. There can't be this many injury or character concerns. There's some guys at premium position, proven conferences that are still out there.
Did any of the following been taken? And I haven't been really religious on the board, but they were available today. Ronnie Hickman, Brandon Joseph, Sidney Brown of Illinois. All 3 of those guys gone, or any one of those 3 guys? Like Sidney Brown.
I know Sidney Brown left, but the other 2, I'm not sure. I saw Sidney Brown. He left this round.
Sidney Brown went yesterday or earlier today to the Eagles. The other 2, Hickman and Joseph, are still on the board.
Okay, still also in my safety top 10, J.L. Skinner of Boise State. That's a big frame for you. Is out there. Chris Smith of Georgia is still around. Christopher Smith.
He sure is.
Jordan Howden,
and
unbelievable tackler.
Yeah, he got taken, and so did Shamari Connor, who made my board. If you remember, Ken, he got taken as well.
14th on mine. Jordan Howden got taken. You said.
Yes, I saw him come off. Yep.
All right.
Jeremiah W., thank you. Huddle It Up Films highlights of Ricard, favorite one. Mashing fools all year long. Laughed out loud when he got Judon. Yeah, he pancaked Judon, guys. You remember that? Big Justice Hill run up the left sideline. Ricks is still out there. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Antonio Johnson's the eight reps on 8 bench reps, and a bunch of other bad stuff happened to him at the combine too. Bunch of other bad testing. Let's not say bad stuff.
Hey, Ken, maybe he's just not a tester.
Yeah.
So 3 picks to go. Let's look at your big board right now as to who's still available and who might make sense for the Ravens. I need to bring that up on my machine.
Let me see if I can share it. See if I can share it again. NFL big board. Okay. Okay, so there's the big board right there. Let me see. It should be in your lobby, Ken.
Oh, in the private chat?
Let's see.
No. Oh, there you go. Okay, yeah. Let's see if we bring that up to the stream
Okay.
here.
Yeah, it's a little small when you have us all on the screen, but in the yellow there, Antonio Johnson, Eli Ricks, A.T. Perry, Jalen Duncan. Man, if we can get some help for this offensive line, Jalen Duncan is still out there. And then if you go to the top of the blue,
THT.
yeah, Travian Hodges Tomlinson. You got Ekiar, the guard. I'm going to switch to the by position here. You can see the board's pretty much wiped out. Edge, all you have is Brooks and Andre Carter there. Tight end, Zach Kuntz is the only one, but still I'd say four good guards available. Of course, Voorhees wouldn't be available this year, but Ekiar McFadden, another big school guy, and Nassim Richards out of North Carolina, guard tackle. So there's still some help out there on the offensive line. And Ken, I saw a William and Mary tackle get taken that I'd never heard of as well.
156, the pick is in, so Ravens should be on the clock here any moment. And they may have already picked. Again, we're gonna ask people not to tip the pick if you do see it. I'm gonna take the big board down off the screen for right now so we can do a little bit more with these comments here before we go.
Yeah, Antonio Johnson is somebody that I liked. I thought that I liked his man coverage is what I really liked about him. 4.52, I didn't think was a bad time. Closer to the line of the scrimmage, the better. And of course, Ken and I have had discussions with the missed tackles and the dangerous tackling, looking for the knockout shots. It wasn't a case of him not getting there. It was a him with bad form, looking to knock people out. Maybe just to speculate, maybe there's something off the field like they didn't like. Maybe they tried to coach that tackling into him, Ken, and he wouldn't take to it or something like that. Because, I know he plays safety. We just got to pick in. It could have been somebody we took.
Jordan McFadden?
Yeah, I had him at guard. Yeah.
Man. So I really didn't say my piece when it comes to the tackling part of what you're talking about, Jason. I know a lot of people, even if you remember with CJ Mosley, he was good at wrapping up. But if you remember with CJ Mosley, he always somewhat led with the head first almost in a way. Some of these guys just been doing it since Reg Lee, Pop Warner, and they got away with it for along being the bigger, badder kid. You know how it is, man. And then when you get to the higher level, some things like, hey, I want you to, head up, shoulder, and all this. But when that game comes around, game speed, you're literally going right back to your instincts, man. So maybe it's dangerous because we've seen, obviously, the Pittsburgh Steelers linebacker from years ago when that happened to him or whatever.
That's what I brought up. That's what I brought up on Ken's show, G, because it was worse than his. Like his was habitual. Like I said, it wasn't just shoulder. It was this. It was the first rule you learn in football, G, was what? See what you hit.
Yep. Exactly.
He never saw what he hit.
Yeah, and that's the thing about it. Like, it's just the fact that like they expect things to break down certain ways and they try to react to it as much as possible. Probably try to, all right, I know it's coming. I'm going to put my head down right then and there. And, worst coming worst, man. So that's why I say, man, sometimes you just can't coach stuff out of people, man, which is the saddest thing. It's like the same thing, Ken, from back in the day, I don't know what episode number this is, but when we were talking about catching with the diamond instead of the wide hands, pyramid back in the day, exactly.
Always looked like a spade to me.
Yeah, the spade. Yeah, right.
Wouldn't you look more like a spade?
They made the pick. They didn't trade it, so that's something.
So, hey, Ken, let's put a porterhouse beer on it. You think it's a corner or a guard?
I'm concerned it's already been tipped in some way, but I kind of hope it's a corner, but we'll see.
Yeah, I've given up on drafting a corner at this point.
Yeah, I feel guard. I don't know. I'm just taking a while of this. I'm just hoping.
I hope it's Jalen Duncan. I would like Travis Hodges Tomlinson, Neil Ekiyor. I think all of them would be good if we can't get if we're not going to go corner.
Okay, I'm rolling up the comments because I'm afraid somebody will tip it if I look there.
No, I'm just gonna look away.
Oh, obviously a lot of interest here. A lot of people joined the watch party here in the last few minutes.
Yeah, big pick for the Ravens. Big pick. We haven't gotten much action over here, man. You know, it's been kind of
cornerback. Caillou Blue Kelly.
Wait,
what do you think?
Get out of Stanford?
Yes.
That's the first Stanford player the Ravens has ever selected. Ever.
Yeah. I liked him better in zone than man. He actually did not make my board, which is going to surprise you guys, but I was very choosy with cornerbacks. A 4.52 guy, 4.52, not fast, and he had trouble with speed and change of direction, which to me makes it hard to find a place outside. Maybe a zone defender only.
Yeah, he is.
Run support looked hot and cold, which hindered his value. So overall, you know, is 6 foot 191. I wish I had better things to say. I know other people liked him more than me, but you know, as far as my board, I wasn't his biggest fan.
Me either. I remember watching the UCLA game. I don't know the reason why I just studied hard on the corners. Charbonnet, he wasn't scared of how big he was, so he was throwing his bodies around on that, you know, playing them. Physical guy, just straight physical zone type of corner, like you mentioned, you know. So hopefully we'll see how it goes. I don't see him being a runaway against a JD or, you know, the rest, or Brandon Stevens. Is just going to be a battle between them amongst them all. I don't see a runaway with him, but solid guy, I guess you can say, you know, when it comes to just him being a tackler or whatever, or just being a zone type of guy. That's it. That's
been a problem for me, was the missed tackles were kind of high. He doesn't turn 22 until 5/22, so that's good. He's fairly young. I have him as having a good mirror, but I don't have anything else really on him. And I don't have him in my top 10. I don't have my honorable mentions. And I've also got a no category at cornerback, and he's not in any of them. And I thought he had been in my honorable mentions, so it had to be that I just missed him as I was going through this. He probably would have been an honorable mention because I don't think there's any way I'd like him as much as THT, who they actually turned down for Kelly.
Actually, I misspoke. He was on my board. He was just number 21.
Okay.
Number 21 on my board. So, yeah, I just, you know, my notes, though, weren't very, very positive. Yeah, it's tough. That's tough. But, yeah, hey, Ravens see something in him. I feel like we're going to run a lot of zone defense, though, because I can't see Kelly holding up against, you know, a lot of man.
No, absolutely not.
One pick remaining now for the Ravens today. It's a good question. I don't have notes made on this, but did we like? Oh, you know, that's how we can change the size of things there. But I didn't have any notes on Kelly as a press corner.
I don't think he played much press corner again. I think he was an off man and zone.
Yeah, off man. I'll say like he was more of an off man guy due to just not being able to keep up with the speedsters of the world. When he went against the USC and he went against the wide receiver that went to the Falcons,
Jordan Addison.
No, the Falcons. The year before. Golly, big dude, light skinned guy.
Drake London.
He had a battle with him, a good battle, just to give you an idea of what type of corner he is. He physical, like ball up in there, King. You're like this. I don't know the length of his arms, but he knew how to use his arms for the pass breakups. Like it wasn't like, you know, I'm lost in the sauce. I'm trying to play trail technique, and I'm like just trying to recover. It's not. I'm right there in the hip pocket, and I'm using my reach to battle for the ball. Just to give you an idea. Yes, sir.
Yeah, he also played Jordan Addison this year, and I believe Addison had a big game against him. That was like my first impression of him, if I'm remembering right. But yeah, I've tried to be positive with the players. Kelly made my board. I mean, I think that he'll have a chance to make it in the NFL. It's just when I look at, my goodness, man, corners that I had like Eli Ricks, like Hodges Tomlinson, like Terrell Smith, like Corey Trice, Rajon Wright, Nick Jones. It just kind of surprises me that we would take a non-athlete.
Right.
The other comment I had made about him was that playing cover 3, and you mentioned him being more likely a zone corner, that I didn't think he really had the downhill style that some of the other cornerbacks have. And we talked about this yesterday a little bit, but there's the physicality, but Emmanuel Forbes doesn't have the physical stature to beat people up or anything. But why he's so effective is he reads the play quicker, and he's there as the ball's getting there, which receivers at his most vulnerable point. So if you can't do that and play downhill well, then you're really behind the 8 ball as a little bit smallish corner at 6 foot 191.
Yeah. Hey, I can't wait to go back and look at him, and I'm sure I'll like paint the bright side of it. But yeah, kind of puzzling to me. Kind of puzzling.
I'll say this trying to be a little jokester with this. Hey, don't force yourself on it so much, brother, where you're like, you're at the bar, you had a couple of drinks, and like, I no, she's a 5. I can, but if you add 3, we good, right? Don't do that. You don't have to do that. It is what it is with them. Well,
Not me, buddy. Antonio Johnson finally went, by the way. Went to the Jags, it looks like. Yeah, it just strikes me. We've seen the Ravens not be afraid to take a corner from SMU with great physical skills like Brandon Stevens, Ladarius Webb from small school. For them to go with a corner that runs into 4.5s and doesn't have the length like Julius Brents, like there's nothing physically that stands out about Kelly. It just kind of puzzles me. It's the first pick that I would say, no, I don't like that, because I have a good handle on the players that we passed on to get to him and him himself. Where like Tavius Robinson, I can see the upside. I can see why the Ravens would like him.
8.76 RAS. That's disgusting. Jesus.
Maybe the Baltimore get up says he heard Kelly ran a 4.46. Maybe that's a pro day time.
Pro day.
Could be.
All my times are combine times.
Yeah,
4.52. Yeah.
Thanks, Heinz. Thanks for joining us. We're trying to pick out these international guys as we hear. Anybody from Australia on the feed right now? Or New Zealand? Anywhere in the Pacific at all? We had one Hawaii guy, I remember.
I remember being one of those guys out there, Ken.
You were.
It's crazy.
There you go.
Yeah, Justin Caillou Blue Kelly at the Senior Bowl. You can, if he played and he was doing the drills, you could see those reps. They're available on YouTube, by the way. And I would recommend you to do so.
Matt, thanks for joining us from New Zealand. Dre from Hawaii. Appreciate it.
Nice.
So, one pick to go. Where might the Ravens like to spend this last little bit of draft capital?
Guard,
running back.
I really think guard is going to be it.
Okay.
I would agree. I feel like we have to use it on the O-line somewhere. I mean, if they were serious about moving Lele to guard already, maybe it's a tackle. But yeah, somewhere on the O-line.
Oh, got somebody else from Australia.
Let's see. Speaking of Lele, that's crazy. Australia right there.
Hey, Childs, thanks for joining us.
Hey guys, how are you?
Having a fun time here. I'll introduce the crowd here. I know you're new. Childs Walker of the Baltimore Sun does writing on just about every section of that paper except maybe food, right? But you do the
I've never done any food.
horse racing, a lot of political writing, right, for the paper here. And
well, back in the day, less now, but yes.
All right, very good. This is Jason Smith up here in the upper right, and he's our big board guy. And we have Garnett West, ex-Marine, big fan of the Ravens, watches a lot of college football and tape. And Childs, thanks for joining us. We had Cordell on a little earlier. We had Pete Gilbert in for a visit, and glad to have you right before this last pick.
So what's shaking?
A lot of conversations. Where do you think the Ravens are going with this last pick? I guess is the first consideration.
I mean, it gets awfully dodgy at this point in the draft. Obviously, I mean, we've been talking all day. Would they finally go for a cornerback? Obviously, they just did. But I mean, at this point, I think it's more about just is there a player you like as a developmental guy, regardless of position? I mean, so it's hard to pinpoint. I mean, we've been talking, is it possible they would pick up a quarterback to compete for the backup job, with this last pick? I mean, I could see that wouldn't be impossible. Maybe the guy Jaron Hall from BYU, I think he's still out there. We had thought that the UCLA guy, Dorian Thompson-Robinson, might be a candidate if he got to that point, but obviously he's gone to Cleveland. So he's not on the table. So I don't know. I got to be honest. I'm not a deep student of college football. So we're well into the portion of the draft where I am scrambling to research these guys when they get picked.
One of the great things, Childs, is the players that come off the board, the less I know about them at this point, the better. Because then I know DaCosta has gone to his small school infrastructure and he's gotten somebody who's just way off the radar. In fact, if Jason doesn't know about it, Jason really scouts a lot more college football than I do. Then I'm really that much more excited. A small school guy and a position of not need is really exciting at this point in the draft. I know everybody's going to want an offensive lineman. Everybody's going to want maybe another cornerback, maybe a running back be a possibility. But now it's such a thin line now between the UDFA guys and who you would get in round 6 that they might just wait.
I mean, it's very rare that we see them go through a draft without drafting an offensive lineman or defensive lineman. So, I guess if you're just playing the percentages based on their history, you would think it would be one of those two positions because, they believe very strongly in continually adding depth, on the interior, whether they think the guy is a candidate to play anytime soon or not. I mean, they're always building inside. So, I mean, that's always a good guess.
And Childs, did they have a press conference and ask about Davius about where he would play? Could he slide inside a little bit like Calais, play like 5-tech, 4-eye, some kind of defensive end role?
I mean, he's got the size, but he's maybe a little bit lean to do that right now. Now, obviously, we haven't talked to the Ravens brass yet, so we have not gotten to ask Eric DaCosta or Joe Ortiz about that. They may have a little more insight on what they think about that. I will say he was. When we did the Zoom with him right after he got picked, Davius, he was a very impressive guy. I mean, just very, very self-assured, very, very, very bright and confident. So, I mean, he seemed like a guy who is going to come in and do everything he can to be as good as he can be. So, I mean, that's, you always like that. And I mean, just reading around, the sense was that he was really coming on at the end of his college career. So, again, that's a good sign. It just seems like he maybe not the most explosive guy. Obviously, if he was, he would have been drafted higher, right? There's with any guy who's being drafted at this point, there's nits to pick. But
yeah, no, I liked him. I was wondering, where exactly he fit, if he could be that, like, a defensive end type guy, and if we're going away from, going more away from a true Sam linebacker. Just because we don't have another one, and we played obviously a lot of more even fronts last year while everybody was getting healthy. So, I was just trying to figure out how this outside linebacker room was coming together with the, some of the defensive ends like the JPPs we had last year, Calais playing at end and all that stuff.
Well, you just said JPP. I mean, I would be very surprised if we don't see them add at least one veteran guy in that role, maybe more than one veteran guy. I mean, we've seen them do that, the last few seasons. Obviously, Justin Houston, I mean, not exactly the role that you're talking about, but wouldn't be surprised at all if we saw him back. So, I mean, I kind of I kind of think they're going to go with the veteran route in terms of addressing that for 2023.
Nice.
JPP, exciting guy in terms of a guy who can eat run snaps and doesn't mind. He's a workhorse. He ends up he comes in, obviously making almost nothing, and came and played a ton of snaps. You don't usually see that. Oftentimes you get a situational pass rusher. I think they did a pretty good job of limiting Houston's snaps in a way that made him more effective as a pass rusher. But JPP, they just leaned on him for run snaps.
Yeah, I mean, he became a real dirty work guy for them. I mean, he did not necessarily get a whole lot of chances to be a star, but I mean, absolutely, he was grinding out all that tough work for them, and ended up being a significant part of that defense.
And Mamba, I'm a guess on that one, man. Andrew Voorhees, he probably would have landed in the 3rd, 4th round, I think. So why not? Why not? We might need help at guard as soon as, if not this year, then definitely next year, maybe. So definitely be an option.
Childs, wanted to ask you something about the left guard competition because we didn't get to that to any of the other guys. So some of Harbaugh's comments at the end of the year and some of the color, maybe what you picked up in terms of other commentary around the castle, he mentioned about 3 names before he got to Ben Cleveland, it seemed like. And maybe Cleveland was actually the 3rd name, but we gotta find a place for McCary, and we brought in John Simpson, and we have Cleveland, I guess, could do something. It didn't seem very positive about it. And I also talked about Fa'alele in that group. Do you have a sense that the Ravens are still looking for competition, or maybe even what their prognosis is for Ben Cleveland going forward?
I do think they're looking for competition for sure. That's been the consistent message. We were just talking outside before I came in. I mean, I think in some sense this draft was probably good for Ben Cleveland, at least in terms of giving him a cleaner shot at the job. I mean, they have not drafted anybody to come in and compete. So, I mean, there is that, but certainly last season was not a positive one for him in terms of, the tone for him inside the castle and just in general. I mean, we know it got off to a tough start with the whole conditioning test issue. He's had trouble staying on the field for practice, which he needs to sort of improve his reputation with coaches. Now, look, I think you could throw him in there and he would do a decent job in some respects. I mean, I don't think it's like, when we've seen him play, he doesn't look like a guy who totally doesn't belong on an NFL field. There's some good things there. But I mean, that intense enthusiasm that we heard about that pick when they made it 2 years ago. And John Harbaugh was right at the front of the parade.
The guy,
leading the cheers. I mean, he was thrilled with that pick. You certainly don't hear that kind of enthusiasm around, when Ben Cleveland comes up in conversation these days. I can't say that we've asked about him really specifically, because obviously there've been bigger fish to fry when we've talked to Harbaugh and DaCosta in recent months. But it'll be a very interesting summer for him because, by all rights, he should be able to win that job, right? I still think that, as valuable a lineman as McCary is, that's probably not the ideal spot for him. I think they love him in that Super U role, as sort of their first option, when they need a tackle. And, we've seen in recent years, there's always going to be weeks when you need a tackle. So I don't know. That's a hard one. It's a hard one to call. It really is.
We had multiple things came up on the show earlier. I don't like McCary for his size at guard when you have a small center. I think you want another mountain of a human being next to him. You have that with Zeitler. He plays bigger than even what his size is, and you definitely have that with Cleveland. We saw some great push with Cleveland. One of the things I want as a run blocker out of Linderbaum, and I think he did just about everything perfectly as a run blocker, but he does not engage for long enough to help his lineman next to him finish a double team. And that was something we've had from linemen in the past is they're very good about not just popping the guy next to him, but going hip to hip, waiting for that go code before they move to level 2. And I just didn't see that at Linderbaum. I saw a lot more of chip blocking on his combination block. So I'm very positive on Linderbaum. Linderbaum had a fine rookie year, not the pass blocker yet that he needs to be, but he's starting from a great position, but that's one thing I want to see better. And I think it would really help to have another big offensive lineman next to him.
Well, and then in terms of pass blocking, it seems like Cleveland can kind of hold his own just with sheer size and power, right? He'd be in trouble if he had to be in space, I guess. But it seems like seems like he wouldn't be overwhelmed as a pass blocker. I mean, again, Ken, you study that part of it a lot more than I do. But I don't know if that's your take on it as well, or.
He was a good pass blocker in college, and
Yeah.
it really hasn't shown up in the pros so far. So it's something I'm really hoping for. But good processing inside to outside and Jason, you can chime in here whenever you want as far as what he brought to the table. I liked him for that at Georgia, but I haven't seen it at the NFL level. He's just is a little bit too slow. And the fact that I thought originally the Ravens had given him a chance for the last 4 games of 2021 when he was in there. And then I hear about it, and it's really a Powers injury that forced that. I thought they were basically, trying to see what Cleveland was. And then, Powers is back, and no doubt about it, starter from day one the next year. And frankly, he had a great year. So there's never a doubt of him being taken off the field. So I just don't know where Cleveland is.
Although actually, if we go back to training camp, I don't think Powers went into training camp as a no doubt about it starter. I mean, I think they would have loved it if Cleveland had showed up in, the best shape of his life and had really made a stab to sort of seize that job. I mean, they certainly would have been open to that, but instead the opposite happened. And so, Powers, we talked, I mean, I know you and I have talked before. I mean, Powers was a very opportunistic guy. I mean, he sort of kept being there as an option the coaches could trust, and man, did it pay off for him in the end.
It sure did. I mean, how many 4th-year guys? Jensen is really the same kind of category. He's shown a little bit before year 4. Jensen had too, but Powers had shown some before, had been a pretty decent puller, but as in his 4th year, all of a sudden he makes himself a ton of money, very much like Jensen.
I'm curious, what did you guys think of the cornerback that they did draft in the 5th round, the Stanford guy?
Yeah, wasn't both Ken and I were kind of in concert on that. Made him my board. It was on our lists per se. Made my big board, but just I'm surprised at the lack of athleticism and the lack of short tackling, the lack of physicality, lack of speed. It's just very un-Ravens like for them to. They're more likely, I think, to go get a smaller school guy or a more unknown guy with some real stud physical characteristics. And they drafted a corner that's not very physical and runs a 4.52. So a little bit of a mystery. He played a lot of off coverage, zone coverage. Maybe I don't even know if he's a good enough tackler to where you say, all right, well, maybe he'll rotate in at safety, be kind of a combo guy, but definitely not your typical press man corner that the Ravens would like.
I kind of feel like what we learned is that maybe they did not love the cornerback class.
Lack of everything.
as much as, right. Maybe they didn't love the cornerback class as much as we thought they did coming in. I mean, because what we saw again and again when they had chances to use their higher picks on corners, they went elsewhere, even to positions where there were not obvious needs. And so I just more and more it seems like not only are they going to sign one veteran corner pretty soon, I wouldn't be surprising if they signed 2. It seems like that's where we're headed, at least for the short term.
Go ahead, Garnett. I'm sorry.
No, it's the same thing. We were talking about the him having a really low RAS score, because usually for guys in the later rounds, it's going off of just untapped potential, and having an 8.76 RAS, just being barely. I think he's like 198, 6-foot guy. Tape is not super good. It's like a mid tape, I should say. What I mean by that is it's okay. So when a guy that gets brought into that room where it's already question marks at corner, you're not really separating yourself from that pack already. So it's just I see him as a special teamer for now, and then really just as a rotational guy and see where it ends up from there. Yep, go ahead.
I was going to say, Charles, that was my question to Cordell when he was on. I don't know if you have any sense in it, but I expressed my concern that we have now Marlon Humphrey and basically a bunch of mid-round guys and guys who fell out of favor other places. Like it's just, I'm worried that the same thing that happened last year is going to happen this year, or like when the offensive line, say in 2020, when they had all these parts. Okay, we got this guy, that guy. Among all of them, one of them is going to take the job, right? Like it was at corner last year in the slot, and nobody took the job. But Stevens, Pepe, J.A.D., Rocky Sin, maybe, this is why the nervousness comes in, that we just got a bunch of guys and they won't be able to sort out the playing time.
Well, yeah, I mean, when we asked Eric DeCosta about that last night, he made a point of saying we're going to address that position through the draft and other means. And I think other means is carrying a lot of weight at this point. I mean, I think they're gonna have to go get a starter. And obviously Rock Ya-Sin has been the name that's been out there for months now. That's a possibility. I mean, Marcus Peters could, I wouldn't be surprised if they still brought him back. If they're getting two guys, wouldn't be surprised if we saw a Kyle Fuller reunion. I mean, I know they were happy with the way that was going before he got hurt. So I mean, there are possibilities out there. Are you thrilled about one of those guys seizing the job? I don't know. I mean, Marcus Peters, I think that would still be fine as a 1-year option on a modest deal. I thought that going into free agency. Don't know exactly where things stand there, but yeah, I mean, they're going to go get a starter. I mean, they have to, because I don't think any of the guys that they have sort of jumped forward to say I'm going to be that guy.
Well, Peters, they didn't have to wait. And so they could have signed him, and Rock Ya-Sin, they have to wait in order to not give up a draft pick. And that's true with it's true with anybody, they sign, obviously. The Aguilar signing is still kind of tightens my colon in terms of signing him and losing a 6th-round draft pick in addition to the value of the deal. But anyway, going through this, I think if they'd known how they would, that they would get the guy they wanted in the draft, at this point, I think that they would be happy not to have that deal in place.
Well, yeah, I mean, exactly. I think if you would have told them when they did it, hey, you're going to have OBJ and you're going to have, you're going to be able to draft Zay Flowers, it's probably a different story, but alas.
So more important to the special teams, child, Devin Duvernay or Tylan Wallace? Tylan Wallace, of course, is cheaper and has 2 years, and Duvernay's down to his last year. So I want to ask you, we had that debate earlier.
Now they raved about how Duvernay is looking physically the other night on Thursday when we were kind of talking to them about the various wide receivers. So they are certainly trumpeting where he is. I do have to wonder, though, if they're thrilled with carrying $4 million for a guy who really might just be a special teams player at this point. I mean, or at least that's his number one virtue. I don't know, but it certainly makes you wonder. I mean, if there had been interest in him in a trade, leading up to the draft or during the draft, I would think they would have had to think long and hard about that. May not have been a market there. I mean, look, he's an excellent returner, but I mean, you just have to worry about his ability to sustain it through a whole season, right? I mean, that's the big question with him. And I don't know. I don't know how this is going to shake out.
One thing I kind of like to see with him is a broader set of gadgetry used if he's not really forced into a wide receiver role. So if he's not, you don't need him to play the Z, then get him in the backfield, more carries per game. Use his speed to the outside, but also use him as a flanker as you need to, and bring him across the formation, and we'll see that horizontal stretching of the line of scrimmage that makes Lamar so effective out of him. But he is one of the players who can still do that for the Ravens. It's remarkable to me. You go through a year like last year, and not only did they really not do that as much as I would have expected with Duvernay, more because they needed him as a wide receiver, but they didn't do it with Justice Hill either. Justice Hill was on the field a fair amount, and he didn't get very many mesh point plays at all.
Now, I mean, that will be an interesting thing with Todd Monken, of course, because I mean, he certainly comes out of Georgia where the reputation for using a lot of different offensive players in a lot of different ways. That was something that was sort of a hallmark of their offense in Georgia. So, is he the coordinator to unlock the gadgetry with some of those players? I mean, we'll see. But I mean, there would at least be some reason for optimism there.
And then my question to you, Ken, would be, would you rather do gadgety stuff with Duvernay or Zay Flowers? Just from an effective standpoint, who's better at making people miss?
Flowers is more effective, but I need Flowers taking the top off the defense. How about you, Garnett?
Same here, Flowers. It's more unpredictable when Flowers is on the field more consistently, and then just bringing Duvernay in, we can somewhat expect what's going to happen.
But are you Are you more excited about using Flowers as a deep threat primarily, as opposed to a gadget guy? A high enough percentage of the time you might miss him as a deep threat. That's my question. You can use that player all over. Tyreek Hill, certainly they can do whatever they want with him. But
so you're asking me that?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'd rather use him like more of a deep threat all over instead of just a gadget. Is hands down, because like I said, I'm all about being unpredictable, and I think Todd Monken probably is viewing the offense in that way where, like I said earlier, every receiver from Bateman, him, and Odell are Jackson Ball trade. There's not no X, Y, and then obviously like a Z and all those things. Yes, sir.
I think this is going to be. I mean, I'm more interested to see this Ravens offense coming out of the chute than I have been in quite a while. So, from a sheer fan entertainment standpoint, we're in a pretty tantalizing spot.
Yeah, Childs. Like, what time does Odell do his warm up? Like, I feel like I have to see that once in my lifetime. Get there early, get in my seats, forget the tailgate, and just see Odell catching footballs in the back of the end zone.
Well, we saw him do it when he was with the Browns. It's pretty. It is something to see. I don't think that's what they paid the $15 million for, but it's something to see.
I mean, it might be part of my $80 ticket or $100, however much they cost now. Ken probably sits in the big guy seats, man. It's probably like $250 a game. But no, I've never seen it, so I would actually like to see that.
But I mean, I do think that's part of the takeaway from this draft, and I don't think they would put it this way, but I mean, it's not. I mean, a football team is an entertainment product in addition to, I mean, yes, obviously winning ultimately is the most important thing, and that's what's going to keep fans the most excited. But I mean, just the excitement around the players they've added, to support Lamar and, new coordinator and all that stuff. I mean, there is an entertainment component to it where people are just going to be excited to see this team play. And I'm not sure that's always been the case in recent seasons.
I'll say this. I've really appreciated the first year of McDonald and the first year of Wink. I couldn't have been more like a defensive fan, really opening their Christmas presents, getting to see these new packages that they run time after time. All of the innovation done by both of those coordinators, and we've seen very different guys, but Wink certainly had not only did he have a lot of different pass rush things he brought to the Ravens, he brought the 4 outside linebacker, the packages I call it race car, bought those here, did all sorts of things different in the secondary and off ball. And then we got more from McDonald even in terms of what he was willing to try. And that includes Hamilton at slot corner. I thought that how he was able to get effective use out of him was really something. So I like it on both sides of the ball. Having a new coordinator is fun, period.
Yeah. So, I love the possibility of you got Lamar coming in on time now with a new offensive coordinator. I mean, what we saw with Roman, there's no blueprint to Monken plus Lamar. There's none. We know what Lamar looked like with Roman. We know what Lamar would look like with another Monken would look like with another quarterback. Excuse me, but we don't know what Monken looks like with Lamar. And I hope, personally, I know that the AFC is an arms race, but I hope that it's a gradual. We add a little bit more. We add a little bit more. We add a little bit more, like Roman was able to do with the run game, where it was just a little extra wrinkle every week. I hope Monken has that long game in mind, G.
Absolutely, and that's my whole thing where I say the unpredictability. This is the year where you can literally exploit a lot of things because the fact that defense don't know what to prepare for. They have an idea. They know the run game is still here somewhat. But when it comes to just obviously having new weapons as offense and the coordinator, you can literally, let a bigger usage of 11 personnel instead of that 12 or 11% that we had previously. You know what I mean? So a lot of things are in our grasp, and that's why I can't wait to see it.
I don't think it's going to be a real question of how Pat Ricard's used in this offense. But Chaz, we probably talked about it a little bit. If you did an offensive show last year, I don't remember if you did an O or a D, but amazingly heavy packages, the heaviest in recent NFL history, and probably the heaviest in relative NFL history ever, or at least back for decades.
Yep.
they're a remarkably heavy team, and that is just not going to be the case anymore. I think we'll see plenty of 11 with this team.
Yeah, and I mean, I think Greg Roman would have said that was partly out of necessity, based on what he was working with, because though they had been a heavy team before last year, I mean, they, as you said, they kind of took it to a whole another level. But no, I mean, I think that's out. And you said Ricard, I do think that's going to be a very interesting question. We were talking last night as the Georgia tight end was slipping a little bit. Might the Ravens consider taking him in the third round? Bringing him in as an inline tight end to kind of fill Josh Oliver's shoes. But then if they had done that, would that have essentially left Patrick Ricard without a whole lot of a role in a Monken offense? Now, maybe not. I just thought it was kind of an interesting speculative topic that.
Who was the player you liked? I'm sorry.
You're batting around saying the Georgia tight end.
Right. No, love him. Darnell Washington.
Or Washington. I'm sorry. That's right.
Yeah. See, if you want a developmental left tackle, he was my guy, because I think he's clearly going to be a tackle in the NFL. I think there are people who think, great, keep him in line as a blocker. If he can block at the kind of length he has, he's already at 270. I'm sure he can fill out from there. It's not like a Crockett Gilmore stretch to make him into an offensive tackle. This is a guy who probably has played it a fair amount already in his life. It just makes all kinds of sense to me.
That's interesting, because I know other, going the other way with that. I mean, some people felt, he still has some upside as a receiver. Again, I don't, I've not scouted him extensively, so I can't say it, but he's certainly a fascinating prospect, but did not seem like he was a target for them ultimately. So.
Yeah, I think that him going to Pittsburgh would be like perfect, just obviously for blocking reasons, but also just him at yards after catch ability for a big guy. I think people forget that he ran 4.65 at 270, which is insane. And also he has soft hands. You might not be able to think also Brock Bowers is probably the best tight end in the nation for the past 2 years or 103 now. And I feel like he got so overshadowed due to that, and also Georgia's run game. It's just not enough balls to go around during that time. So I think he's gonna be good for tight end for quite some years, I believe. Good guy.
I'm gonna have to jump off here in a minute, Ken. Any last topic you want to hit?
No, we appreciate you joining us. I was just going to ask if you're going to be able to make it 27 picks or not, and I'm guessing you probably have have to be prepped and ready to go here.
I still gotta write some stuff today, so
fair enough.
I will get back to that, but thanks for having me, and I look forward to the next time I'm on.
Outstanding. Thanks, Charles.
All right, thanks, guys.
Sure.
All right. Now that's been fun. We've had some good drop-ins here, and everybody, if you're working today, but first of all, if you're a football media guy or a podcaster and you're not doing something today, it's like not having a date on New Year's Eve. This is not the day you want to be. I got other stuff I got to do today. You should have this blocked out on the calendar. And I realize I want to be respectful of the people who have families who don't completely understand their football addiction. But I do, this is one of these things. And if you're working media, you are working today. These 3 days, these are hard working days. You got press conferences to cover. You got articles to write. You got tears to record. So
right. If you don't have a portable charger for your phone, you are making a mistake right now.
There you go.
Yes, sir. And somebody brought up a good question, Ken, about Prochet and being with this offense. I forgot who said it, but how do you feel about it?
I think he's a bubble player going into year 4. Probably unlikely to make the team. If I had to guess, I always say the easiest article to write during training camp is who's on the bubble, and just look down the year 4 players, look down the other UDFA types that you think are maybe going to be on the roster, assign a percentage to each of them. It's like the easiest article to write of the whole training camp process. I don't think Prochet makes this team with the current wide receiver depth they have. I think too many things have kind of gone wrong. And it's not like he has zero special teams value, but he has fairly limited special teams value. So it's not like he's helping his own cause with that.
Right.
Where are you?
For me,
So,
no, you're good. So you just jumped in. So I'm going to go. So basically talking about Prochet making her team or not, and I just don't see Prochet making it. Prochet's, I think, been tough on the kid, man. I just feel like he never got, to be honestly, truthfully, he never got an opportunity to really do anything. 15 total targets, or I should say, 3 first year, 15 the next year. We just seen glimpse of no rhythm for him to be able to upstart anything. I do understand, like, for me, I feel like he'd be a solid number 3 receiver in the league if you have 2 well-established guys ahead of him. But yeah, I feel like I hope the best for him when go to another team, man. It's just, you're wasting good years of your young NFL career just doing special teams, not even really getting afforded a real opportunity because of a stacked room now.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, man, Brandon DeShields, thanks for checking in, man. Thanks for hanging out with us for 3 days. Yeah, go do what you got to do, buddy. Appreciate you. But yeah, I mean, we've had this conversation, you and I, many times. And, a lot of people want to, like, I think, just take their frustrations out on James Prochet. And I understand, okay, you look at the number of targets, the yards per target and all that is low. But I think that's a function of how he was used and how sporadic he was used. I mean, I think about that Cincinnati game 2 years ago when he got regular playing time and got to run regular routes out of the slot, not just these 5-yard, jerk routes and all the other stuff. And he was effective. So I think he just got kind of lost in the shuffle here. And I'm with you, Garnett. I hope he gets a chance. I would like to see what he could do just from a selfish standpoint, to see what he could do in a, even as a 4th receiver somewhere, where can he emerge? Can he get a stretch of playing time somewhere and be able to produce? I would like to see that for selfish reasons, just to see, my evaluation on Prochet, because running 5-yard routes in Greg Roman's offense, it's kind of hard to show what you can do. And I felt like he was just doing the same thing over and over again when he was in the game, which wasn't a lot.
Anderson, I like either of those picks. Duncan, definitely a developmental player. Has some weaknesses, not necessarily going to end up a tackle, probably ends up at guard, in my opinion. Ajamo, a defensive lineman who has some upside potential, and he's on my list. I've got to see how far down he is, but he might have been like number 9 on the defensive line list for me.
Yeah, wasn't a lot of guys with his physical capabilities. I think I had him right outside.
Yeah, 11 for me.
That's what it was. Yeah, it sounds about right for me too, Ken, with Ajamo, and we could have Ajamo and Ajabo. That would be pretty cool, right?
That would be cool. That'd be very cool. Ajabo, and Owe. So triple O.
A lot of O's.
Yeah.
O's, bros. Okay, I'm done.
Yeah. O's, Stros, and Natty Bows. What was the old saying around here, Ken?
I don't remember what the middle one is, and I shouldn't. O's something and Natty Bows.
Right.
Who can help us out? Baltimore person out there who knows it's O's something and Natty Bows, or it's something O's and Natty Bows. It's one of those two.
I want to say Stroh's, like the Stroh's beer, the old Stroh's
then
beer.
There'd be 2 beers in it.
Maybe that's more.
It's Baltimore. It would be pretty cool, but yeah. I did hear a story that I don't know if this is really worth telling here because we're on a football draft. But we are waiting for a pick here. We got a while to go. Guy from high school had gone on to pitch in the minor leagues. He pitched in the Northern League. And what he's telling me was that they got $12 per day of meal money. Okay. And so what they would do is they would go into the Shakey's buffet, and it could be 90 in the middle of the summer, and they'd wear a heavy coat, and they'd take a bunch of food with them so they handle their daily caloric needs. And then they would have enough money to buy a Stroh's 12-pack. And if you're listening, you know who you are in terms of that story. But I thought that was really funny. You are on mute.
We have someone named Chris with a response there, Ken, at the very bottom.
It is Stroh's. Okay.
He thinks it's Stroh's.
All right. I'm gonna
Stroh's
Google
and Natty Bows. Okay, hon. See, Ken, you didn't think I had that in me, right? Yeah, that's old school right there.
It just didn't make sense in the same way. Strohs and Natty Bose is what it is.
Googled it. It's on Google.
Yeah, it is on Google. Oh, it's on Twitter, actually. So, yeah, it's probably still correct.
Sean said it is Strohs as well. Okay, I'm taking it as a win.
It's actually Scott Van Pelt. It's on his profile. That's where the thing came from. So it better be well researched. He better have had some intern look that up for him if he didn't know it himself.
Okay, there we go. Scott Van Pelt, though, I kind of believe he did his research.
He's the real deal. He stayed a Maryland fan very well in terms of the basketball.
Yep.
See, I can't be a part of this conversation. I'm a Atlanta Braves fan. So we talk about Maddox or Smokes down here. I got you, but that's
yeah.
it.
Lavin, a nice player. I was a big Otis Nixon fan back in the day. Garnett. They used to come on TBS.
Yes, sir.
Work. Dale Murphy. Yeah, Braves had some good teams there. I once won
And
money.
Jones.
Oh, of course, and Chipper too.
Yep.
Had this pool. It was called a 13-run pool. So basically, there was 15 guys. Each of you got a team for a week, and so the Braves were my team that week. But your team had to score exactly 13 runs, and you all put like $1 in the pot every week or something. It wasn't nothing high rollers. I was working at a restaurant, and so basically, you had to root. And I remember they were on Turner Broadcasting, so I got to see them when I had the Braves, and they scored the 13th run, and I was rooting them on and everything. And then all of a sudden, you got to root for this horrible pitching staff that got lit up to just shut them down right there. And it was like first and second, no outs when they scored the 13th run, and they ended up shooting it down and shutting them down. And your man won like $80 or something. At the time, it was a big deal. I worked at Squire's restaurant. Shout out to Squire's down here in Dundalk. So, we're talking about off the cuff stories. That's a clean one I have. Gambling.
Jeremiah, love you, buddy, but you are not letting go of this inside linebacker topic, and I understand that you are. We just got to agree to disagree on this. That there are people who are going to be willing to pay 2 inside linebackers. A lot of people who are in a franchise building are not. So my question for you, Jeremiah, is where do you not spend money if you spend it inside linebacker? Where do you save money? Where do you commit to spending less because you're willing to pay 2 good linebackers?
Really good question. I see you, Matthew. Yeah, this is a Terrence West jersey in the background. I had got a good friend that basically got me the hook up with a couple jerseys, man. I was like, hey, my last name West. I wanted the jersey, and so I got hooked up with that, man. Yeah, but I'm right there.
You remember what I told you about Terrence West, Garnett?
What story? I think if you tell me this somewhat just a hint, I probably remember.
I used to deliver mail, and
oh yeah, was his mom right? No.
Yeah. Did not empty his mailbox. I'm not even sure he lived there.
No.
But after like a year, I'm sliding in mail like it's no space whatsoever. And I didn't want to bother him, but he was there for a year. So yeah, that's my Terrence West inside joke. Local kid, Towson kid, made it big, happy for him. But yeah, empty your mailbox every once in a while, Mr. West.
Where did he grow up? Where did Terrence West grow up? Because he came to Towson, right? To play?
I'm not sure. Not sure. I know he was a Towson student.
From what my belief, I thought he was from the area. Maybe I might be wrong, but I'm assuming. I have to look it up now.
Yeah, we'll figure it out here. Terrence West, he was born in Fort Lauderdale,
okay,
College of Towson, but he went to Northwestern High School in Maryland.
Okay,
and Fork Union Military Academy.
Wow.
But I say because I know it was weird. I know you guys about to make a laugh out of me, but me and his mom were like friends on like Facebook from back in the day. I know, like me and players' moms always somehow get a weird connection, right? But yeah, it was pretty funny. I don't know if Vaz or you guys told you, but we had a nice conversation with Antonio Cromartie like a couple days ago or something like that.
He did say that. He did say that.
Yeah, man. He told us the story. I know we're just trying to burn time till our pick come around or whatever, but yeah, I knew the story. Man, we're real close, and I remember he told me the story years ago, but I never told anybody. But he was literally this close from being a Raven back in the day, like this close, and all because Ozzy said it a certain way to him he didn't like, because Ozzy was like, "Hey, you know you're gonna be our third corner here, right?" And then he basically like, "What do you mean? Me third? Like this? Okay, I'll just go to the Jets." And then that's when he teamed up with Revis. And in all reality, we knew he was going to be the second guy. They're probably going to kick Webb in the slot. Yeah.
Wow.
Rough.
Jeremiah, I don't think you answered the question with your response here. So I'll give you another chance. Where are you going to not spend? Don't tell me what the Ravens didn't do. Okay, because we know I tell me, you want to build the team differently than the Ravens. So you want to spend it inside linebacker. We've got a quarterback on a second contract now. Where are you going to conserve money? That's my question for you. Give you time.
Jeremiah, take your time, man. Trust me.
Yeah.
You're not going to
Jeremiah, say you're going to spend it on right tackle and you're going to draft a good one, or defensive lineman.
Well, he's got to tell me where he's not spending money, not where he's
We're
spending money.
not going to spend money on a veteran tackle, Ken. We're going to draft one.
Okay.
Yeah, throw it in there.
That's a little bit of money. That's not enough to pay your linebacker. If you take the Moses contract out, for example, that wouldn't be enough to get Queen signed long term.
Yeah, very true.
You said we can't get away with UDFA linebackers. That's false. We can get away with UDFA linebackers.
Yeah, the Ravens have done that year after many times, and not only UDFA linebackers, but platooning at the spot.
Yes, that's what I'm about to say, dude. Like, I don't know if you're. He must be new because Ken has so many great episodes where we're talking about LJ Ford, Vines, and literally going with dime backing with Clark back in the day. Like there's or even before that with what's the guy, the special teamer? Cannot think of his name. Levine. Like there's been so many ways where we've done it. Like we've done it, man.
Not spending money on kicker. Anybody think that's a good idea with Justin Tucker? I think this is a joke, but
I got 66 reasons why not. That's not.
Man, maybe not 67 either.
Hey, Jeremiah and everybody on this thing, really appreciate the interaction. Just been fantastic the entire time, and having this kind of a conversation at the end of the draft. It's going a little slow. We got to wait for the Ravens here. The picks are cruising in, but everybody else is picking for their own need, and it's not necessarily competing directly with the Ravens at this point. We're happy to have topics to talk about like this.
Yeah, and this is I believe the last compensatory pick of the 5th round here. Pick 177. The Rams have it. And then we'll be flipping over to the 6th round.
Did Deuce Vaughn go by any chance? This is crazy.
I think he did. I don't think he did, Garnett.
Oh, wait. Nope. Wait. If I'm looking at it right, he went to the Eagles? No, I'm not. No. Am I? Nope.
I don't have a list on Deuce Vaughn being drafted.
No, he's not. It's just I just tried to Twitter his name and nothing.
Kind of hope Deuce Vaughn gets drafted by somebody.
Somebody, yeah, man.
I want to see it. Yeah.
The fact that he did what he was like, here's my thing. I remember so Chris from B Cover Podcast, he the one who really introduced me to it. And I'm like, man, do anybody really want a gnome at running back? It was a joke that I had. It's like, and then it took one game, which was going against Alabama's, defense. Alabama's always known for defense, right? And he went off until his ankle gave out or whatever. He had a sprained ankle or whatever. So oh wow, he's legit. It's like watching, I should say, J.K. Dobbins, but just smaller, a little bit more compact. But it's cool. I'm cool with it. Like that's why I say I don't really like small backs, but he earned my respect. I'll tell you that real fast.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, Sean. Thanks so much for joining us for the whole weekend, and thanks to everybody who did. The comments keep us going, and there's only so much you can say to the same people. Now, Jason and I have been together the whole time, but we've had a bunch of people come through here as guests, which has really made it fun. Not just Garnett, but other people too who have been entertaining the whole time. We had a mega panel yesterday in terms of probably having too many people on at the same time. I kind of like the quick question and answer format that we put each of Pete, Cordell, and Childs through on each got about an hour, I'd say. Childs maybe a little bit less, but I kind of like that format too in terms of getting some shotgun information from individual people who are coming on.
Yeah, the thing I liked about it, Ken, was, I mean, let's face it, there are certain questions that need to be answered, and getting everybody's opinion. Like you said, you and I have talked about the cornerbacks to death and the O-line to death, but to be able to ask Garnett about it today, and then, Cordell, Childs coming on, and Pete, and to get their perspectives, because new people are tuning in that weren't tuning in Thursday, that weren't tuning in earlier today, and they might have the same questions. So I thought that was great to have a mixture of guests. I thought so far today is really fun. Pretty tired, Ken.
You doing okay?
Yeah, I'm doing all right.
Yeah,
Got my old girl, dog's 9th birthday. She's a very old 9, by the way, Garnett.
Nice.
Princess. Yeah, she's the runt. She's got like hips. Her hips aren't straight. So she looks like she hobbles everywhere, and she has got a princess mentality. So she plays it up. I got a boy household. She's the girl. It's kind of like that. It's kind of like that. She's kind of like plays the dad's girl role.
Completely understands that having 2 German Shepherds and 1 maniac husky, and the husky I got is a stunted growth. I bought the husky. He's the oldest, but you could never tell how small he is. And then the German Shepherd, we both bought them in Okinawa, Japan. And then my wife, she's like, I wanted another dog, and I'm like, all right, well, see, this is what I want. I want to get buy a motorcycle, so this is what I'm going to do. I pulled an EDC type of, trade. Well, I'll get you the puppy, and what I'll do, 2 weeks later, I'm going to buy me a motorcycle. So basically, it worked out perfect. You know what I mean? You got your dog, I got my bike. We're happy, right?
That's kind of like your cat, Garnett. It purrs. You know what I mean? It's got the
Right. See it, and everything goes good, man. Can't complain.
Yeah, we went to a 2-dog household. Was skeptical at first, but my dog, rest in peace, that passed away, was really well trained, and he taught the girl I'm talking about, and now the girl has taught our 2-year-old puppy just basic stuff. It makes it so much easier to train when you have an older dog.
Yeah, dogs
train
need a pet.
Yeah, man. Like, I can take him out, and if it's let him out the front yard, if it's late at night and nobody's around, and they'll go run, they'll go pee, and they'll come back in. Right. And I'll have to go through the whole rigmarole in the backyard with possible mud and stuff like that. Just little stuff like that where they train not to run away, and know where to eat, and they both go in the other room when we eat food, which trips my dad out because he's always had bacon dogs. My dogs have to stay in the other room when they eat, and they do that. And the husky, mine's a percent husky. He's got that husky voice, that annoying sounds like Blue's Clues. Yeah. He stays in the other room. Oh man, Carl Brooks went off, Ken, in Garnett, the Bowling Green kid.
Man, I was about to say, so like, speaking of dogs, I'm like, Ken, how's your dogs? I know your female dog. She loved me, which was awesome.
Yeah, she's a sweetheart. She's still around. The older one that was here last year, and we just had to put him to sleep, and it was really sad. Man. So we were talking about crying on one of these nights of the draft. I forget if it was the first or the second. So we've had a broad selection of conversations here over the last 15 hours or so. But boy, that is a heartbreaking moment when you have to put your dog down.
Damn, man. Sorry about that.
Dude, I broke down at the vet putting my first one down, I literally rescued him, like not out of a burning building, no, but like, running in the street, not from a vet or nothing like that. So I took him in, and he was a pit bull mix, and there was all this, fuss and commotion, but he was a lab, so he's real hyper. He didn't have that bulldog mentality, and the dog could barely walk at the end. And I took him in, and he's limping, and sure enough, a lady like backs up, and I just wanted to tell her he's cool. He doesn't bite anybody. And I realized right then it was the last time I was going to say it. Not like I got all verklempt in my voice. I didn't like break down in the vet office, but it just like you felt it. You felt it coming on. For the last time I was telling somebody he never bit nobody. He was like the friendliest dog I ever had. Stupid dog, but so friendly. Just big dumb guy.
This is interesting. I mean, I don't think another trade is coming at this point because I don't know who's got two or three picks in the 200s. But would you do it? Would you trade the pick at 199 for 2? I think it would be 2. It wouldn't be 3 in the 200s. I probably would, but I don't know if there's a counterparty.
I feel like the Ravens don't like anybody in this draft. Just to put it mild, put it in a general term. Like, this isn't the draft. This isn't their draft.
Where's the small school guy then that they really wanted? It's one of the problems is I had projected that on DaCosta because DaCosta was really head of scouting and during when Ozzie was there, and they had made a bunch of small school picks. But it hasn't been as prevalent. I think he's had almost exclusively Power 5 picks since he's come on in 2019. The last two, Sonat and Sealer, were the last 2 Ozzie picks. And
that Zeiler, that hurts me so much, man. I remember you having a podcast episode, or me and you had a discussion. Next thing you know, Zeiler is getting an extension in Miami. It's like, dude, that could have been us,
So I don't think. I mean, they've had almost all Power 5 picks. Isaiah likely was Coastal Carolina, but even that is not the kind of level we're talking about in terms of being a small school. Since 2019, they've had all picks from Division I schools, we'll call it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a couple of good ones in this draft too. One of them, would have fit at guard. I think he got took in the wrong spot though. Cody Mock, Tucker Kraft, the South Dakota, North Dakota guys that always seem to be battling it out. But yeah, that's a good point. That's a really good point. And at first, I think you couldn't tell because the 2020 draft, all the smaller schools were kind of canceled. The 2020 season, so
yes.
2021 was a different draft. We drafted people who played all that kind of stuff, but it's kind of starting to become clear now, Ken, that we're going for more of the bigger schools.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you make a good point there, Gene, about the possibility of bringing back Fuller. I don't think it's obviously in the cards. It's multiple things have to go right for Fuller to be the guy who comes back, and then something has to go wrong, like they don't get a cornerback that they like who's younger at this point that they can play on the outside or is on the efficient frontier of quality and price. And I don't know if they're gonna. I don't know if they'll fail everything, but Fuller has to heal up properly. He has to basically be happy at this point with a vet min contract because there ain't nothing else he's getting from another team. And Kyle Fuller's made a lot of money playing this game,
Absolutely.
so he may not do that. He may say, that's not enough. Now there are players differ. You don't have any problem treating, getting Anthony Levine or Brent Urban to play an extra year because they haven't made all that much total money playing in the NFL. Pernell McPhee loved the game, and I think he would have played for more years. Josh Bynes didn't make too much money, but he made a little bit, and he's a guy who I think would have played forever, and he said so as much as was going on. But there are other guys who've made a lot of money at the game, and they just don't want to put their body through it again. They don't want to go through another rehab or risk another injury that will require a rehab. And I can understand that too. And maybe that's where Fuller is right now. We really just don't know.
Or yeah, Fuller could be that guy that just, hey, I'll wait till camp is over. I'm good. Trust me, I'm with my rehab. I swear I'm good. I'll do a physical for you guys and go from there. I'm so glad that you said about the older guys. It's so many times where we see so many guys where they're in their mid 30, 33, 32. Like even my cousin, he's a free agent right now, Casey Hayward. Like main thing, I talked to him a lot. Like, man, basically just taking care of your body, just trying to relax. And I think that's where a lot of older guys are trying to be with their lives now. Like they don't want to go through all that camp stuff, man. They don't want to OTAs. Hey, if this guy get hurt, you got my number. I'm in shape. Like, that's where they're at right now with a lot of these older guys.
Yeah, a lot of the guys do really want to skip camp. That's something that I think Houston has been. I mean, the baseball guy who always wanted to skip spring training was Ted Williams. Right. Always wanted to hold out to find a way to avoid it. Didn't hurt him. Shrimp Trawler, I want to make a point on this. You say 16 picks for 2 years is +2 better than normal. No, it's 0. Because the average team has 8 picks. If you look, including the compensatory picks that are out there, and you have a few more, in fact, now that are added on the minority coaching hires. But it's generally Mr. Irrelevance right around number 256. So 256 divided by 32 is 8. So 16, if you don't get a compensatory pick, you're falling behind your peer teams, is what I'm saying. So if the Ravens really need to keep themselves at 8 picks and 9 picks, and as far as second contracts go and losing on some of those and getting more compensatory picks in the process, I'll go back to one of my go-to favorite lines is that if you draft well, you're forced into many more heartbreaking decisions about your own roster. You have to let your hometown players, your homegrown players go. And it's a much better situation to be in than if you're the Arizona Cardinals and you don't have those sorts of decisions. You're always having to pick up somebody off somebody else's roster in order to fill out yours. So while it's terrible to have to let Judon go or to let the 2018 draft get unraveled the way it did, they had to do it, and it's a lot better than the other choices.
I was going back to a comment. Robbie Howard said EDC does not have time to look anymore for the small school guys. I mean, maybe that's not the best way to put it, but maybe EDC was the czar of that. And now he's got bigger responsibilities, and there's nobody that Eric trusts as much as Ozzie trusted Eric. Maybe there's some kind of like the chain of command doesn't work the same anymore when it comes to the small school guys. I don't know. Who knows?
So Zach Sealer's under contract through 2023, has a pretty favorable contract with the Dolphins with a $3.225 million cap and a $2.5 million base salary. So actually, let's see. They could because of a per game roster bonus and a workout bonus, they could actually save almost $3 million by cutting him. So I don't think he would be cut. Not at that price, but he ended up being a really good signing for the Dolphins.
There's a corner that's out there that's somewhat head scratching, and I understand the lack of production that he has not produced, I should say. So Shaquille Griffin is still available as a corner out there, as 27 years old. Like, how would you guys feel about him coming? Ravens giving him a proven contract or something of that nature.
It's interesting. I hadn't even thought of him. Yeah, I haven't done any homework on him. I'd have to watch the tape. Travius Hodges-Tomlinson just came off the board finally.
That's definitely a size bias going there that he waited so long.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just thinking it's crazy when I thought about it. The fact that we went after, or we were going after Darius Slay. Somewhat basically, okay, now I understand probably the veteran route is more solid than anything, especially watching the draft now. It basically is telling us the story of what we're trying to probably do after the draft, probably.
Right. That's what I'm struggling with safety and Adrian Amos.
Right. Yeah. It's just like for me, like with Adrian Amos, I know a lot of people, oh man, he fell off or whatever, but in all reality, he's still a starting safety. So it's like that's why I'm thinking in my head, like, is he willing to take that? Hey, you're not the lead guy, but you're gonna be playing a large number of snaps due to circumstances. That's what I'm trying to figure out. The numbers got to probably match for him, I guess, or he got to accept the numbers more than make it match.
Mm-hmm.
And then hometown, I'm assuming he's from Baltimore, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so that might play a curve where my mom doesn't have to travel far to see me ordeal. So I don't know. That would be awesome if we get him in a way, because that allows flexibility if we're not going to, have that slot guy, or Pepe doesn't develop, I should say.
What do you think is the price on Shaquille Griffin right now? I mean, he just made a lot of money on his last contract with the Jaguars. To toss it out there, he made almost over $22 million the last 2 years. And, he was on a rookie contract before then where he made about $4 million, $5 million, about $4 million in total before that. I don't think he comes to anybody on a true all the way prove it deal where it's a vet min plus NLTBEs, at least not particularly soon.
That's a really good question, Ken, because like literally with all that, I'm like trying to look at the numbers as we speak as well. Would you say the range of $5 to $8 million a year will work for you? Like guaranteed? Like, well, I mean, it would be incentive based.
Incentive based, but basically guaranteed. But basically, that's what we'd expect to pay.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I gotta now see what the numbers are on Yasin and on Peters, and then I'll tell you.
Okay, because I think the asking price for either of those corners, we can almost rank them. I should say. I would say, obviously, Rocky Yasin would probably be first, due to he coming off a good year with Oakland, and then you can literally either switch one or two with Peters and Griffin. I think Griffin didn't have a bad year with Jacksonville. It's just the fact that they got Tyson Campbell, and then I forgot the other kid they got, that they just saw that, hey, why would I just re-sign you or whatever when I got a younger guy that the 80-20 rule. So yeah, that's the tough part.
Okay, you get no argument for me, Jeremiah. In terms of where you're going to save money, you get no argument for me on OBJ. In fact, I wouldn't have signed him at all. So that's 18 million saved. And if that money went to Queen instead, you wouldn't get any argument from me. I wish they hadn't paid it to either of them, honestly. If I could have the none of the above category. Defensive end, you're talking 5-tech. So I mean, they already cut Campbell, so now they got Brent Urban, who's making $1 million basically. Who do they have that's making any money at defensive tackle right now? I mean, Washington and Madubuike are both coming up on their contract years. I'm not aware of who they have there. Michael Pierce makes a little bit on the nose. It's hard for me. Jason, if you need to sign out at any point, you just look like you're kind of running down here, buddy.
Yeah, Ken, I am. I'm going to keep updating the big board though. I just, it's not like me to fall out. I was sitting there looking, Alex back on, to see him on there. But yeah, I think I am going to check out, guys. I am going to check out, but, I mean, it was a great 3 days. Yeah. It was a great 3 days. I had trouble sleeping last night, but, Anand in there again, man, just so many good people. And I really appreciate Ken for having Huddled Up Films family on with him. And I really appreciate the Huddled Up Films family showing up so big in the comments. All the people that I get used to seeing, and if you have learned, if not through voice, through type, man, I know how they think. Jeremiah, I talk to Jeremiah all the time, Ken, all the time. Shrimp Trawler, another one of my favorites. I should probably stop calling people out because I'm going to forget somebody.
Yep.
But those are my friends, man. I just you do it long enough, and you put in the work, and you hear back from the same people, certain people, and you keep seeing them. They mean something to you. So you guys mean something to me. Obviously, it's motivation for me to keep doing what I'm doing. So heartfelt thanks to not only you, Ken, but all the people out there. Michael 86, yes, you too, buddy. And G, love you, brother. It is good to see you. All right.
Good to see you too, man.
All right, football is family, fellas. I will keep updating the board. Hopefully the Ravens give it out, but I'm probably gonna get something to eat and try to relax.
If you get something to lie down, maybe you rejoin us even. But Jason, I just want to say pleasure is all mine in terms of doing this with you. Anytime you want to do it, we'll hook up again and do this.
That's right. Maybe we'll do it after the draft thing too. So we'll see. We'll see what's coming up. See you guys.
Take it easy. All right, you and me, Garnett. We'll finish this out all the way to 199, and then we'll sign off. Absolutely. And let's see if we got any more good questions that are coming up in here that would be fun to talk about. Okay, now this is an interesting question. There are UDFAs, and there are probably this is the kind of thing that we won't know until after the 7th round who might be there. I'd like them to bring defensive line UDFAs in particular in, but also offensive line. I have not seen yet whether any of Ajamo, Jalen Redmond, or Keandre Coburn have been taken, but those would be guys I would bring in on defensive line UDFA deals.
Yeah, for me, I don't know. I've been trying my best to really keep up with who's getting picked or not. But if Matt Landers is still available at receiver, you just can't teach 6'5", 4'3" speed. You know what I mean? And the fact that he has good hands. He does not really drop the ball as much. Coming from Georgia, end up transferring from Georgia to a small school to Toledo. They end up going to Arkansas. Like if he's available, that's the first person I feel like you should call because he was literally a back end second to like early 3rd round receiver to a lot of people out there.
That's a good one. I'll go ahead and add Brandon. I think running back is a great place for the Ravens to add a couple of stylistic fits. They're very old at running back right now. And it seems unfair to say that, but JK's in his 4th year. So this is likely his last year as a Raven, and unless they sign him to a second contract, which I think is unlikely. Then they have Hill is already on a vet min deal or close to it. So he might stay a Raven for a while, but he's never going to be a big workhorse back for the Ravens. And Gus, of course, has void years at the end of this current deal. So probably a pretty good chance he's gone after this year as well. So Ravens need to figure out how to replace running back and defensive line in short order. Right. So I'm hopeful. Garnett, what do you think about trying to get a team-friendly deal after year 3 with either Washington or Matabike?
Matabike, I'll push for it hard if you can get that, but I feel like Matabike knows his worth. Roger Washington, we stuck with him through the thick and thin of his, off the field issues. So I think you have a better chance of getting him more than Matabike. That's all I can say. Perfect.
All right, I'd agree with that. I think it's right player, right price. I think you float them both a deal, and hopefully one of them takes it. Baseball does a lot of that with their. The Ravens, the Orioles, I should say, are now an underslot team. So they want to draft a player who should have been drafted 6 or 7 or 8 slots lower in the first round, pay him $3 million less than they'd otherwise pay the top prospect, and then use that money in the middle rounds to pay bonuses to players who are overslot players. And they have good options to do that, and they tend to take 5, 6, 7 guys that fit into that category, and then they float the deals to all of them, and they see who bites. And it's first bites gets it kind of thing.
Yes, sir. That's what it seems like. I think that's what's going to eventually happen, like you just said, especially with the tackle position. We're probably we know how usually the Ravens work. We're going to obviously we'll get one, then after that we'll resign one. They're probably going to try to get another one through the draft process, I should say. Yes, sir.
Oh, Rakim Jarrett just got taken.
Oh,
I saw a highlight of him there. At least I thought it was. Oh, we got to look this up now. Did somebody catch it? Because I just missed it on TV. It looked like it was Rakim Jarrett getting drafted there, but it might have been somebody like Duncan or otherwise.
I'm trying to catch it. So Tomlinson just got signed or drafted, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to figure out it's not Tennessee. Who picked before Tennessee? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
All right, let me go back to it. I'll get the draft board up. Okay, so we'll just go through this real quick. Who's been drafted in round 6 so far? Eric Scott, the cornerback out of Southern Miss. Carl Brooks, defensive lineman out of Bowling Green. Catrell Clark out of Louisville, the corner. Josh Hayes, the safety out of Kansas State. TVT or Travius Hodges Tomlinson, the cornerback out of TCU. JL Skinner, enormous safety out of Boise, the 6'4", 209 guy. Zaire Barnes, the linebacker out of Western Michigan. Parker Washington, wide receiver out of Penn State. He was fairly low on my list, but hey, he's being drafted number 185. And Jalen Duncan must have been the guy because he got drafted by Tennessee at number 186. So there we go. New England Patriots are on the clock. We have a total of 12 more selections before the Ravens pick. And it's incredible, but they still list. No, this can't be. I don't think this is correct anymore. Cornerback, running back, interior offensive line, and edge as the Ravens need, which has basically been a lot of that's been true the whole draft.
So, what do you think about the Titans draft class right now, in your opinion?
I'm not really looking at it, but who have they drafted so far?
So, reason why I'm saying that they got Tajay Spears at running back to complement Derrick Henry, Will Levis at obviously at quarterback, right? So there'll be a battle between obviously Willis and Levis, but receiver wise, this is reason why I'm asking is they're really banking on Robert Woods and the kid they got the previous year, Treylon Burks. So. Mm-hmm. When I'm like looking at it, it's like, all right, I see what they're trying, because they're basically rebuilding without saying they're rebuilding, and I'm just trying to figure out how, like, the angle of, for future, because the AFC South is basically looking like the Jags are coming up, but at the same time, it's up for grabs. That's what I'm trying to figure out how you feel about that division in a whole. Yes, sir.
Some good quarterbacks there, or some possibility of some good cornerback play with what's happened with the Colts and Titans. What's going on with the Jaguars? Certainly, it's the Texans took Stroud too, right? The Texans took Stroud number 2 overall, so it should be a good division for quarterback play and adding to the competition in conference. I'm not looking at everybody's picks. We're doing this from a Ravens perspective. I'm very focused on who the Ravens are going to take and not the stack of other teams. I am focused on just how good I think the Steelers' talent has been, which is tough.
Right. Reason I'm asking, because, usually every year you'll cycle around and we got to play the AFC South. So I'm just trying to figure out, like, okay, well, this is how we're going to end up going against that division. And it seems like they're finally trying to create an order. I mean, we just played the Jaguars last year. I'm not going to mention that game. That was a moment. Yep. But it's one of those things where, like, it's what I'm getting at. I'm seeing a lot of divisions somewhat are implementing a blueprint of how they want to build stuff and finally come around. So it's like everybody's trying to be good, right? Be competitive, and do it the right way. As I'm saying, that's what I'm thinking. I should say. That's all.
Anon, good point here. In terms of what were the Ravens trying to do, everything they did prior to signing Lamar, they were basically having to resort to spending future money. It doesn't seem bad until it gets to be next year, and all of a sudden you have to pay for all that. And the OBJ contract is, if it's 11.4 million, I believe it might be 11.4, 11.6, one of those two. But let's say it becomes OBJ has a big year and it becomes 14 million, and that's not him maxing out the bonus, but it's 14 million out of 250. That's 5.6% of your salary cap for next year gets spent for a player who's not going to be on the team. So that's extremely frustrating to me to spend future cap, and occasionally you have to do it, but it better also be the player who's going to put you over the top. I know a lot of people think OBJ was part of the cost of signing Lamar, and I could be made to believe that. I think the Flowers draft capital could have been part of making Lamar happy too, but I can't get on board with the price on Beckham. It's completely blew my mind in terms of how much you spend on an older receiver who didn't play the previous year and wasn't good the year before that when he had 6.5 yards per target. So I just can't get excited about it.
Yeah, so if anybody wants to see how me and Ken feels, there's an episode. So I'm just going to
point to that one. Yeah.
Yeah. So because I feel like this was someone is leading to, so I'm just going to say my part. I'll just say scheme matters for a lot of good reasons, and also having a good quarterback as well. So I feel like OBJ is going to show what he can do. Was still in the tank, I should say, and I feel like it'll be okay. As he's going to live up to the dollar worth, in my opinion. Barring injury, knock on wood.
No, you can't bar injury. Cannot do that. He's an older player. That's one of the huge negatives of having him, is that he's a huge injury risk. So we got into this discussion when we were talking about how many games is he going to play.
Right.
So you can't.
I tried to avoid it. You brought it up. I tried to avoid it. Yeah. Yes, sir.
So, anyway, I will say this: since we had the discussion, I did raise my expected a little bit north, and here's why. The nature, we didn't know the contract that he'd signed at that point. We didn't have the dollar amount down, but now we know. And in fact, he hadn't been signed at all. But now we know that he's got all this guaranteed money. He's got to expected to play more games because the Ravens can't cut him. Like if he had a $1 million deal with $5 million in bonuses, and the Ravens are having a bad year, they just cut him. It wouldn't be a big deal, and he'd be gone. Or even if you're having a good year, the Ravens still might cut him to avoid paying those bonuses, and that would be fine. But now the Ravens are stuck with him. They're stuck with him for the whole year, no matter what, because they've guaranteed basically his entire salary, not quite, but the bulk of it. And so he's got to have an expected number of games played. So I bumped that from 12 to 14, and now I'm up to 441 yards instead of, I think it was 340, 360 before that I was at.
So Ken, it's just mind-boggling me. Like 400 yards though, that's like, that's pretty low, man. That's what I just don't see 400. Like that's if you see 14 games and 400 yards, that means like we're like literally not throwing him the ball whatsoever. You know what I mean?
Like, 4.5 targets a game. Had him 4.
Yeah, we know the Ravens how they operate. If they're paying somebody, they're gonna get the dollars worth out of them. So that's why I was like, 400. When you said 300, I was like, man, that's pushing it, man. That's like pro Shea levels type stuff, You got
to no, it's not that. I mean, his last year at playing for 2 different teams, he had about 5.5 targets per game playing for Cleveland and LA. And that was going to an LA team that, obviously is slinging the ball all over, and a Cleveland team that passes a fair amount, more than the Ravens do, I would say. Don't know if that's actually true, but maybe the same as the Ravens in the case of Cleveland, but LA clearly more. He got 6 targets per game with LA. He got less than hold on. Let me get the number of games right here. He got less than 6 targets per game with Cleveland. It's possible we could see more, but I think if anything, you bet on less targets, and certainly with the other weapons that are around, I think you probably bet on less targets than 6 per game. If you rolled it up, you give him 6 targets per game here, which I think is excessive, then he's back up to about 600 yards. But again, I'm not. I best estimates for assumptions that that's me as an actuary just saying we don't always go high on everything. That's how you end up being, that the percentage over cubed wrong, and I'm just not. That's not the way I make assumptions.
Yeah, I understand it. It's just the fact that I'm just going off of how we always done business for players, or just how whatever money that we literally give players is basically the same kind of demand that we ask back. Like, so like for me, like the 900 realm, the 800 to 900 realm yards, I can flirt with that easily. But just the 400 is like, man, like if you don't get that in 4 games, something's wrong with us. You know what I mean? It's just, that's how I look at it. It's just it's almost like we're depending on him and Bateman. Obviously, Zay is going to do his thing as well, but we're literally depending on him to be the the wide receiver 1, due to just look at the money aspects of it. So I don't know. In the fact that Lamar, I do feel like Lamar played a tremendous role of, hey, either you bring me, I want Odell or whatever, and in the piece of it. So that's why I say it's so many pieces, so many layers tied up with Odell that makes me think like it has to be reasonable yardage numbers that he'll get, or targets, I should say, with that being said.
All right, we're gonna have to agree to disagree on this and just move on here. But if there are circumstances, if I was in a work environment and I would just say put this into the form of a bet, and we'll have it. But I don't want to do that to you. I don't want to take your money. I don't even want to have an advantage on the wager. But
you're saying 400 yards is going to be it? No,
I'm not willing to say that. But we've set the peg at various places. I'd say let's wait on a betting over under to come out, and I'll take the under. Wait for DraftKings or whoever to have their pre-year expectation of Odell Beckham's yards, and it's going to be way too high, I guarantee you. And
Sure.
800-900, it's going to be lower than that.
But saying 400, that's like ridiculous to me, man.
No,
that's why I say. That's why I was like,
this is obviously why we have this difference of opinion here. Is that I don't think your assumptions are good, and you don't think my assumptions are good.
So,
but I am saying, at least for the people out here, not for Garnett, he might be beyond help, but for the other people out here who are in the chat, I want you to come up with 3 elements for Odell Beckham. Come up with games played out of 17, so just talking about the regular season, targets per game, and yards per target. To give me a separate estimate of those 3. Put it in chat. I'm dying to hear you. You guys are gonna, I'm sure, agree with Garnett, but just give me those 3. Don't give me total yards. Just give me those 3 subcomponents that, when you multiply them together, are yards. Games, targets per game, yards per target.
Yeah, I'm curious. Somebody else to call this.
Yeah, we'll see some stuff here. I haven't had a chance to do this in a group chat format. So Jalen Tunkin went to the Titans. So he's off the board.
Tanner McKee.
Well, we kind of did talk about quarterback a little bit earlier in this draft with the guy being DTR for several of us in terms of a player we would like and might be a similar kind of a scheme player to Lamar, so you wouldn't have to change too much about the offense. But he got taken, and there are developmental guys at the bottom that you probably have to change the offense for a little bit if they're forced into action.
Alex, Jesus.
Yeah, I don't know. I like to see teams in the division make bad picks. So it's nice. We'll have a competitive team no matter what that the Steelers are trying to field against the Ravens, And I don't mind having the advantage in some of those games. That's a good point. You got some big linemen join the division. That's true every year. You get some big players today are just so much bigger that, we've hopefully Linderbaum will have some good success pass blocking against these mammoth interior guys.
Right. And I think game goes on big, but you can be big and nasty, but when the third, fourth quarter, you can be hands on your hips, man. That's how someone look at it. It's all about, being the stamina part of the game at points.
Was it worth it if it was just part of the cost of signing Lamar? Probably. And I'm not convinced that's entirely true. And I'm also, they paid a big price in draft capital to get Zay Flowers, and he's a great addition. I'm just not entirely convinced that you need to make another bad transaction to get a good one to happen. And they did want to get this done before the draft with Lamar, so that keeps them from getting a 24 and 25 draft pick offer for him. Lamar probably also want to get it done before the draft because, hey, there's going to be some quarterbacks drafted by teams that will no longer need his services. Right. So both teams kind of had their own particular incentives for getting it done at this point. Got a punter taken at number 192. All right, Brandon. Now, Brandon's a financial planner. Hates OBJ's contract, but is more bullish on a player. Don't think he's going to get 1,000 yards as a receiver.
So what do you think, Brandon, what he's going to get?
Brandon, did you do the exercise? Did you do games, targets per game, and yards per target? Brandon.
13 games, 6 targets a game, 8 games, yards.
Oh, here we go. Here we got a few. Okay. $400 was way too low, but no, he's not. You just break it down into the 3 components, Brandon. That's all I'm asking for. Just let me enjoy it. Okay, sure. Jeremiah says call it 600. Okay, Cody McGowan's going for 12 games. That's what I had originally on him. I bumped my games up to 14. Dan says 10 for 9.8. Don, the 9.8 is not yards. That would be maybe more like yards per reception for a receiver like Odell. This is yards per target. So the last time Odell played, he was at 6.5 yards per target. So if you played 10 games at 4 targets per game, you'd be talking about a number that's below mine, my original one anyway. So times 40, you'd be talking about 260 yards. But I don't think that even at 9.8, you'd be talking about under 400 yards. So
just for the crowd that maybe not understand what you mean by yards per target and yards per catch, can you explain that to them?
Yeah, yards per target, take yards, divide by targets. Okay, and if you look at Odell Beckham for his career, let's talk about Odell Beckham for his career. So Odell Beckham, his first year in 2014, when he was at his greatest, he had 10.0 yards per target, which is a terrific number. Since then, he's had 9.2, 8.1, 7.4, 8.5, 7.8, 7.4, and 6.5. So that's been what he's been. I see a fairly steady decline in that number. It's not atypical for a receiver. At first, they lose some because they get higher, more contested targets among their group. And then after that, they lose some additional yards per target because they lose skills. They lose speed. They lose the ability to get separation. Younger, better cornerbacks come into the league who are a better match for them, and they're a little older and a step slower. And that's just the way life works. But if you look at any receivers like trajectory, you'll see a reduction in yards per target pretty consistently with age.
So with that being said, I think Alec pointed out, he said something. The last time he played, he didn't have an ACL. ACL is about 2 or 3 more yards a target.
Well, when he did last have an ACL, he wasn't 2 or 3 more yards per target better. Go back to the year he did have an ACL. You want to call it 7.5 instead of 6.5?
Yeah. So
Cody McGowan, 12 games, 6 yards per target, 6 targets per game, 7 yards per target. So 12, 6 times, 7 times. So Cody McGowan's got him at 504 yards. That's a reasonable number. Alec, you are out of your mind there, buddy, but we're going to have a little talk. 14, 5.5, and 8.69. I wonder how he did that to come up with 669 yards if you were able to do that. So Jeremiah W. says once it was said it is now 700 yards, 7 TDs, 70 balls.
Fine with that. That's cold. That's reasonable.
Brandon Croxton's got him at 624 yards with 13 games, 6 targets, and 8 yards per target. I think you're a little high on yards per target, but I would love that, Brandon. If it worked out that way, I'd be thrilled with that production. Matthew says 12, 4, and 7. He's going to be very low in terms of the general number of guesses. He's at 336 yards. That's similar to where I was before. 12 games, 5 targets, 8 yards per target. We're talking 480 yards for Brex. 12, 5, and 12. That works out to be, that's pretty high. Okay, so that works out to be over 700 yards, right?
I think so. Yes.
720.
Yep.
Yeah, let's talk about it now. We got 6 picks to go here. All right. Lots of people here. You're doing good stuff in terms of really putting it down. But you see the numbers works out to be substantially lower when you actually put pen to paper on those 3 assumptions. Haven't had anybody, give him 17 games and 10 yards per target and 8 targets per game or anything like that. So we're not getting 1,200 or 1,300 yards. All right, outstanding. We'll put this to bed here, guys. I don't want to dominate draft day with this conversation that we've had a couple of times before, but really appreciate you being a good sport. I thought, Garnett, you were more coming on to take the other side of the argument for the other fans out there. But
nah. I'm sitting at the 800, 850 mark, somewhere around there. For me, if he stays healthy, what I mean by that, just not even stay healthy. If he it just feel like the offense that we're leaning to. Everything screams around about the 700 to 800 yard mark for him, and literally maybe about 6 or 7 touchdowns. And
okay,
I feel for a fact he's gonna get at least 7 to 8 targets a game.
Let me ask you this:
Sure.
if you are allowed to say if he stays healthy, am I allowed to say if he just plays 12 games? Because I see him as playing 12 games. I don't see any chance he'll play over 12 games. But if he plays only 12 games,
I'll say that if he plays 12 games, I know for a fact he's gonna get 7 or 8 targets a game. He's gonna get it.
You know for a fact.
I know for a fact. I just don't see them. I just don't see the Ravens. I just don't see the Ravens making a huge investment. Basically, it is a huge risk.
It's a big investment.
It's a big investment, and not saying, "Hey, I'm just going to give you 4 targets a game, and you're going to be cool with it." No, I'm going to get my money's worth out of you. The same way we've done with previous players before him. That's my whole argument, or I'll say debate for that side. Is just the fact that we've seen it too many times where we invest money and we literally force feed things that shouldn't be force fed. That's all.
Hey, Brex, fantastic point there. And having Beckham and all the tight ends they have underneath, I think they're going to be hopefully very symbiotic in terms of what they bring to this team. That Zay Flowers is going to be able to make space for those guys underneath. And hopefully Zay is going to get some good targets deep because of all the talent the Ravens have underneath and the potential to bite on those routes if you're a safety playing Zay's half of the field. But great point, Brex. I like the mentorship too. We saw what Justin Houston did for that edge group last year, and it'd be nice to see Odell come in and do some of that.
Yeah, I think somebody just pulled up in my driveway, but I'm not sure. We'll see in a second, but I just want to give you a heads up. That was weird. But yeah, this is a great topic, Ken. I just wanted to, I know I can throw one little pebble into the piranha start going with this one. I didn't mean to cause this a alarming situation. But it's a good topic to talk about until our pick gets there.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Well, how was Snead in terms of yards per target in 2019?
That's a really good question.
Yeah. So Willie Snead was 7.4 yards per target in 2019. I mean, that'd be really good if Beckham could do that. Hi there.
Yeah, it was my son. I love you, bro, but 9 targets are too high. They got a lot of mouths to feed. Yeah, a lot of mouths to feed, but yeah, I can say 9 or 8. I said 8 or 7 or somewhere over there, but it's gonna happen in time. I'm not saying that it's gonna happen consistently every game where somebody's gonna get over 9, like he's gonna get 9, but it is gonna get hits. The same way how at times where we were force feeding DeMarcus Robinson, the same time where we were force feeding, other receivers. It's just the fact that like that's the nature of the beast.
Okay, well, let's get back to the draft here for just a second here. DeAndre Coburn went off the board a few picks ago. A.T. Perry just now off at number 195 to the Saints. So we got the Ravens pick coming up, 3 more before it. Tampa Bay is next to select. And appreciate you guys just watching the draft with us in a low-key kind of way here. We definitely haven't been focused on the picks, more about where the Ravens stand right now in terms of this 2023 season. I'm going to be excited by it. I hope I'll be as excited in 2024 after some of the money's already spent, but I'll be excited by 23 at least.
Most of I think their passing game, Brandon. Yardage wise, or are you talking about just attempts, as in Lamar throwing?
I think he's asking attempts, but Brandon could clarify that.
And for attempts, probably I'll say still like about the 24, 25 times a game. I think it's still gonna be balanced. It's not gonna be like nothing. No, we're bombing it or nothing like nothing of that caliber. We're just gonna be well balanced game. Still gonna run the ball. We still got a good run game. I don't think Monken's gonna go away from that completely. Just like Georgia,
All right. How about the free agency question here? Is this Stephen? Am I assuming we can only have one of those 3: Amos, Yasin, or Houston? Because I think Houston might be a guy who has might be more difficult since he had such a big year to give him an NLTBE contract, but it could be you have an incentive-based contract with Houston that is not too expensive. Yeah, Brandon says it's attempts per game he wants from you. We're really pulling out intestine at this point on this topic in terms of stretching it out.
Right. I already said about 24, 25 attempts a game.
Okay.
That's all. But yeah, I'll take you're saying he's a younger player. Obviously, he got one good year, I should say, with last year with playing with the Las Vegas Raiders. But Amos, I don't know what the asking price what he is being a starting caliber safety. I don't know what he'll be asking for. Houston, like Ken has spoke on, had a year. He could literally go somewhere and just be the closer, right? So, Yasin is probably your safest choice, money wise, I should say.
Yeah, he won't turn 27 until next month. So Yasin's still a young guy, or young enough anyway, to be excited about him as a free agent. I just don't know what it's going to take to sign him. I think there will be other suitors along with the Ravens that will show up as soon as the compensatory period is open again. And it may just be a case of there wasn't anybody willing to sign him right now. 197 is in. Start to get excited, people. Who do we want to see? Let's hear it from the comments here. Who's the one player you'd like to see here?
Let's see it.
Thanks, Sean. Really appreciate it. All right. Well, that's good. Okay. Stephen King wants to see Yasin. That's good. Right. How about Yasin or Peters? That's another a good question because they are they probably won't be exactly the same cost. My guess is Yasin will cost more, and that Marcus Peters gets more of a prove it deal.
Right.
But there'll still be some good base money in there for Peters.
Right. I'll probably go with Marcus Peters, just knowing the system. So really to allow him to collaborate with everybody around him, ball skills, and also he can just be able to teach the other guys that's behind him as well. Brandon Curtis, not bad. Price still got a 6'3" corner. You can't teach that at all with Trace.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I'm of the opinion they're going to be able to get Rakim Garrett as a UDFA. Jarrett as a UDFA. Love it, Shrimp Trawler. Right on.
Yes, sir.
Well, we didn't get Forbes, and that to me, that's such a disappointment, obviously, from this draft. Now, they never had a chance at him. At least it's not like the misery of a few years ago with Derwin James. But I kind of thought they were going to have a chance at Forbes, and it just didn't happen.
He was to me, Forbes was the best trail technique corner that was available in this draft. Like the way he was so fast that he was able to play off or made it look like the receiver had a step in, was able to close in so fast. In my opinion, it was just that's hard talent to have.
I do not know this guy. Jarek Reed of New Mexico gets taken at 198. Sounds like an Ozzie Newsome, and it's Seattle too. Sounds like an Ozzie Newsome draft your next dime back.
We're talking about for Seattle. My pick hasn't came up yet. We're talking about for Seattle, right?
That was for Seattle. The pick is in for the Ravens right now, so we'll be hearing it in just a moment. Hey, Garnett, thanks for hanging out with me here. I'd have done it, just sat here and talked to the folks in comments, but I really appreciate having you, buddy.
Oh, anytime, man. Thank you for having me on, man. Just like I said, man, it's been a long ride for me and you, man, especially for my travels from overseas and here now. Yeah, just thank you for everything, man. Putting out great content on a regular basis.
Well, it's lots of fun whenever we can get together to do a pod. Love talking ball with you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, the notable player selected 199th is Tom Brady. I saw somebody. Yeah, you're right on the money, Shrimp Trawler, that those are two guys who are the extraordinary gamblers, and they were priced very similarly in two different drafts. All right, don't call it out yet.
I have to say, this is probably one of the most painful drafts. So I'm so used to us having multiple picks. It's like, man, we really sat here and just watched a lot of great players just go,
Mm-hmm.
Corner news, wide receiver, outside linebacker.
Yeah, DTR went earlier, Wanna.
Yep.
I know this pick's going to be revealed here pretty shortly. They've been teasing us with this. They're probably about to head to commercial or something, right? Because that's what they do with every Ravens pick, it seems like. Yeah, good point, Shrimp Trawler. We haven't generally seen that happen. I think it's true, but Devin Bush, the Steelers invested a huge portion of draft capital in getting him.
Yeah. I just need a battle buddy for Cleveland. That's all I want, man. Just somebody that, give Cleveland a reason, come and shape to camp and let them just battle. That's all I want. That's a wasted size of a man if we didn't.
Okay, a tackle that I have not heard of from Oregon, and I'm not going to try and say his name. Malisala
Omavai. Omavai. That's what I think you were saying. And then I'm not going to the hyphen part. Lawalu.
We've got some tape to watch tonight. I think it's what this means here. I need to see him watch an honorable mention in the Pac-12, a right tackle. Now, one of the things I've been hoping for was getting a guy who could play left tackle. Let's quickly look up his stats here.
Man. So probably gonna kick him in the guard. What do you think that? That's what it sounds like to me from looking at this.
All right.
Guess I gotta watch the Georgia game. Oh man. Yeah, Ken, the first game you're watching is Georgia versus Oregon.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you're going against Jalen Carter during that time span. Davis, all those guys. And somebody posted a clip. The first clip I seen is Jalen Carter going against him, and he annihilates him. I mean, like annihilates him. And they had him kicked inside at guard, right guard as well, in this clip I'm watching.
This is the phonetic pronunciation is here, and it's difficult even there, but I'm seeing it as Malaisala Amuvai Laulu.
Yeah, Laulu. That's why. Yeah.
All right, 34.5-inch arms. And projection was round 6 to 7. Sloppy hand placement, technique in pass protection needed much work. All right, so, and a lack of fluidity or quickness to catch inside counters. It's interesting. That's Lance Zierlein's comments on him. Didn't have particularly exciting numbers, that's for sure. A 5.23, wow, this is really bad. A 5.23.40, a 1.8 10-yard split, a 28.5-inch vertical, an 8 foot 10-inch broad jump, a 7.65 3-cone, and a 4.75 shuttle. There's obviously not a lot there that looks particularly good. Obviously, he's a bigger man at 6'5.5", 34.5 inches, 10.5-inch hands. All right. Well, I know who I'm watching tonight on tape. Guys, okay, let's hear about him. Skip, tell us all you know about him here. Just called him Salah.
Hey, Skip, do you see him more as a guard than anything instead of a tackle? Because, like, from what I'm seeing, he's more nasty. He seems like he'll have a better success on the inside than outside.
All right. A lot of the grown man strength positions, by the way, are a year older than normal this year, which means if you're a lineman, it's very typical to be 23, either side, defensive or offensive. And it's just the way things are. We also are running through the end of the COVID bubble here. So the extra year of eligibility, along with a lot of them failing 8th grade intentionally at one point in their previous lives, is something that that has worked out for these guys to be a little older. Right guard, not right tackle. All right.
Got you.
No chance at left guard, right? Because the pulling responsibilities would be too much for him, Skip. All right, outstanding. Garnett, we'll call it here, buddy. Really appreciate you. I want to say thanks to everybody here before we get off. But all you guys, Shrimp Trawler and Jeremiah, all the people who've been with us for basically the entire draft here, a bunch of other people who I'm not mentioning, and I don't want to start doing that. Really appreciate having you on and staying with us the whole time. This is one of the most fun ways to watch the draft. Really look forward to it. We'll have some good review of film on these guys. I'll probably do a show, I would think, on Sunday night that will be out, I hope, on Monday, to talk about all of the Ravens draft, all 5 of the Ravens draft picks, and what they do and how they change the team. Garnett, you are at Garnett at West 478, right?
No, so it's at Garnett 478. You had it right the first time. Yes, sir. You can just reach me out there on Twitter. Just hit me up. I'll respond to you immediately if you need anything or just want to talk.
All right, appreciate you. You can't get a better friend than Garnett. He's always willing to talk ball, and he's a hell of a nice guy. And not only that, I got a tremendous amount of respect for him as a Marine, if not as an OBJ talent evaluator.
Yeah.
We will. I
Shots
love
fired.
you, my friend. You know it. But thanks anyway. Thanks everyone for joining us. Garnett, anything to say before we log off here?
Hey, just make sure you like and subscribe. Anything Ken puts out. If you have not have an Apple phone, just go ahead and download the podcast on there. I'm not an Android guy, so I don't understand that wrong. Probably the same wave format. But just go ahead and download it, man. Good content that Ken puts out on a weekly basis, man. Especially if you're the numbers guy, or you put like this. If you think you just know the X's and O's side of it, you'll learn the more analytical side about it, and you'll be able to have a better understanding and have a bigger idea of how a lot of things work for the Ravens.
I appreciate it, my friend. Thank you for the plug. And I really would appreciate it if people would do a like and a subscribe on the Film Study YouTube channel in particular, and also the Huddle It Up Films YouTube channel. We simulcast this. Jason has a good number of subscribers, but he could have more, and he should have more. So particularly if you're a quote unquote fan of mine who is here and you didn't know Jason as well before this, I don't know how you'd miss Jason because he's on my show all the time. But make sure you like and subscribe on his YouTube channel as well as mine. We're looking to build that basis there. It's also a way to get the podcast directly. So if you have a smart TV, you can watch it directly. I've started to see it show up on my own feed for my smart TV that you get the podcast there as well via YouTube. All right, guys, we'll call it here. Fantastic day. Really appreciate you guys all being on, and we'll see you soon.
Yes, sir. Have a nice day.